Chapter 616, Bai Wang's recruitment. Sure Hao couldn't help but be startled. Grandpa Bai was a great character in the stone-treading county, even the county lord treated him with respect. He had been an envoy for a long time, and besides the ancient pine demon monarch, he had never seen Grandpa Bai treat someone with such politeness. Bai Wang looked at Li Qie and rubbed his palms together and asked, "May I ask where you are from and which sect you belong to?" "I'm only a vagrant cultivator with erratic travels." Li Qie calmly said, "If Grandpa Bai has anything in mind, please say it." Grandpa Bai quickly waved his hands in response. "Nothing, it's nothing like that at all. Young noble Li is too courteous, you can just call me Bai Wang. I can't handle being called Grandpa Bai by young noble Li." Sure Hao jumped out of his skin when he saw Bai Wang's attitude and couldn't believe his own ears at such humility. Li Qie didn't want to waste time and directly said, "Say your piece." Bai Wang rubbed his hands again awkwardly and forced a smile to say, "It was thanks to young noble's guidance, or else all of my efforts would have been wasted. Really, thank you, your words woke me up from being lost. My crimson wolf grass would have been ruined. After receiving your pointers, I went to the wetland and put soil from there around the grass. Just like you said, the grass successfully transformed for the 7th time. I can't express my gratitude enough. Your great knowledge puts this old man to shame." Initially, after receiving Li Qie's pointers, Bai Wang was very doubtful. However, seeing the grass that was on the verge of death, he had no choice but to take a risk and use Li Qie's method. A miracle happened after he took some soil from the wetland and put it around the grass. Not long after, the grass life recovered, and in the following days, it successfully transformed. How could Bai Wang not be shocked? He understood immediately that he had met a wise master. With just a glance, Li Qie was able to analyze his unique fertilizer, and he even knew where he obtained the grass from. With a casual remark, Li Qie managed to not only save the grass, he also helped it transform successfully. Such familiarity with alchemy principles and cultivation meant that he was a wondrous alchemist, one that was far greater than Bai Wang. The alchemy Dao didn't only consist of pill refinement, plant cultivation was another aspect. Bai Wang knew that he had met a great alchemy genius, so he quickly reacted and let go of all his business to run to Jade Blood Mountain to find Li Qie. Luckily for him, Li Qie still hadn't left. Li Qie only nodded his head at the influx of praises from Bai Wang and waited to hear more. Bai Wang cleared his throat and forced a smile again before speaking. "Young noble Li, there is one matter that might interest you." Li Qie looked at him and waited for him to say more. Bai Wang didn't dare to slow down after seeing Li Qie's waiting appearance and said, "Our lord adores talent. Recently, Her Majesty started looking for talented young alchemists. I wonder if young noble is interested?" "Looking for alchemists?" Li Qie's eyes narrowed as he spoke. "To be an alchemist for giant bamboo? As long as young noble's alchemy skill is capable, maybe you will become the alchemy chief of the entire country." Bai Wang quickly added. Sure Hao was dumbstruck after hearing Bai Wang. Being the alchemy chief of an entire country was very amazing. It was a high-ranked position that allowed one to be an unreachable existence. Sure Hao never even dared to dream about it, so how could he not be stunned upon hearing Bai Wang's attempt at recruitment? "Giant bamboo country," Li Qie murmured as a figure as gentle as water uncontrollably appeared in Li Qie's mind. Bai Wang quickly added, "Young noble Li, although our giant bamboo is not comparable to imperial lineages, we are a big country that has stood strong in the alchemy realm for millions of years. If you stay here, I'm sure your future will be golden." Li Qie's mind returned to the present. He laughed after hearing Bai Wang. He nodded his head and said, "The capital of the giant bamboo country is indeed a place worth remembering. I also want to go there once." He had thought about visiting the memorable giant bamboo's capital after arriving at the stone medicine world. After many years, his memories of the place were still there and caused him to become emotional. Bai Wang quickly answered, "I will go arrange for it immediately and recommend young noble to Her Highness." Li Qie only chuckled. He would go to the capital not for a promising future or to see the king, but for a simple sightseeing trip. If he really wanted to go, then even the heavily guarded capital wouldn't be able to stop his advance. Bai Wang assumed that Li Qia wanted to be the national alchemist chief, so he quickly said, "Could young noble try to refine one cauldron?" Li Qia looked at him and said, "You want me to refine a batch right now?" Bai Wang smiled awkwardly and said, "This old man isn't implicating anything and trusts your abilities. However, I need to recommend you to the ancient Pine Demon Monarch, and my words alone are not enough. This needs to be verified by the monarch in order for it to go smoothly." Li Qia replied with a smile, "I don't need to prove anything, this is no big deal to me." Bai Wang was a little helpless in the face of this and said, "Young noble Li, he knew that Li Qia was an amazing alchemist, but he needed proof if he was going to recommend Li Qia to the demon monarch. He wouldn't let such a rare, young alchemist slip from him." Although this left him in a sticky situation, he was not angry or annoyed at all. As an alchemist, he knew that it was normal for a talented alchemist to be arrogant. This type of person was always popular everywhere. He responded, "Young noble Li, this old man trusts your skills 100%, but, if I don't have anything as proof, then it would be very hard to recommend you to Her Majesty. Brother Li, this is a rare opportunity." Shi Hao also calmed down and whispered to Li Qia, "The ancient Pine Demon Monarch is one of the 18 monarchs of our giant bamboo and is held in high esteem in Her Majesty's eyes. With his recommendation, you will surely become a court alchemist." Li Qia only chuckled since he wasn't interested in becoming a court alchemist or anything else for that matter. He stared at Bai Wang, then back at Shi Hao, and smilingly said, "I appreciate Grandpa's enthusiasm, and out of consideration for Shi Hao, I will refine something once for you to see. But right now, I don't have suitable alchemy ingredients." Li Qia's proud attitude caused Shi Hao's heart to thump, but to his bewilderment, Bai Wang was not angry at all. After hearing about his lack of ingredients, Bai Wang took a whole bunch out and said, "I have some right here. I coincidentally obtained a batch of materials for a 5 transformations fate pill. All the things you need are here." Li Qia looked at the old man and said, "It seems that you have come prepared." Bai Wang let out a wry laugh. He spent a lot of time before managing to gather enough ingredients for a 5 transformations fate pill. Today, he brought them here just to test Li Qia's abilities. Fate pills were the hardest to refine for alchemists, and a 5 transformations pill could show their ability. In order to refine a pill to this level, the pill would need 50% purity. This type of pill was meant for ancient saints. There needs to be sufficient 5 transformations ingredients that could turn into a fate pill successfully in order for it to be suitable for ancient saints. However, this was easier said than done. It was quite a challenge for the majority of alchemists. Because of this, a 5 transformations fate pill was a crossroads and challenge for alchemists. If successful, then one would be considered an alchemy grandmaster. If the quality was good, then maybe that person would qualify to be a profound alchemist. While Bai Wang took out all the ingredients, Li Qia also took out his myriad heavenly cauldron. At this time, the cauldron's shape had changed. Prior to this, it was a frog, but now, it appeared to be very ordinary looking. Back at the lost alchemy garden of the immortals in the rich field, the cauldron had undergone a transformation. It should have done so far in the past since it had devoured countless heavenly medicines and immortal grasses throughout the years. The even more incredible part was that it drank some myriad star water. It had been waiting for the right time, but it had never come. It wasn't until it stayed at the lost garden that it seized the chance. After the successful transformation, it turned back into a primal shape and appeared to be no different from an ordinary cauldron. The truth was that it was the #1 heavenly cauldron throughout the ages and was peerless. Its usage was not limited to refining pills, it could also defy the heavens by changing fate itself. A huge cauldron appeared before Shi Hao and Bai Wang, much to their astonishment due to its ordinary looks. Bai Wang assumed that since Li Qia had great alchemy skills, he would have a good heavenly cauldron as well, but this huge cauldron was very ordinary. Bai Wang spoke at this time, "We should leave for a bit." As an alchemist who had studied the Tao of alchemy for 1,000 years, he knew the rules of alchemists. Others should leave and an alchemist was about to refine medicine. No need. Li Chia shook his head and said, "This will be a piece of cake. There is no need to leave, I'll be done in a second." Chapter 617, Ancient Pine Demon Monarch. Having heard this, both Bai Wang and Shi Hao were stunned. Bai Wang felt that Li Chia was boasting too much. This was a 5 transformations fate pill. He himself would need to go all out with caution during the process. It was needless to say for Shi Hao, such a pill was far beyond his reach. At this moment, there was no way he could refine such a pill. However, amidst their daze, Li Chia pressed one hand onto the cauldron. Pop! The cauldron's flame appeared as Li Chia threw all the ingredients inside. Pa, pa, pa. The popping sounds as if someone was frying soybeans appeared. In just a second, a medicinal fragrance came about. Collect. At this moment, the cauldron opened as the flame disappeared. A 5 transformations fate pill was refined in an instant. Bai Wang was completely terrified while Shi Hao was rendered speechless. Both of them stood there silly with their mouths wide open and were unable to calm down for a long time. Bai Wang's breath was taken away by this scene. He had become an alchemist for a long time but had never seen this style of pill refinement. How could it be possible for one to refine pills as easily as frying beans? He had never heard of something even remotely similar and couldn't see Li Chia's pill refinement method when he did it so quickly. Shi Hao, on the other hand, couldn't gauge anything since he was less knowledgeable than Bai Wang, so he just stood there silly. Li Chia handed a box to Bai Wang and said, "Okay, here is the proof that you need. Take it." For Li Chia, this kind of proof or becoming the national alchemy chief were not worth thinking about. He only wanted to go take a look at the capital as well as do a favor by paving the way for Shi Hao, allowing him to have a future position in the giant bamboo country. Bai Wang shook his body to calm down and opened the box to look at the 5 transformations fate pill. His scream quickly ensued. This is 70% purity. How can this be? His knees met the ground as he was scared out of his mind. Shi Hao was similarly awestruck. Despite being a junior alchemist, he still understood the significance behind a 70% purity for a 5 transformations fate pill. It is only like that because I wasn't in the mood. If I was more serious, then 80% wouldn't have been a problem. Li Chia leisurely commented. Bai Wang suddenly felt the urge to kneel down and hit his head on the ground. 70% purity for a 5 transformations pill was enough to scare all alchemists to death, not to mention the speed and ease that Li Chia had demonstrated, as if he was just frying beans. All the genius alchemists, alchemy saints, and legendary alchemists were not enough to reach the apex if this was the norm. The ingredients for this fate pill had only transformed 5 times, so their potency was limited. It was already considered great to be able to refine a pill with 50% purity, and only alchemy saints and legendary alchemists were able to reach 60%. But now, Li Chia easily refined one with 70%, so his skill should be around the peak of legendary alchemists. However, he nonchalantly stated that it was only because he wasn't in the mood, or else even 80% would be possible. Any alchemist would have a heart attack upon hearing this. If anyone else said this, Bai Wang would think that the person didn't know his own capabilities, but he was completely convinced at this moment. With his body kneeling on the ground, he would believe anything Li Chia said, even if the words were even more outrageous. "Are you an alchemy emperor?" Bai Wang asked with a blank gaze. Li Chia only smiled and didn't answer. Shi Hao joined Bai Wang on the ground by squatting straight down. He didn't know how to describe his feelings at the moment. Alchemy Emperor was the highest title as well as the greatest achievement for an alchemist. Although an alchemy emperor was not as powerful as an immortal emperor, they were highly respected by all in the 9 worlds. An even more illustrious title was alchemy god. However, only one person across the eons was worthy of this title, the alchemy god himself. The Stone-Treading County was a tiny county in the Refreshing Prefecture, a sizable prefecture in the giant bamboo country. The ancient Pine Demon Monarch was the overseer of this prefecture. He was one of the 18 demon monarchs beneath Madame Ziyan, the giant bamboo overlord. Just like his name, the monarch was a pine tree who succeeded in the Tao. Although he was not the strongest out of the 18, he was the oldest one among the group. As the ruler of a big prefecture, he was very busy, especially with the recent task of finding young alchemists for the Demon King. He had found some young alchemists but was not satisfied with them. Although their innate talents were okay, their current skills were simply too shallow. While the monarch was deep in work, Bai Wang from the stone-treading county tried to rush into his office despite being stopped outside. Bai Wang, can't you wait a bit before reporting? The monarch's brows furrowed after seeing Bai Wang's intrusion and said, wait until I'm done with work, then you can report what you have discovered. He was busy deciding between these young alchemists and was already in a foul mood, so Bai Wang's intrusion only made it worse. If it was anyone else, the monarch would have kicked them out already. However, Bai Wang was an experienced alchemist and was almost at the Grandmaster level. In the future, he could join the court any time as an alchemist, so the monarch viewed him in high regard. Demon monarch, nothing is more important than this. Bai Wang stated, I will introduce an alchemist to you, a supreme and matchless alchemist. The monarch shook his head in response, from your stone-treading county? Outside of you, that county still has more alchemists. Although your disciples aren't bad, the matter this time is very important, those disciples won't do. No, demon monarch misunderstood my intent. Bai Wang quickly replied, I am not recommending my own disciples. Moreover, my own skills are nothing before the young noble I am about to recommend, I'm not even worthy to hold his shoes. The ancient pine demon monarch was startled after hearing this. Although Bai Wang had yet to become a grandmaster, he was already a top alchemy master. His self-deprecating praise to this person caught the demon monarch by surprise. The monarch shook his head and said, are you joking right now? In the contemporary times, if any young person was worthy of being called supreme and matchless, then they would be the 4 alchemy prodigies. No one in the younger generation is comparable to those 4. Bai Wang quickly said, no, demon monarch, the 4 alchemy prodigies are nothing compared to young noble Li. The monarch's expression became serious. While squinting his eyes, he deepened his tone, Bai Wang, you can't joke around like that. As the saying goes, one can eat indiscriminately but cannot speak indiscriminately. If others hear what you said just now, it would cause trouble for us. You should know how strong the backings of the 4 prodigies are. The 4 alchemy prodigies were renowned across the stone medicine world. Many people believe that if a new alchemy emperor were to appear, then it would be one of these 4 prodigies. Demon monarch, I know just how much weight my words carried just now. Bai Wang also became serious and answered, but young noble Li, who I am recommending, is worthy for our giant bamboo to do everything to keep him here regardless of the price, which is why I spent all night running here. If we miss this chance, then we won't be able to recruit another peerless alchemy genius. After seeing Bai Wang's austere appearance, the monarch became more solemn as well. Tell me why this alchemy genius is so amazing. As the monarch, he knew that characters like Bai Wang were not the frivolous type and wouldn't joke around. Bai Wang carefully handed the 5 transformations fate pill that Li Qia concocted over to the monarch. After seeing this fate pill, the monarch stood straight up from his seat and exclaimed, 70% purity. How is this possible? Nothing is impossible for young noble Li. Bai Wang said in the most earnest manner, you would be stunned if you saw him refine pills in person. Having said that, Bai Wang described Li Qia's alchemy process. The monarch was shocked as he listened, standing there like a statue. After a while, the monarch fell to his seat, then looked up at Bai Wang and uttered, this can't be real. Bai Wang replied solemnly, this is 100% real. This old man guarantees this with my life. Here, his tone became more urgent, this is a once in 10,000 years opportunity for the giant bamboo country. Her Majesty wants more talents, right? We need a young alchemist to join the alchemy conference, right? If young noble Li agrees to represent us, then we'll take first place for sure. The monarch calmed down and quickly asked, "This young noble Li, where is he from and which sect does he belong to?" He was very emotional at the moment. If such a young alchemist had such capabilities, then he would surely be the alchemy emperor in the future. Biyao answered, "Young noble Li is a human, a vagrant cultivator that doesn't belong to any sect." The monarch couldn't help but ponder after hearing this answer. How could that be? As such a powerful alchemist, if he is not already an alchemy emperor, then he would be a legendary alchemist. It is one thing to be unknown, but not having any sect trying to recruit him? That is abnormal. The ancient pine demon monarch's skepticism made a lot of sense. Alchemists have always been popular in the stone medicine world, and the high-ranking ones were always in demand and were invited by all the sections. Having heard this, both Biyao and Shi Hao were stunned. Biyao felt that Li Qia was boasting too much. This was a 5 transformations fate pill. He himself would need to go all out with caution during the process. It was needless to say for Shi Hao, such a pill was far beyond his reach. At this moment, there was no way he could refine such a pill. However, amidst their daze, Li Qia pressed one hand onto the cauldron. Pop! The cauldron's flame appeared as Li Qia threw all the ingredients inside. Pa, pa, pa. The popping sounds as if someone was frying soybeans appeared. In just a second, a medicinal fragrance came about. Collect. At this moment, the cauldron opened as the flame disappeared. A 5 transformations fate pill was refined in an instant. Biyao was completely terrified while Shi Hao was rendered speechless. Both of them stood there silly with their mouths wide open and were unable to calm down for a long time. Biyao's breath was taken away by this scene. He had become an alchemist for a long time but had never seen this style of pill refinement. It could even be said that this was impossible. Chapter 618. Personally visiting the humble abode, alchemists were able to cultivate materials and craft fate pills, longevity medicines, physique pastes, and various ointments. In short, things that any sect would always need, and many of these items were always in short supply. Thus, one could imagine just how popular alchemists were. This was the case for the other worlds as well, since there were less alchemists in those places and their system had yet to be as flourished and developed. Because of this, the status of alchemists in the stone medicine world was much higher than that in the other worlds. Moreover, this world also produced more alchemy emperors. There are many strange things in this world. Regarding the monarch's worries, Biyao had such a conjecture. Extraordinary people have their own train of thought. Young noble Li's skill is enough to sweep over this world. Perhaps he considers power and fame to be useless since he can obtain whatever he wants already. With a swing of his hand, countless people would want to offer him gifts and treasures. Maybe because of this, he got tired of rowdy places. The demon monarch became worried from this. If this was the case, then what do we have to hold him down? If he has such abilities, then not mentioning the great powers, even imperial lineages would want him as well. The alchemy kingdom would also be tempted. We don't have any advantage compared to those monsters. Biyao became spirited when this issue was brought up. We can't guess how these extraordinary people think. Back in the county, there is an envoy named Shi Hao. This kid is very honest and hardworking and has always wanted to become a powerful alchemist. I think young noble Li is staying here because he wants to teach this boy. I heard Shi Hao say that young noble Li was teaching him pill refinement. Even if the young noble doesn't want to take him as a disciple, he is still training the boy. Biyao paused for a bit and continued, I have asked young noble Li before. He wants to take a trip to the capital once. We can just introduce him to Her Majesty at that time. Whether this endeavor is successful or not, it'll be up to Her Majesty. Very well, how can we let go of such a powerful alchemist? The demon monarch solemnly said, I'll personally go and pay my respects to him. Initially, Biyao wanted to recommend a young alchemist to Her Majesty, but he was astonished after seeing Li Qia's abilities. He knew that Li Qia had the qualifications to act arrogantly, and whether he would stay at the giant bamboo country to be an alchemist was dependent on his whims. Such a great alchemist would have sex scrambling for his attention, so Bai Wang became even more determined to persuade the demon monarch so that he would ask Her Majesty to recruit a supreme alchemist like Li Qie. Meanwhile, Li Qie continued his normal and relaxing life back at Jade Blood Mountain. He wanted to stay at the giant bamboo country for a while as well as to take a look at the capital and the palace. Under Li Qie's guidance, Shi Hao mustered all of his effort into pill refinement. Although he was a simple fellow, he still knew that this was a once-in-lifetime opportunity. He wouldn't be able to find another such wise teacher once Li Qie leaves. As Li Qie repeatedly demonstrated the methods, Shi Hao didn't dare to miss a single detail. Bai Wang returned the next day with a companion. Bai Wang and the ancient pine demon monarch both came to Jade Blood Mountain and noticed that the vegetation here along the mountains were full of life. The jade blood bamboo planted here happily swayed back and forth as if they had come to life. This was not strange at all. The ancient pine demon monarch was initially a pine tree, so he was very close with the flora. His arrival was naturally sensed by the vegetation on the mountain. Shi Hao was frightened at the monarch's arrival. He had been an envoy for a long time but had only seen the monarch once. But now, the monarch was actually here at Jade Blood Mountain. This was something Shi Hao wouldn't have dreamt of before. "You must be county envoy Shi Hao?" The monarch revealed a friendly smile to Shi Hao. The monarch ruled an entire prefecture that consisted of countless envoys, so his personal greeting left Shi Hao aghast. Shi Hao eventually calmed down and quickly answered, "My lord, that is me." The demon monarch didn't act condescendingly at all as he politely said, "We are here to visit young noble Li." Shi Hao didn't dare to waste time and quickly led the two of them to see Li Qie. Inside the room, Li Qie was still nonchalant after seeing a big shot like the demon monarch. To him, the monarch was not a big shot at all since he had seen too many true grand characters. "Young noble Li's visit to the giant bamboo country is our honor," the monarch hastily said upon their meeting. "The giant bamboo country is indeed a place worth remembering," Li Qie replied with a smile. The demon monarch placed an ancient box in front of Li Qie. "This visit was in a hurry so I couldn't prepare a big present. I have this little thing here and hope that young noble Li won't laugh." Li Qie looked at the box and didn't move at all. He simply nodded and said, "I accept your goodwill, so I will accept this gift as well." The demon monarch heaved a sigh of relief after seeing Li Qie accept the present. It would be quite a bad start if Li Qie were to reject the gift. The monarch was old and experienced, thus his dealings were meticulous and well thought out as he said, "County envoy Shi Hao had contributed a lot to the stone-treading county. He is dutiful and dedicated. I didn't bring too many things on this trip, but I do have a little gift for you." Shi Hao was stunned as he accepted the gift from the monarch. He was only a small character, an ordinary envoy, so receiving a gift from the monarch was an impossible matter, something beyond his wildest dreams. The demon monarch went on to say, "Our Majesty adores talents and I heard that young noble Li intends to visit the capital once. How about we go to the capital together so I can take you to see Her Majesty? I wonder if this would be acceptable to you?" The ancient pine demon monarch was a man of high position. How could he be so deferential to an ordinary young cultivator? His respectful attitude astonished Shi Hao, but he slowly got used to it. He understood that Li Qie was an extremely amazing alchemist. Li Qie didn't refuse and nodded his head, "Very well, we can go take a look at the capital. Shi Hao will come with me." Prior to this, he intended to stay at Jade Blood Mountain for some time to teach Shi Hao pill refinement, but now Li Qie had decided to take him to the capital. Shi Hao was stunned since he had never been to the capital before. It was a long journey from the stone-treading county to the giant bamboo country's capital. How long would it take for someone with Shi Hao's cultivation to get there? It was nearly impossible unless an expert decided to bring him along. That's good. Shi Hao should go take a look at the capital for more experience and broadening his horizons. Bai Wang added. He could tell that Li Qie wanted to groom Shi Hao. Li Qie nodded his head and said, "Then it is decided." Shi Hao couldn't contain his excitement since he never thought he would have an opportunity to visit the capital. This was one of his aspirations, to visit the heart of the giant bamboo country. After Li Qie made his decision, the demon monarch couldn't help but rub his hands together in hesitation. Young noble Li Qie raised his brows and said, "Say what you want to say." The demon monarch wryly laughed and said, "Recently, I have been collecting ingredients for a 6 transformations fate pill. I've been wanting to refine one to increase my cultivation, but I hadn't met the right alchemist. It is fate that we met today, so I wonder if you can refine a 6 transformations fate pill for me?" He quickly added right after, "As for the payment, young noble Li can just say it." 6 transformations pills were meant for heavenly sovereigns. The demon monarch had cultivated for several thousand years, but his cultivation had been stuck at this bottleneck and couldn't reach the world's sovereign level. Li Qie glanced at him and asked, "Is this a test?" No, please don't misunderstand." The monarch quickly waved his hands in denial and said, "If you don't want to, then just pretend like I never said anything. That was not my intention at all, it is just that I want the pill badly enough that I couldn't help but ask for your assistance." Whether the monarch's cautious and respectful attitude were for show or were actually from the bottom of his heart, it was still the same case. At this moment, he didn't want to annoy Li Qie, a supreme alchemist that the giant bamboo country could only wish for. "Fine, it doesn't matter if it is a test or your desire for the pill," Li Qie said. "Since you showed respect, I will refine one for free this time. Luckily for you, you only want a 6 transformations pill. I would have asked for a sky-high price for one with 7 transformations. A fate pill of that level would bring along a tribulation after all, so I wouldn't help just anyone. 6 transformations pills were for heavenly sovereigns, and 7 transformations pills were for heavenly kings. At the latter level, pill refinement would bring along quite a terrifying tribulation for the alchemist. Because of this, fate pills of 7 or more transformations had prohibitive pricing that only heavenly kings or virtuous paragons could afford. Chapter 619, Refining Pills Like Frying Beans. Thank you, young noble Li. I am very, very grateful. The monarch's mind came back as he quickly took out his ingredients. All of them had transformed 6 times. All of these were good materials whose medicinal spirits had aged for a long time. It was clear from a glance at the materials that the monarch did not hastily gather them as an excuse, he had indeed been gathering them for a long time for pill refinement. "How do you want me to refine it?" Li Qie looked at the materials then back at the monarch. The monarch was surprised, but he quickly answered, "I am only a layman, so young noble Li can decide everything." Li Qie was very pleased with the monarch's attitude. He had always been a person who prefers soft over hard. He smiled and took out the myriad heavenly cauldron. Boom! The cauldron's flame erupted, but Li Qie was too lazy to take a look and casually threw all the ingredients inside. Even in the era of the alchemy god, very few people could compare to him regarding the Tao of alchemy. In this generation, Li Qie could personally refine pills, so after he got familiar with it, the whole process became a piece of cake to him. This type of fate pill refinement was no challenge unless it was an immortal pill. Crack! A sound that resembled beans being fried appeared as the flame that danced like a dragon and phoenix refined the materials inside. Although the monarch was not an alchemist, he was still thrown into a daze while watching the process. Bai Wang had previously told him how Li Qie refined pills, so the monarch was mentally prepared. However, seeing it with his own eyes still left him shaking and breathless. This was the second time Shi Hao and Bai Wang watched, but they were still astounded. Li Qie's style was very stimulating and impactful to watch for alchemists. They couldn't see his process with their current level, but it was the most beautiful scene in the world, at least for alchemists. After a series of crackles, Li Qie shouted quietly and turned off the fire before taking out the pill. In the blink of an eye, a 6 transformations fate pill flew into a gourd. Li Qie threw the gourd towards the monarch and put away his cauldron, then he lightly said, "Okay, take it." Li Qie's appearance didn't look like he had just refined pills at all. Refining high-level fate pills was a great challenge to alchemists. It was both tough and required full concentration. The monarch couldn't calm down as he asked blankly, "It's done. Just like that?" This was the fastest pill refinement speed he had ever seen. No one in the world could be faster than Wuxia. Wuxia drily answered this inquiry. "This is only a 6 transformations fate pill, one without a tribulation, so how long could it possibly take? This is not an imperial pill or an immortal pill after all, those would take some time." Others would think that Wuxia was insane for saying such things. Even an alchemy saint couldn't guarantee success for refining a 6 transformations pill in one go. If it was fast, then it would be 1 or 2 days, slow would be 3 to 5 days. Who could do it like Wuxia? Refining pills like frying beans? But of course, this was normal for Wuxia. He had become proficient after refining pills back at the cleansing incense ancient sect. Moreover, back in the remote times of the desolate era, the age of the alchemy god, Wuxia himself had developed many guidelines. Half of the rules of modern alchemy were from the alchemy god, and the other half were from Wuxia. They were the standards that had been used for tens of millions of years. After reclaiming the canon left behind by the alchemy god, he had trained with the best alchemy Dao in this world. He had practiced many times back in the cleansing incense ancient sect, so his pill refinement had reached the zenith. For him, as long as he put more effort into it, it would not be a problem to reach the alchemy god's level in the past. In fact, he was the one who guided the alchemy god before he achieved his unparalleled success in the Tao of alchemy. At the moment, the only pills that could be considered a challenge to Wuxia were imperial pills, immortal pills, or incomparable items such as imperial medicines and era medicines. Common alchemy creations were nothing to him. At this moment, the three were at a complete loss for words and felt that Wuxia's answer was completely natural and without pretension. Eventually, the demon monarch calmed down and poured the pill out of the gourd to take a look. Pop! The monarch fell straight to the ground. His reaction shocked both Bai Wang and Shi Hao. Bai Wang helped him up then asked, "Demon monarch, what is wrong?" This. How is this possible?" The monarch lost his calm and involuntarily screamed, "This is 90% purity." His hand was shaking while holding on to this 6 transformations fate pill. Bai Wang's eyes were wide open as he looked at the fate pill in the monarch's hand. This was more than just excellent, it was a 90% pure pill with a near golden color. Pop! Bai Wang's legs gave out as he also dropped to the ground and muttered in a daze, "No way. Near golden color with 90% purity for a 6 transformations pill. This color is only something the finest 9 transformations pills from the legends should have." Shi Hao also gasped as he watched this scene unfold. He was a junior alchemist, but he had heard of many legends before. Even a simple-minded fella like him realized how untouchable Wuxia's alchemy Dao was. It was no wonder why those two were so affected. A successful refinement was already amazing for a 6 transformations concoction. This meant that it had 60% purity. A bronze color was already of the finest grade. After all, the potency of ingredients that had only transformed 6 times was limited. As the saying goes, pills are never naked. For alchemists, especially the high-ranking ones, there were 2 standards for gauging the quality of fate pill, purity and color. More often than not, the 6 transformations pills refined by most alchemists might have 60% purity, but they would carry a slightly yellow color that resembled copper. These were already considered high grade. However, Wuxia was able to refine a 90% purity 6 transformations pill with a golden color, so how could others not be shocked? Even a legendary alchemist wouldn't be able to refine such a pill. This was absolutely impossible. Normally, only 9 transformations pills would have 90% purity. It was already heaven-defying for a 6 transformations pill to have 70% purity. Once again, pills are never naked, and only 9 transformations pills should have the near golden color. Despite all of this knowledge, right here and now, this impossibility appeared on the 6 transformations pill, causing the group of 3 to lose their minds. If 6 transformations pills with a bronze color and 60% purity refined by other alchemists were considered high grade, then Li Qia's pill was of an immortal grade. Other pills were merely trash compared to this one. I'm not dreaming, right? The monarch was extremely excited as he held the pill with quivering hands. Such a fate pill wouldn't only increase his cultivation by 60%. This was more than enough to help him break through his bottleneck and directly become a heavenly king. The monarch was even a little reluctant to take such a supreme pill. It could be said that this pill was rare even across the eons and was definitely worth keeping as a precious collectible. You are not dreaming. Li Qia slowly said, you collected only the good stuff. Not only did all the materials transform 6 times, they aged well and had enough medicinal strength. If your materials were a bit worse, then it would have only been at 80% purity. It seems that you have spent a lot of effort collecting them. The monarch composed himself and deeply bowed before speaking with extreme gratitude. The pill you are granting me is akin to a chance at a new life. This little demon has nothing to repay this debt. In the future, just say a single word and this little demon will not say no. The monarch's gesture was not just for show. At his age, he had no chance of reaching the heavenly king realm, so Li Qia's pill had completely changed the monarch's fate. Although sovereigns and kings were only one realm apart, there was a huge gap between the two. More importantly, even if Li Qia was not an alchemy emperor at the moment, he would become one in the future. Although an alchemy emperor did not lord over the world like an immortal emperor, they were still a high and above existence beseeched for favors by countless virtuous paragons. It would be an honor to be of service to an alchemy emperor. Regardless of the alchemy emperor's cultivation, there would be times when virtuous paragons or even immortal emperors asked them for help. Ancient Pine was only a demon monarch, so he knew he was extremely lucky to be in Li Qia's presence. Li Qia leisurely accepted the Ancient Pine demon monarch's bow and nodded his head to say, stand up, get ready to depart for the capital. Ancient Pine and Bai Weng voiced their agreement, then went and waited outside. After they left, Li Qia pushed the box Ancient Pine had given him in front of Shi Hao and said, you take it. But Shi Hao was hesitant and didn't dare to accept it. No matter what was inside the box, the monarch's solemn expression earlier showed that it had to be a wonderful item. Chapter 620, Giant Bamboo Country. Of course, for Li Qia, who had seen countless treasures, no matter what Ancient Pine's gift was, it wouldn't enter his sight. Li Qia said, take it, maybe you will have a use for it. Shi Hao calmed down. He obediently listened to Li Qia and accepted the box. Li Qia added, take whatever you can with you. Perhaps you will stay there from now on after this trip. As long as you work hard, the Giant Bamboo Country will not mistreat you. Shi Hao respectfully replied, I will remember Brother Li's words. He engraved these words into his heart. Outside of those close to him, Li Qia wouldn't easily pass down merit laws or his alchemy Tao to just anyone. His decision to teach Shi Hao was not only because he held high regards for Shi Hao, he also wanted to train him out of love for the Giant Bamboo Country so that it could have an alchemist with high potential later on. Shi Hao went to gather his luggage. He was a bit unwilling at first, but in the end, he made up his mind and decided to go with Li Qia to the capital. He was still young and couldn't contain his excitement. The group followed the monarch to the capital. Ancient Pine was very attentive and acted respectfully as if he was a servant. This was quite a fascinating scene since the monarch was one of the 18 demon monarchs of the Giant Bamboo Country, a great character who presided over an entire domain. But now, he was someone else's servant. This was quite difficult to believe. However, the monarch was clear on the fact that he was allowed to attend to Li Qia because Li Qia liked him. Otherwise, he would not even be qualified to act as his attendant. Meanwhile, Bai Weng played second fiddle to the monarch and took care of the menial tasks. The Giant Bamboo Country's capital was a big and extremely prosperous city where demons and golems gathered. The moment one set foot inside, they would see a gigantic tree growing from the depths of the imperial palace, a tree that towered all the way up into the clouds and covered half of the sky. The capital was enveloped by the shadow of this bamboo tree, creating quite a scenic picture. The lushful green shade of the tree would amaze any new visitor to the city. The name of the country came from this huge bamboo tree. Rumor has it that the country would remain strong for as long as the tree continued to live. Some people believed that the tree was also a lot older than the giant bamboo country. No one in present times could state the origin of this tree, and there were very few writings about it even in the imperial palace. Another legend dictated that this was the divine guardian of the country, that the tree itself was an invincible god that had always protected the country. This was the reason why this country continued to exist for millions of years. Despite this speculation, no one had ever seen the divine guardian take action before. For the past millions of years, the country enjoyed peace free of large-scale wars since no one ever attacked its capital. It was a haven for demons. Although there were many golems here as well, it was still dominated by the demon race. However, the progenitor of the country was neither golem nor demon. Those who didn't know about this particular piece of history would be shocked after learning this fact. The old tales stated that the progenitor was the most amazing goddess or marvelous immortal fairy. It didn't matter whether she was a deity or an immortal, the progenitor was extremely powerful during that era. Although the written records about the progenitor were scarce, it was a huge event in the entire 9 worlds when she founded the giant bamboo country. At its inception, countless sects and tribes from all over the 9 worlds came to celebrate the occasion, including the monstrous existences in the stone medicine world like the Alchemy Kingdom and the Jianlong clan. The most popular rumor was that even the immortal emperor of that generation personally came. Future generations were very skeptical of this matter. They felt that these records belonging to the bamboo country could have been embellished to flatter itself. However, this was not only limited to the country's records. Even the Alchemy Kingdom had the same tales in their historical annals. These few words were shocking enough. All the races and god kings and even an immortal emperor from all over the worlds came to visit. The writings about the progenitor herself were very scarce as well. Some wrote that she was an immortal while others believed that she was a goddess. Her origin and background remained a mystery and was without any records. What kind of existence was worthy of such respect that all the great existences over the 9 worlds came to celebrate? There were some debates regarding the personal arrival of an immortal emperor. This was written in the giant bamboo's records, but other lineages believed that the emperor only sent his congratulations and did not personally attend. Nevertheless, it was clear that even an immortal emperor was alerted of the founding of the giant bamboo country. Such a history was heavily debated in the giant bamboo country and even throughout the alchemy realm. All were confused by why the giant bamboo progenitor establishing her own country was such a big deal. Despite the commotion of its founding, the country had never been powerful enough in the past millions of years to compare to any imperial lineage. In fact, it didn't even belong in the top rankings for great powers, but it had always been at peace. Even until now, no great powers or imperial lineages had dared to attack the giant bamboo country. This always peaceful country followed the system where its royal lord position would be passed down to the most capable person. Thus, despite not being a strong country, it was heaven for those desiring a mundane life, especially for ordinary mortals. Li Chia and his group entered the capital. The 4 of them harbored different emotions and thoughts. Sure Hao, the youngest of the group, was especially excited for his first visiting the capital. He looked around like a country bumpkin visiting a city for the first time and was especially shaken to see the huge bamboo tree that pierced into the clouds. Of course, the boy was ecstatic since his dream was to visit the capital. Today, it had been fulfilled, so how could he not be overwhelmed with joy? As for Li Chia, complex emotions ran rampant as he looked at the huge bamboo tree up in the clouds and the capital below. After so many years, the giant bamboo country was still here. The bamboo tree was still here, but his old acquaintances were gone. After Yenner left, Li Chia still visited the giant bamboo country very often. However, in future generations, every time he came to the stone medicine world, he only stayed outside to look at this old city from afar as well as its vast scenery instead of entering the capital. To Li Chia, this was a place that contained many memories that would evoke sadness upon remembrance. In this life, Li Chia had finally stepped inside the capital. Although the people living here were no longer the same, Li Qie still wanted to see this country established by Yener as well as visit a few places from so many years ago. Since Li Qie was silent, Bai Wang and Ancient Pine next to him especially didn't dare to speak. Only the young Shihao was excited and found interest in everything within his gaze. It was already nighttime when they reached the capital. Ancient Pine had his own mansion in the capital, so he invited Li Qie to his place, saying, "Young noble, you must be tired from the long trip. It is now dark, so how about you stay here and rest?" Li Qie wanted to stay at the capital for a while, thus he was not in a hurry and nodded his agreement. After arranging a place for Li Qie as well as telling the servants to treat him with the utmost care, Ancient Pine quickly entered the imperial palace to seek an audience with the Demon King. "Demon Monarch, what matter requires that you need to see me at night?" Madame Ziyan curiously asked after the monarch asked to see her at this time of day. Ancient Pine quickly said, "Your Majesty, I want to introduce to you an alchemist. You must get him to stay." In addition to being very humble and open-minded, Madame Ziyan was a wise king and always searched for talents. After hearing this, she shook her head and said, "Elder Pine, recently, all the monarchs have been recommending me alchemists. A few of them aren't bad, but you don't need to be so hasty like this." "No, Your Majesty, young noble Li is peerless. Those other alchemists can't compare to him. I wouldn't be in such a hurry if it was an ordinary alchemist." Ancient Pine quickly added, "It is more apt to say that we need to beseech such a supreme alchemist like young noble Li." Madame Ziyan was quite surprised and asked, "He is that great? How does he compare to the 4 alchemy prodigies?" "Those 4 are nothing compared to young noble Li." Ancient Pine quickly answered, "The future alchemy emperor will be young noble Li for sure." "Elder Pine, you have to consider carefully before saying such words." Madame Ziyan was stunned and had to speak in a serious tone. All 18 demon monarchs were experienced and were not the impetuous type. However, Ancient Pine's words just now were very grave, so Madame Ziyan had no choice but to act with discretion. Of course, for Li Qie, who had seen countless treasures, no matter what Ancient Pine's gift was, it wouldn't enter his sight. Li Qie said, "Take it, maybe you will have a use for it." Shihao calmed down. He obediently listened to Li Qie and accepted the box. Li Qie added, "Take whatever you can with you. Perhaps you will stay there from now on after this trip. As long as you work hard, the giant bamboo country will not mistreat you." Shihao respectfully replied, "I will remember Brother Li's words." He engraved these words into his heart. Outside of those close to him, Li Qie wouldn't easily pass down merit laws or his alchemy Dao to just anyone. His decision to teach Shihao was not only because he held high regards for Shihao, he also wanted to train him out of love for the giant bamboo country so that it could have an alchemist with high potential later on. Chapter 621, Recruiting Talents. I am absolutely certain. Here, this is a pill refined by young noble Li where I watched the process with my own eyes. Please have look, Your Majesty. The demon monarch hurriedly handed a pill over. Madame Ziyan's expression greatly changed as she got up from her throne after seeing the 6 transformations pill. She cried out, "Impossible. This fate pill is real." The Demon King's reaction was within his expectations. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it either. Madame Ziyan exclaimed with a pale countenance, 90% purity, golden color. This is the most amazing and peerless 6 transformations pill. The one and only of this generation. Ancient Pine spoke, this situation should only occur in 9 transformations pills, but young noble Li was able to do so for a 6 transformations pill. It is not an exaggeration to say that no one in the contemporary times can match him. After a long while, Madame Ziyan took a deep breath and slowly sat down, then she skeptically asked, "Did young noble Li really refine this pill?" Ancient Pine immediately replied, "I am 100% certain. I swear with the life of my entire family. Your Majesty, this is young noble Li holding our giant bamboo country in high esteem." Then, the monarch retold Li Qia's Dan refinement process. Even a demon king like her couldn't help but gasp after hearing the monarch's story. After some time, she solemnly said, "This is completely unbelievable. If this is true, then isn't he comparable to an alchemy emperor?" Ancient Pine responded, "Even if he isn't one right now, he will definitely become an alchemy emperor in the future. The four prodigies can't compare to him. If our giant bamboo country can keep a talent like this, then we'll rise sharply in the future." Madame Ziyan remained quiet. As a demon king and the ruler of a country, she understood the significance behind an alchemy emperor. If they had one in the future, then guests would come non-stop with an endless supply of people asking for medicines. Virtuous paragons and god kings would gladly stay in the giant bamboo country. If this became reality, then the giant bamboo country would be prosperous just like the golden age of their founding. A supreme alchemy emperor could change one's fate and prevent death. Even if they couldn't reign over the 9 worlds like immortal emperors, their prominence remained strong. Madame Ziyan calmed down and asked with a serious tone, "What is the background of this young noble Li?" Ancient Pine answered, "Young noble Li is a human, a vagrant cultivator that doesn't belong to any sect." "How could that be?" Madame Ziyan pondered for a bit before stating, "All 4 alchemy prodigies are from famous heritages. If young noble Li is this amazing, then he shouldn't be so unknown." Her skepticism was not without merit. Alchemists had a higher status in the stone medicine world than any other world, and a peerless alchemist was even more valued. All the imperial lineages would compete for them. Ancient Pine quickly brought up by Wang's point of view, "We can't speculate the thoughts of extraordinary people. In my opinion, young noble Li doesn't care for fame since he could easily gain prestige, power, and treasures whenever he wants. But why would such a supreme alchemist stay at our country?" Madame Ziyan asked with doubt. Ancient Pine told her Shihao situation, "I think young noble Li has some sentiment for the giant bamboo country. He is also training a disciple who is currently an envoy of ours." Madame Ziyan contemplated again before eventually saying, "It would be best if such a supreme alchemist could stay at our giant bamboo country. This is an opportunity granted by the heavens. However, we need to discuss this further and see if we can find out more about his background." "Your Majesty's worries make sense," Ancient Pine said, "but we might miss this once-in-lifetime opportunity." "I understand." Madame Ziyan nodded and said, "Keep young noble Li here for now. The ancestors and I will discuss this. We need to draw a bottom line if he wishes to stay. As long as we don't have to cross that line, then we'll do all we can to keep him here. I will send people to investigate his background. Your Majesty's decision can't be any better." Ancient Pine praised, "It is best if your Majesty made a decision now and discussed further details later. I will try my best to hold him back, but don't expect more than 3 days. If we cause him to feel unpleasant, then everything will go down the drain." Madame Ziyan nodded and said, "Elder Pine can worry about treating him well. If the ancestors give permission, I will go see him tomorrow." Ancient Pine agreed and was about to leave before Madame Ziyan spoke once more, "Regarding the alchemy conference, you and the other monarchs can discuss it a bit. Try to delay picking the second participant for now. We can decide on the Qing clan right now, but give the decision on the Lai clan more time. Your Majesty wants to use the boy from the Lai clan as a participant for the conference?" Ancient Pine was taken by surprise. "The boy's skill is much worse than the Qing boy." "I'm still thinking about it." Madame Ziyan shook her head and said, "We don't have a better option. Although the Lai clan's inheritor has flaws regarding his alchemy Dao, we don't have many who are better than him. More importantly, the Lai clan has a fire source, so they will always have a good heavenly cauldron. If the Lai boy joins, then he will surely bring his family's heirloom, giving him a great advantage." At this point, she paused a bit before continuing, "What's more, the Qing clan still strongly recommends the Lai clan's inheritor as the second candidate. Although the 2 clans are related, I suppose the Lai boy's conditions are not that bad. The Eagle Demon Monarch had pushed for this several times already." Ancient Pine could only sigh. Although the country was always peaceful, there was no lack of internal political maneuvering. He replied, "If young noble Li stays and participates in the conference, then we can relax and won't need the Qing clan. The Qing boy is far worse than the 4 prodigies, but the 4 are nothing compared to young noble Li." Madame Ziyan slightly nodded in agreement. It would be best if young noble Li agreed to stay and represented us. However, the important part is whether we can accept his conditions or not. Both Ancient Pine and Madame Ziyan believed that a promising alchemist would have astonishing conditions required for them to stay at the giant bamboo country. If one couldn't afford to pay the price, how could they hold on to a supreme alchemist? Ancient Pine remained silent. The giant bamboo country was not comparable to an imperial lineage, so if Li Qia's conditions were too high, then they wouldn't be able to accept them. At this point, Madame Ziyan said, "Elder Pine, you can return now, and treat young noble Li well. I will report this to the ancestors and see their decision." A demon king like her couldn't decide such a grand matter alone. Ancient Pine bowed his head and left the imperial palace. While all of this was taking place, Li Qia was currently staying at the mansion with many servants at his beck and call. Under the command of Ancient Pine, none of the servants dared to slack off, treating Li Qia as their most esteemed guest. After washing his face, he dismissed all the servants. All alone in the room, he absorbed the worldly energy and began to activate his merit law. He was cultivating a law from the death scripture. With the channeling of the law, a white flower floated inside his sea of memories. The sea had 18 petals that had just finished being refined. However, the petals were bleak as if they were made from paper. This white flower was the death record, one of the 4 techniques in the scripture. After successfully creating the death record, each time the user died, one of the flower petals would be activated. At the same time, a huge seal floated inside his body. This seal was formed from extremely complex laws. It was the death seal, another of the 4 techniques. When this seal is completed, if the body suffered any injury, then this seal would carve a supreme law that redirected all the damage to the seal instead, then it would transform this injury into an energy of death. As for the last of the 4 techniques, the death chapter, Li Qia couldn't finish it at this time because it required a huge amount of death energy. After a lot of hard work, the death seal and death record had been completed. Li Qia then heaved a sigh of relief and stood up. He left the room to gaze at the tranquil night sky with luminous stars. Being at the capital of the giant bamboo country made his mind quite heavy with thoughts. On this quiet and solitudinous night, Li Qia couldn't help but think of a certain person, a person who had followed him by his side as his friend. He eventually calmed his sentimental mood and wanted to go to a certain location. Many years had passed and he wondered if it was still there. Without much further thought, he flew there to take a look. In the outskirts of the capital, there was a very small village to the eastern mountain range. This village was very inconspicuous and was under the giant bamboo country's jurisdiction. There were only around 10 families in the village, a few dozen people. It was very ordinary looking and there was a big old house at the end of the village. This old house had lost its splendor, but the architectural style indicated that it was once quite majestic. It was indeed surprising to see such an ancient house in this little village. Chapter 622, Most arrogant throughout the eons. This house was the property of the giant bamboo country, so although no one was staying here, the country maintained this house carefully so that it remained intact. It was the dead of the night, so all the villagers were sleeping. There were only 1 or 2 flickering lights. In the dark, Li Qia stood before the old house at the end of town that had lasted for millions of years with his emotions running rampant. It was still here. He looked at it and past images resurfaced in his heart. The events of old still lingered in his mind as he stepped inside. After tens of millions of years, Li Qia finally came back as if it was just yesterday. Some things were hard to forget. Li Qia had assumed that with the passage of time, he wouldn't be able to remember, but everything was still the same. In this house, he walked from corner to corner. There were no changes inside compared to what he remembered. The scene remained the same, but the people were no longer there. He lit up all the lamps around the house and laid down in the tallest chair in the hall. He slowly closed his eyes and became lost in the past. In the present times, how many people knew that back in the old era, countless strategies that affected the entire 9 worlds came from this ordinary old house? How many knew that in the old era, countless orders that were obeyed by the rest of the world came from this house? How many knew that in that old era, numerous virtuous paragons and god kings stood in this very room, awaiting their next order? Although this was an ordinary house, back in that time, even invincible god kings had to wait by the door for permission before entering. Li Qie gently sighed with his eyes closed. That year, Yenna was only a little girl with a humble origin, but her personality was quite commendable, so Li Qie decided to train her. After being immersed in the past for a long while, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked outside the door with a serious glare. A shadow flickered right outside. Someone was entering, a woman. Her beauty was quite alluring, shaming even the flowers and the moon. An elegant and noble air emanated from her body. With a single glance, it was clear that she held great authority. The woman was stunned to see Li Qie relaxing in the main hall, but very quickly, she regained her leisurely elegance and slowly walked inside and sat down next to a table. Li Qie only gave her a glance before closing his eyes again as if nothing had happened. After sitting down, she took a look at Li Qie, immediately recognizing him as a human. A body of flesh and blood without visible blood energy or cultivation. Only a human could have these characteristics. She carefully gauged him once more. As someone who had weathered countless storms and met many great characters, she still hadn't met anyone as arrogant as Li Qie. He sat in his high chair, not putting anyone in his sight. He was too lazy to even care for the heaven and earth with his supercilious demeanor. However, on this second attempt at judging this arrogant young man full of hubris despite his ordinary appearance, an indescribable temperament could be found. The woman noticed that the little man sitting on his throne didn't emit a terrifying aura, but he had a monstrous blood energy. His leisured pose as he rested with his eyes closed was as calm as the water in a well. This little man before her seemed to be sitting above the 9 heavens as the lord of myriad worlds. Even a god king would need to stand aside with their head hung low. This little man, at first, seemed to appear conceited, but a closer look would reveal that he had an unrivaled style that encompassed the 9 worlds. At this moment, when he closed his eyes to rest, he gave off the feeling that the world would be dark when his eyes were closed, and the world would be bright when his eyes were open. After observing this little man for a while, the woman secretly chuckled and shook her head. How could that be? How could this young man be above the 9 heavens and order the 9 worlds? She also found the whole thing to be quite strange. This place was quite remote and only had mortals around, so why did this young man come to this old building? His relaxed appearance would hint that this was his own home, and he didn't look like a homeless beggar either. After a long silence, the woman finally broke the serene scene. Do you know where this place is? Li Qie opened his eyes and answered with a question. Where is this place? You tell me. The woman smiled in response. I want to hear your opinion. Her voice was very pleasant. It was clear with a touch of gentleness. Li Qie laughed, then closed his eyes again before answering while laying down. This is the place where one orders the 9 worlds, controls the gods, and reigns over myriad realms. The world trembled before any order from this place, and myriad races obeyed every single word. Although this place is small and crowded, it is the frontier of the 9 worlds, the aspiration of all the races and sects, even though they didn't dare to disturb this quiet place. The woman couldn't help but feel like laughing, but she didn't laugh. She looked at the little man ahead and felt that he was too immersed in his own play, how he thought that he was the ruler of this world. Nevertheless, she did find it odd the way he nonchalantly uttered each word. They didn't resemble the words of a boastful liar at all. But that is not the case in my knowledge. The woman spoke. As far as I know, this is the place where the giant bamboo progenitor used to meditate. Rumor has it that whenever the progenitor needed to think about something, she would come here and come up with a solution. That was indeed the case as well. Li Qie said with a smile, but this place was also the commanding throne of this world, a location admired by countless races. Really? The woman jokingly replied after seeing Li Qia's serious demeanor. If this was the location that commanded the world, who are you to sit in such a high and mighty seat? Are you the king of gods? Or maybe the immortal emperor of a generation? Li Qia only smiled to see the woman's doubtful appearance. Of course, it was already good enough that she didn't consider him as someone insane, so he also laughed at her joke before answering seriously, no, what is so good about being the king of gods or an immortal emperor? That would be very boring. Since time immemorial, there have been many immortal emperors, so there is nothing new about being one. It would be very meaningless. The woman was speechless after hearing this response. This was the most arrogant thing she had ever heard in her life. Who were immortal emperors? They were invincible existences that ruled the 9 worlds and all its inhabitants. For millions and millions of years, countless geniuses, both old and young, aspired and dreamed of the day where they could shoulder the heavens' will and become an emperor. Yet this young man said that it was very boring being an immortal emperor. Anyone would think that he was crazy upon hearing this. However, the woman was an open-minded person on top of having great knowledge, so after hearing his reply, she didn't laugh at Li Qia but found it rather interesting instead, so she asked with a smile, if it is boring to be an immortal emperor, then who do you want to be? Or rather, what position do you find interesting? The dark hand behind the curtains. Li Qia couldn't help but smile after noticing her interest and continued, the person behind the countless eras, the one who controls the scenes for millions of years, manipulating the direction of the 9 worlds. Now that is interesting. The dark hand behind the curtains? The one who controls the scenes and manipulates the direction of the 9 worlds. The woman jolted after hearing his answer, repeating his words while in a daze. This kind of thinking was quite surprising and interesting. To be the person behind the curtains instead of an immortal emperor. The woman calmed down and began to playfully joke with the little man. Then would even god kings have to serve this person behind the curtains? Li Qia couldn't help but take another look at this patient woman playing along with him. God kings? They are nothing. If I was the person behind the curtains, then even immortal emperors would come from my tutelage. Training 1 or 2 immortal emperors would be very ordinary. The woman was at a loss for words once again since this one phrase was more outrageous than the previous. Throughout history, who would dare to utter such arrogant words? Teaching 1 or 2 immortal emperors? The woman felt that one couldn't surpass the haughty attitude embedded in such a phrase. However, how could she know that Li Qia was simply telling the truth? For tens of millions of years, Li Qia had been the dark crow behind the curtains. How could anyone know of his past deeds unless they were his followers? The woman broke into a smile and said, so to say, anyone who could sit in this room would all be unbeatable god kings, peerless true gods, or immortal emperors? She didn't sneer at him since she found his ideas to be very interesting. No one would dare to say what he had said. In fact, in her eyes, she felt that although there were many geniuses right now in the stone medicine world, no youth would dare to declare such bombastic rhetoric, outside of the young man in front of her. Chapter 623. The past is gone with the wind. Li Qia glanced at her again and nodded his head, saying, you can put it that way. Unfortunately, you weren't born in that era so you couldn't see it with your own eyes. She couldn't help but play along when the young man answered in such a serious manner. What kind of era was it? Li Qia looked at her and smiled. He was taking a journey back in time. After a while, he slowly spoke. That era was the calm after an endless war, the peace that was earned after bathing the 9 worlds in blood. During that era, when I closed my eyes, the world lost its colors. When I opened my eyes, I gave the radiance back to the realms. In that era, the world was radiant when I was happy, and myriad races trembled beneath my rage. Even the most unbeatable mythical races and invincible existences that could sweep through the realms retreated before my presence. No matter who they might be, if they chose to oppose me, then either stand out and let me massacre them or slumber forever with their tails tucked between their legs. After this prose, Li Qia opened his eyes as a cold glare flashed across his pupils. The woman sitting by the table saw a stunning illusion the moment she caught this glare flashing from his eyes. It was as if she was seeing an overlord sitting above the 9 heavens, unbeatable across the ages. Behind him was a sea of blood filling the sky with endless wailing as millions of enemies were completely massacred by him. He reigned over that era and suppressed all existences that blocked his path, no matter who they were. At that moment, he was determined to accomplish his goal even if it meant killing the rest of the world. After a while, Li Qie couldn't help but rest his eyes again and let out a soft sigh. Recalling that era left him inadvertently fatigued. The woman felt a distortion in time, prompting her to blurt out, "Why was there such an air of murder and hostility? Didn't all the races live together in peace?" She felt as if this young man had truly bathed the world in blood before. Li Qie slowly opened his eyes again to look at the woman. For millions of years, there was one race that would not give up and would always raise its head once more. Then there were those fools and lineages who thought that a few existences would be able to restructure the order of the 9 worlds. There is nothing left to say to these ignorant fools. Only with a bloodbath would we be able to make them understand that we are the rulers of this world. The woman couldn't help but force a smile after hearing Li Qie's answer. She didn't know whether this matter was accurate or not, but she was infected by his atmosphere, causing her to join the play as well. She accepted her role after calming down and looked at the young man ahead before jokingly asking, "If you said that God Kings were here awaiting their orders, then what is me sitting here considered?" Li Qie gazed at her and smiled. "Do you really want a position right here?" At this point, he looked outside with a carefree demeanor. The woman was not in a rush and waited for Li Qie to continue. After a while, Li Qie withdrew his gaze and glanced at her once more. "In the past, I had a divine beast that pulled my chariot. If you want a position, then you can be my driver." The woman was secretly unhappy. Although she was not supreme by any means, she had a great status, so now when the young man asked her to be a driver, it was the same as humiliating her. Li Qie didn't mind her and continued on, "I like having a female driver. Women are careful and good at controlling speed, so the rides are always very comfortable. I had many female drivers before, and I felt that they had done a very commendable job." With great annoyance, she wanted to dispute him, but she rethought it instead and all her anger suddenly disappeared. Why the need to argue with him? This young man was only too immersed in his dramatic play. "I can't handle such a position." Finally, the woman said with a touch of displeasure. Others would surely consider Li Qie insane, but this woman had a great temper and tolerance, so she didn't mind the minor details. Li Qie noticed her expression and smilingly asked, "You feel that being a driver is an affront to you?" Li Qie continued on slowly, "Being my driver is an honor. Those who can stay by my side are all loyal subjects. In this world, what are so great about virtuous paragons? People who are capable of creating their countries or being deified? I could send out any of my followers, even a driver, and they would be enough to suppress a god monarch. Okay, I know you sit above the 9 heavens and govern the 9 worlds, but I really don't fit such an amazing position." The woman snappily replied. Li Qie looked at her and only chuckled without saying anything else. He stood up and couldn't help but look around the room, sighing with a complicated heart. However, this trip to this old house had made him feel better. Eventually, he was getting ready to leave. The woman couldn't help but ask, "You are leaving?" Li Qie didn't turn around and disappeared into the night. The woman was stunned for a while. The young man's words were too outrageous, so outrageous that others would label him as insane. She herself thought that he was too deep in his own delusions. However, the expression that he showed as he left didn't resemble an actor or a deranged maniac. This young man was a person with a story. The woman sat there contemplating the events that had just transpired. During the late night, a young man suddenly appeared and treated this house like his own home, then he continued on to spew out some crazy spiel. After a long time, she regained her composure and shook her head with a smile to dispel all unnecessary thoughts. Tonight, she came to this house to sort out her worries. This had been her habit whenever she faced trouble and needed some time for quiet contemplation. Li Qie left the house but didn't go back to the capital right away. Instead, he took a stroll through the nearby area instead. Sometimes he rode waves or climbed a mountain. Other times, he might be flying over the sky of an ancient city. Li Qia's wound had finally recovered, and he was finally able to be alone after leaving Jade Blood Mountain. He took his time traveling around the giant bamboo country to the same places that he had been to in the past. Sad sentiments filled his heart when he arrived at the place where he had met Yenner. He had trained her and let her stay by his side. The beginning of that era was a time of unhappiness for Li Qia. At that time, he ordered many wise sages to sweep through the 9 worlds and commanded his god monarchs to massacre many lineages and races. The war raged on until the remnants of the ancient Ming race finally lay dormant in this world. His victory was a foregone conclusion at that point during the war. For millions of years, he had participated in many arduous battles and the most tragic of wars. Especially during the era of the ancient Ming, countless people by his side fell one by one, but he still carried on strong. Therefore, this conquest was not considered large in scale compared to the previous ones in his life. However, too much blood was spilled in this conquest. Li Qia ordered the massacre of lineages, even those that belonged to the human, charming spirit, and golem races. He suddenly felt tired during the aftermath. This came as a surprise to him after millions of years had passed. Even during the most miserable eras, Li Qia didn't feel the same level of dejection. The main difference was that during the past eras, wise sages from the human race were his comrades, but during this conquest, he had pointed his butcher's blade towards human tribes. Many people didn't want to ever talk about this conquest, but Li Qia had no choice except to order for the massacre of the 9 worlds. At that time, nothing could stop his determination since he swore to never give up until he disposed of all the remnants of the ancient Ming. He didn't care whether they lay dormant in a tribe or hid in some sects since he stomped even the most powerful tribes and lineages in order to kill these ancient Ming. He didn't want to go back to the era of the ancient Ming since that era was concluded with countless corpses. Numerous wise sages, both young and old that belonged to all the races, participated in that war in order to end the ancient Ming era and herald the start of the prosperous emperor's era. Because of this, he didn't mind killing any existence that dared to protect the remaining ancient Ming. After this conquest, Li Qia grew weary and traveled alone around the 9 worlds. At that time, his mood was quite sour. Just like he had said, during his happy times, the 9 worlds would shine, but when he became angry, myriad races trembled in fear. Later on, he came to this world and met a girl who was as gentle as water, optimistic and tolerant, meticulous and considerate. Upon their first meeting, it started with curiosity, then came her thoughtful accommodation. During that time, she had always been taking care of him. His foulest temper was met with forgiveness. During this period, not too many people dared to stay near him as he raged, but she was always by his side, willing to suffer his wrath. This girl was allowed to stay near the Dark Crow as he personally trained her. After a long time, Li Qia finally escaped his unhappiness while the girl continued to follow him. Li Qia glanced at her again and nodded his head, saying, "You can put it that way. Unfortunately, you weren't born in that era so you couldn't see it with your own eyes." She couldn't help but play along when the young man answered in such a serious manner. What kind of era was it? Li Qia looked at her and smiled. He was taking a journey back in time. After a while, he slowly spoke. That era was the calm after an endless war, the peace that was traded for bathing the 9 worlds in blood. During that era, when I closed my eyes, the world lost its colors. When I opened my eyes, I gave the radiance back to the realms. In that era, the world glowed when I was happy, and myriad races trembled beneath my rage. Even the most unbeatable mythical races and invincible existences that could sweep through the realms retreated before my presence. No matter who they might be, if they chose to oppose me, then either stand out and let me massacre them or slumber forever with their tails tucked between their legs. After this prose, Li Qia opened his eyes as a cold glare flashed across his pupils. Chapter 624, Arrogant Girl. It wasn't until later when Li Qia, inside the Dark Crow, weakened that he entered a deep slumber. At the very last minute, he especially called for her. He told her that if she wanted to seal herself as well for a long slumber, he would give her a hand. However, the girl gently answered, "Master, this world is full of hardships and the path towards the Grand Tao is paved with bitterness. I am already very satisfied to have spent so much time with you as we saw many colorful things in this world together. I am already content, so why the need to seal myself underground and never see the light again?" Afterward, Li Qie didn't force the girl as he entered his deep sleep, never to see her again. Meanwhile, she went back to her old abode and established a country for the soldiers who had followed them to battle. This country was named the Giant Bamboo Country. While crossing the rivers and mountains under the moonlight, Li Qie let himself be consumed by memories for a long time before calming down. All these emotions eventually subsided and disappeared. Tens of millions of years had passed through the vicissitudes and storms of life. The pain had become layers of calluses that encompassed his heart and ran through his blazing blood. Tens of millions of years had passed as countless rains were drenched with the stench of blood and eternal farewells. Li Qie had already gotten used to all of this. Today, he simply became emotional from returning to an old place as his red-hot heart under all the calluses quivered. He finally smiled while standing under the sky of this land, all the sadness dispersed with the wind. Bang, bang, bang. While Li Qie was looking at the scenery, a series of thunderous rumbles appeared behind him. He turned around and saw a horse carriage flying fast in the air. This old carriage carried an insignia with the image of a bow. It was very ancient, as if it had been through countless years. This carriage approached quickly like a bolt of lightning while emitting blaring noises. This old carriage almost struck Li Qie as the driver at the helm shouted, "Get out of the way." Whoosh! A whip lashed towards Li Qie like a serpent. However, the driver was not going to be successful whether he intended to lash him flying or have the whip coil around him and fling him away. The moment the whip got close, Li Qie put on a serious expression and pulled hard as he swept away the driver who was holding on to the whip. Boom! The driver had yet to regain his mind before both him and the whip were sent down from the sky. Meanwhile, the chariot was about to slam into Li Qie at high velocity, but Li Qie paid it no mind and simply swung his sleeve. Boom! Both the carriage and the horse were blown away in the air. As the carriage was about to break from the downward crash, a scowl emanated from inside. A soaring blood energy stabilized the carriage, sweeping through the world like a tsunami as it flew towards Li Qie. Li Qie didn't move and stood there calmly like a pillar shouldering the heavens. Boom! This tsunami of blood energy couldn't move Li Qie at all. A cold and arrogant voice came from the carriage. "No wonder why you dared to touch my carriage, it seems that you have some skill." The clear and frigidly arrogant voice gave chills to all listeners. The carriage's door was opened and a girl walked outside. She carried an arrogant and imposing aura, especially when she looked down from above. Shaming both flowers and the moon was not enough to describe her beauty. She was as prideful as a noble phoenix. She was adorned with an archery dress and had an indomitable spirit amidst her arrogance. Her eyes were as bright as the stars in the night. No one in this world could enter her eyes. Such a bossy atmosphere made others feel that she was a noble daughter who was used to pointing her fingers and getting her way. This girl was like a phoenix who flew out of her golden nest with a noble bloodline. Everything in this world was below her, so she could only look down on them. However, this arrogant girl wasn't only a pretty phoenix with dazzling feathers and a curvaceous body with alluring features, she also had the qualifications to act in this supercilious manner. Her tsunami-like blood energy proved that she was fairly strong on top of having a noble background. It was difficult for such a person to not have some arrogance, especially when she had the skills to back it up. Perhaps her noble background could even scare someone to death. With a glance, Li Qie immediately knew that this girl was a golem with a complete human body, and it was one from birth at that, so it was easy to imagine how great her origin must be. To be born with a complete flesh and blood body. Perhaps her ancestor was an extremely heaven-defying existence, maybe even an immortal emperor. The arrogant girl's eyes narrowed after seeing Li Qie just standing there without answering. She asked coldly, "I'm talking to you, you hear me?" Her focused eyes were as sharp as arrows. Even the slightest change wouldn't be able to elude them. After hearing her harsh inquiry, Li Qie lazily looked at her and responded, "I hear you, what now?" The arrogant girl coldly continued, "Daring to stop my path and flip over my carriage, what kind of punishment do you think is suitable? Will you obediently kneel and beg for forgiveness, or will you wait for me to break your hands?" Li Qie's lips slightly perched after seeing her bossy attitude. He looked at her with one eye and said, "Is that so? Which eye of yours saw me blocking the road? This land is vast, so how can you say that this is your path? Does your house own it? I was standing right here, so you were the blind one running into me. If you are suicidal, don't bring someone else down with you. And now, you're speaking as if you have the moral high ground? Do you think that you can act so cavalier just because you are strong or because you have a powerful family? Of course. If you think you are so skilled, then I don't mind. Since you don't know life from death, do you want to break your hands yourself, or will you wait for me to take your head?" With that, Li Qie lazily raised his hand. When it came to arrogance, who in this world could be more outrageous than Li Qie? Today, Li Qie was in a bad mood already, so he didn't mind assisting someone who wished to die. The arrogant girl trembled from anger. She had always been arrogant on top of having enough power. No matter where she went, both the younger and older generations either gathered around to flatter her or ran away in droves. Today, a guy out of nowhere had the nerve to bluster before her, so how could she not tremble from rage? "Good, very good, well said." The girl was driven to laughter from rage as she glared at Li Qie and arrogantly said, "It seems that I am the unreasonable one. Very well, if you want to argue, then this young lady will entertain you. Don't think that I am a bully. I won't use my clan against a nobody junior like you." "Bully?" Li Qie laughed and said, "Very well, if you want to settle this, then we can talk it out." He looked at her and slowly said, "You think you are reasonable? Acting in such an aggressive manner? A little girl like you who doesn't try to build her character and instead acts like a phoenix raising its tail, don't you feel like you are grossing other people out? Aggressive?" The girl didn't back down and coldly countered, "Which eye of yours saw me acting aggressively? I was only speeding along from north to south, so when was I acting like a bully? This is the vast sky with countless possible paths, I was only going down one of them, so how could that be aggressive in any way?" Even Li Qie was a bit surprised by her swift response. He didn't expect that this haughty girl wasn't slow-witted and was actually very quick and clever with her words. The girl sneered and continued on, "Plus, even if I was acting like a phoenix raising its tail, what does that have to do with you? You are only a passerby, so I can do whatever I want. This is my business, do I need to ask you for permission?" This proud girl was not only pretty and strong, she also had a sharp tongue with a first-class ability to debate. She had an imposing momentum, making it clear that she would not back down against anyone. "I disgust you?" The girl added one last argument, "You are not even equal to an ant in my eyes, so who cares if you are disgusted or not? Should I care for your opinion?" The proud girl was really cruel with her words and didn't show any mercy at all. Anyone who was lacking even a little bit of confidence would run away at once. Of course, Li Qie, who had seen countless storms, was not afraid of anyone. He only smiled and said, "You are right about one thing, my opinion doesn't matter to you. However, you are a girl standing here and running off your foul mouth, so how could we actually reason this out?" Li Qie was not a petty person and had always been more lenient towards girls. However, this leniency was limited to the girls who followed him, the sensible ones who had a sense of propriety. As for the prideful, arrogant, and aggressive girls who always thought that they were right, Li Qie didn't mind being a villain and would not show them any face. He would dominate them with rude retorts. Chapter 625, A Tongue as Sharp as a Blade. Reason this out? The arrogant girl sneered and said, "Oh, this bumpkin who started by attacking me wants to reason it out? Did you lose your confidence?" "Lose my confidence?" Due to his bad mood, he was more than happy to deal with someone who was asking for it. He lazily looked at her and said, an ugly farm girl like you thinks you can make me lose my confidence? I don't see anything about you that can scare me. Your chest. You think your flat chest that resembles a basin can scare me? Or is it your ass that's as dried as tofu? Or is it? Normally, Li Chia wouldn't act as crass as this, but who told this arrogant girl to encounter him while he was in a bad mood? Her aggressive and arrogant attitude made Li Chia lose his will to act cordially. The haughty girl turned red while trembling from anger. She was not only proud because of her strength, but also because of her beauty and figure. Even if she wasn't number 1 in the stone medicine world, she would be within the top 5. She indeed had many suitors and admirers in the stone medicine world. It was a common sight for her to be surrounded by young talents like the moon encircled by the stars. They fawned over her in hopes of the slightest sign of affection or caring words. But now, this nasty man dared to say that her chest was as flat as a basin and her butt was as withered as dried tofu. These words were very hurtful to girls. The arrogant girl pointed at Li Chia while shivering in anger. You brat, what is your name? I want to kill you even though I have never killed a nobody before. Li Chia was too lazy to bat an eye and said, oh? Angry from being ashamed? Earlier, you wanted to reason it out, but now you want to go back on your words? In my opinion, someone at your level should just go back to your mother's arms, not come out to show off. Going back on your words and this untrustworthy. You must have just run out from some wilderness, right? At the very least, you don't seem like someone who comes from a great clan. Disciples from great clans do not stoop down to this level. Staying true to one's word is the most basic of etiquette for these great clans. Of course, if you want to fight, then I'll play along. After all, a village girl from the remote regions like you doesn't know anything about credibility and trust. Such an uncultured girl like you only knows how to use force to solve problems. Okay, I will do it your way. Let us fight and use our fists to resolve our quarrel. Li Chia continuously spewed out malicious words. However, he didn't give a damn since this arrogant girl was not worthy enough for him to maintain a gentleman's bearing. Moreover, he wouldn't even look straight at such a girl, so why the need to maintain a courteous persona? His tolerance and friendliness were dependent on the other party. You. The arrogant girl wanted to vomit blood due to anger. She had always been aggressive, but no one had ever dared to talk back to her, thus Li Chia's cruel rebuttal came as a shock. She took a deep breath and finally contained her urge to kill as she stared at him with her arrow-like glare. She scowled and said, fine, today I will be a reasonable person and won't hold what happened earlier against you. But in the future, you better not fall into my hands, or I'll let you taste the cruel fate that awaits my opponents. With that, the arrogant girl turned around and left very quickly. With a rumble, the carriage disappeared into the night. Li Chia didn't bother to give her a second glance. He stretched his back and didn't care for this matter. To him, it was even more insignificant than a speck of dust. With a gentle brush, this matter of the arrogant girl would be blown away. It was not enough to occupy his thoughts. He looked at the scenery once more before murmuring, Yenner, with me here, the giant bamboo country will continue to stand strong. He then disappeared amidst the high moon. That night, Li Chia returned to Ancient Pine's mansion back at the capital. He went back to his room and slept without thinking about anything else. Of course, no one in the mansion knew that Li Chia had gone on a sightseeing journey throughout the night. The next day, Li Chia lazily woke up. Since it was rare for him to return to the capital of the giant bamboo country, he had quite a good night's sleep. A servant brought him a water basin to clean himself. Meanwhile, Bai Wang was waiting outside. Shi Hao woke up early as well and saw Bai Wang, so he also stood there, waiting with him. Bai Wang greeted Li Chia the moment he walked out. Did young noble sleep well? He felt that serving Li Chia was an honor. To an alchemist, following the future alchemy emperor was the greatest of glories. It was like an expert contributing to an immortal emperor. This would bring honor to their family. It wasn't bad. Li Chia said with a grin. Only Li Chia knew what happened last night. Bai Wang respectfully said, the demon monarch has not returned since he is meeting the other demon monarchs. I'm afraid he won't be back till noon. He said that after coming back, he will take young noble to see Her Majesty. There's no rush. Li Chia smilingly said, today, we will go sightseeing. This is Shi Hao's first time at the capital, so we should buy a few items for him. For an alchemist, skills might be important, but so are the cauldrons and other items that are also required to doing a good job at refining. Bai Wen quickly said, if young noble wants to find a cauldron for Shi Hao, I can ask the monarch. He has a collection of good cauldrons, so maybe one will be suitable for Shi Hao. Li Chia shook his head and said, no need, let me pick one. Bai Wen immediately knew that a regular cauldron wouldn't earn Li Chia's grace, so he said, I am very familiar with the capital and know of several shops with a lot of treasures. Let me lead the way so that young noble can pick. Shi Hao was startled after hearing the conversation between the other two. With some difficulty, he finally managed to step in and say, brotherly, I also want a cauldron, but I don't have many refined jades. Bai Wen couldn't help but smile. He believed that if Li Chia wasn't paying, he would be happy to do so. Of course, he didn't dare to make a decision before Li Chia voiced his opinion. Li Chia smiled and said, don't worry, it is nothing. Leave it to me. But Shi Hao didn't know what to say. Li Chia had given him too many things. Not only did Li Chia teach him pill refinement, but also took him to the capital. To say that Li Chia gave him another chance at life wasn't even close to enough. Shi Hao was a simple fella, so he couldn't articulate his gratitude well. No buts. Li Chia gently tapped Shi Hao's shoulder and said, you've earned it. If you want to thank me, then keep on working hard on your pill refinement and do not shame me. That would be the greatest thanks, understand? Shi Hao took a deep breath while tightly gripping his fists and spoke in the most serious of manners. Brotherly, rest assured, I will do my best and be diligent. At this time, Bai Wen was very envious of Shi Hao. As the proverb says, fortune favors fools. Even if Shi Hao's talents weren't the best, his future would be bright with Li Chia's tutelage. Bai Wen had seen, with his own eyes, Li Chia's skill, so Shi Hao would surely become an amazing alchemist in the future. Let us go. Li Chia told the two and started walking. Shi Hao and Bai Wen quickly followed. However, the moment the group took a step out from Ancient Pine's mansion, they were stopped. It was a young man blocking Li Chia's path, someone with a very haughty appearance. He had more than 10 disciples behind him. The young man arrogantly asked, you are that alchemist named Li, correct? Li Chia didn't bother to look at this type of crowd as he replied, what if I am? The young man sneered, I heard that you want to compete for the alchemist position. You better open your eyes so you don't waste time. The candidates to participate in the alchemy conference have already been decided, and you have no part in it. Be smart and quickly leave, don't dawdle at the capital. Li Chia lazily looked at the young man at this time and asked, competition for the alchemist position? The young man thought that Li Chia got the message and sneered, as long as you know. The capital isn't a place for a human with a dubious origin like you to stay around. It is a dangerous place, so you better be careful or else you'll lose your life. That would be unfortunate. Although it sounded like a warning, it was clearly a threat towards Li Chia. Li Chia burst out in laughter. Such a threat was not worthy of serious consideration, so he didn't even bother asking who the guy was. Bai Wen was slightly taken aback by the young man. He was familiar with the people in the capital, so he immediately knew the young man's identity after seeing the crest embroidered on his vest. Bai Wen responded quickly by inserting himself in the middle of the young man and Li Chia. Then he raised his voice and said, young noble Li Jia, please return. Our young noble does not wish to see you. Reason this out? The arrogant girl sneered and said, oh, this bumpkin who started by attacking me wants to reason it out? Did you lose your confidence? Lose my confidence? Due to his bad mood, he was more than happy to deal with someone who was asking for it. He lazily looked at her and said, an ugly farm girl like you think you can make me lose my confidence? I don't see anything about you that can scare me. Your chest. You think your flat chest that resembles a basin can scare me? Or is it your ass that's as dried as tofu? Or is it, normally, Li Chia wouldn't act as crass as this, but who told this arrogant girl to encounter him while he was in a bad mood? Her aggressive and arrogant attitude made Li Chia lose his will to act cordially. The haughty girl turned red while trembling from anger. She was not only proud because of her strength, but also because of her beauty and figure. Even if she wasn't number one in the stone medicine world, she would be within the top 5. Chapter 626, Second Encounter with the Arrogant Girl. The young man immediately sneered, showing a cold and serious glare as he said, "You have some nerve for a servant. If you know who I am, then you should know that it would be nothing for me to end a servant like you. Scram, I have more to say to your master so that he will understand who this capital belongs to." If it was before, then Bai Wang would back down, but now was different. He didn't want Li Chia to become annoyed and ruin all of their plans. His expression dimmed as he said with a hardened attitude, "Young noble Li Jia, of course I know to whom this place belongs to. It is the territory of Her Majesty, the Demon King. If you have any issues with that, then go talk to the ancient Pine Demon Monarch about it, but please take your leave right now." Bai Wang ended with a shooing gesture by swishing his sleeve. With this gesture, a group of disciples surrounded the young man's group right away. Among them was Ancient Pine's oldest disciple who had a great bearing. The oldest disciple coldly looked at the young man and said, "Young noble Li Jia, please go back and do not disturb our young noble. If not, then you can't blame us for any discourteous actions." The young man's expression became ugly at this threat, but Ancient Pine's disciples outnumbered his, so he was at a disadvantage. He coldly glared at Li Chia standing calmly to the side and deeply scowled. Eventually, he pretended to be kind and smiled. "The capital is quite unpredictable. Watch out or you'll be caught up in the storm without any help. As someone who lives here year-round, I am giving you a friendly reminder that it would be best if you leave the capital." With that, he turned around and left. Bai Wang was quite unhappy with these threats. After the young man left, Bai Wang apologized to Li Chia, "Young noble, this was due to my lacking and I am ready to accept any punishment." Li Chia said dismissively, "It was only a little bickering, I am not that pompous." Bai Wang continued on, "Don't worry, young noble, I will report this to the Demon King right away so that the people from the Lai clan will not dare to cause trouble for young noble anymore." To Bai Wang, Li Chia was a peerless alchemist and a once-in-lifetime opportunity. If he became unhappy and left, then Bai Wang wouldn't be able to bear the sin. More trouble? Li Chia laughed out loud and said, "If he wants more trouble, then let him come. I really like it when people come looking for trouble." It was already a blessing that Li Chia didn't go cause trouble, but now others wanted to provoke him? They could only be tired of living if that were the case. Despite this answer, Bai Wang was still worried and reminded him, "Young noble, that was the young noble of the Lai clan. This clan is quite influential at the capital since they have a fire source. It's quite amazing." "They have a fire source?" Li Chia was slightly surprised and had to ask for confirmation. Bai Wang quickly answered, "Yes." The Lai clan became rich very early on, and they occupied a large piece of land in the middle of the capital. I heard that this was a treasure land with a fire source underground. Because of this, for some time now, the Lai clan always produced amazing cauldrons, so they became quite good at alchemy. They are considered an alchemist clan in the capital. Li Chia couldn't help but smile after thinking about the fire source under the capital. Bai Wen continued on, "The truth is that the Lai clan in the giant bamboo country is not considered a big power. Their strength is not as great as a demon monarch's. However, it is worth mentioning that the Lai clan and the Qin clan, another alchemy clan in the country, are relatives. Sometimes, even the imperial family has to be cordial to the Qin clan. Because of this, the Lai clan became more arrogant from having this backing. But don't worry, this is not a big deal. With one word from Her Majesty, the Lai clan wouldn't dare to touch young noble." Li Qie only chuckled and didn't say anything. To him, both the Lai and Qing clans were only little characters not worthy of further inquiries. If these characters were smart, then they would stay far away from him, lest they suffer his crushing wrath. Li Qie, along with Shi Hao and Bai Wang, ventured into the commercial streets of the capital. Li Qie smiled after seeing the busy avenue. How many people knew that this prosperous capital was only a barren hill a long time ago? Once upon a time, this was an abandoned land with very few visitors. It wasn't until a long time later when Li Qie planted a bamboo tree then collected some life force at this land that people began to migrate here. Then, after some more years, the giant bamboo progenitor established her country and built the capital right here. A big city came from this, protecting the prosperous land inside. Bai Wang was very familiar with the capital, so he led Li Qie to several old shops to find a good cauldron for Shi Hao. However, after going to several shops, they still couldn't find a suitable one for him. During their trip, Bai Wang only acted as the guide and didn't dare to voice his opinion. Li Qie's alchemy skills far exceeded his, so his vision for picking cauldrons was definitely more qualified as well. They went to another old shop. Bai Wang left for a while as Li Qie and Shi Hao looked around in the shop. The owner recommended several decent cauldrons that had great backgrounds, but they also couldn't enter Li Qie's sight. As for Shi Hao, he remained silent the whole time. He had limited knowledge as a junior alchemist. He felt that an ordinary cauldron was already very good. As for those with great backgrounds, he didn't even dare to imagine owning one. Li Qie was in complete control during this shopping trip. After they finished looking around, Bai Wang ran back while being completely out of breath. He quickly spoke to Li Qie, "Young noble, I went and asked around. There is an auction at the Golem Square. The first half of this big auction will contain a heavenly cauldron. It has already been running for a while now, but I obtained some tickets. Do you want to go and take a look?" After hearing Bai Wang, the old shop's owner added, "The Golem Square is not only auctioning one cauldron." When they reached the store, Bai Wang secretly told the owner that Li Qie was an honored guest of Ancient Pine. Who in the capital didn't know Ancient Pine, one of the 18 monarchs? Thus, the owner immediately understood that Li Qie was an extremely esteemed customer. The owner provided an introduction to the auction. "I heard that the place is auctioning 2 cauldrons. The first is in the beginning half as the main draw. The second has an unknown origin since the square won't release it to the public. However, people say that its origin could scare people to death. It is placed at the end of the auction. Only honored guests will be able to participate in this latter half." Li Qie stroked his chin and mused, "Scare people to death, He wanted to see just what this cauldron might be. Bai Wang was good at reading people. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to ask for more information at the Golem Square and obtain an entrance ticket for Li Qie. "Do you want to go, young noble?" Bai Wang asked. Li Qie smiled and answered, "Yes, we should go take a look at this cauldron with the frightening origin." The purpose of this trip was to find a cauldron for Shi Hao. The best places to find cauldrons for alchemists were the most dangerous locations. However, Shi Hao's cultivation was limited and couldn't go to these dangerous places, so Li Qie decided that he would buy a good one for him. The Golem Square was the biggest auction site in the capital. All the items here were either amazing or had a great origin. Not just anyone could participate in the Golem Square's auction. For each of their auctions, they would release a limited amount of tickets. Only those with tickets were eligible to participate, and only the rich or the powerful were able to obtain these tickets. It had to be said that Bai Wang was very attentive since it was not easy to grab a ticket from the square in such a short amount of time. The auction had already started before the group arrived. There were all kinds of strange birds and carriages outside. Just from this sight, it was apparent that all the participants were quite influential. Not long after their arrival, there was a rumbling in the sky as a carriage trod the sky above and landed at the square. The carriage stopped and a girl stepped out. The moment she saw Li Qie, her eyes became sharp like an arrow. The road is always narrow for enemies. the girl coldly said. Bai Wang was aghast and had quivering legs the moment he saw the crest on the carriage. Li Chia heard her voice and turned around to see this girl glaring at him, so he calmly asked, "Who are you? Do I know you?" Li Chia's attitude made the girl tremble with rage. She was the arrogant girl that Li Chia had met last night. Li Chia pretending to not know who she was a bit exaggerated, but he really didn't pay her any mind. If he hadn't met her again today, then he would have already forgotten about last night's encounter. The arrogant girl was even more furious because Li Chia was acting as if he didn't even remember her. This enraged her even more than when he chose to oppose her. Chapter 627, Golem Square. Who was she? She came from a noble lineage, a phoenix among women, a heaven's proud daughter on top of having exceptional beauty with countless admirers, including princes and prodigies. In the alchemy realm and the stone medicine world, many lost sleep thinking about her at night, then they lost their minds upon seeing her, never able to forget her beauty afterward. Yet last night, this brat again and again chose to oppose her in such a blustering manner. And today, he was even acting like he didn't know who she was. His attitude humiliated her and made her want to kill him even more than back when he was spewing out cruel and crude words. Eventually, the prideful girl took a deep breath and contained her urge to kill. If Li Chia was going to act like a stranger, then she would also display the most arrogant posture to meet him. With that, she exhibited a noble and out-of-reach demeanor. Anyone who saw her at this moment would lower their heads. She was already extremely powerful, so with this arrogant aura, others thought that she was a jewel or a goddess on the moon. She looked down with contempt at Li Chia as if he was an ant or an insignificant passerby. After glaring at him, she didn't bother looking at him a second time and turned around to disappear into the Golem Square. Her oppressive aura caused Bai Wang and Shihao to shiver. The two were not like Li Chia, so they had to bend their backs as they were unable to withstand her aura. After she left, they were finally able to heave a sigh of relief. Earlier, they felt as if there was a huge mountain crushing down on them, rendering them breathless. With her departure, they were finally able to see the sun again. Bai Wang regained his composure while still quivering a bit. Seeing Li Chia wanting to enter the square, he quickly pulled on Li Chia's sleeve and asked, "Young noble, do you know the identity of that lady earlier?" Identity? Li Chia spoke leisurely since he didn't care too much for these things. His nonchalant attitude left Bai Wang speechless. He didn't know if Li Chia was slow or just extremely supercilious. Bai Wang took a deep breath and whispered, "Young noble, that little miss was a person from the Jian clan. If I am correct, then she is the golden daughter of the Jian clan." While others were starting a bidding war, Bai Wang asked Li Chia with a blazing gaze, "How is this heavenly cauldron?" He felt that this was already of the finest grade and was completely suitable for Shihao. Li Chia only gave it a glance and said, "Not bad. Not bad, only not bad." Bai Wang couldn't help but stutter, "But the fire source of this cauldron is a vermilion divine flame." Bai Wang didn't know what to say to Li Chia. In his eyes, this was the best of cauldrons, but Li Chia only said, "Not bad." This was the gap between the two. Li Chia didn't hold any interest for the cauldron before him. It was not worth wasting his time for, so he said, "When are they auctioning the other cauldron?" Bai Wang arched his chin over to the right and said, "It will be in the second half of the auction over there. Only the most honored guests, those who bought 3 items from the first half or paid the fee of 8,000 heavenly sovereign refined jades, would be eligible to enter. Of course, honored guests are not required to participate in the first half." Li Chia said, "Then we'll wait for the second half, there is nothing to see here." With that, he started walking away. But Bai Wang was taken aback. However, Li Chia had already started to walk towards the entrance, so Shihao and him quickly ran to catch up. There were guards beside the entrance of the room where the second half of the auction was taking place. Li Chia was immediately stopped when he arrived there. 2 guards blocked his path while one of them coldly said, "Friend, please show the noblest writ. If you don't have it, then please leave." "I don't have one." Li Chia leisurely said, but you guys should be welcoming me inside. This would be an honor for your golem square after all. Li Chia was so arrogant that it caused the two guards' expressions to darken. One coldly spoke, "Are you looking for trouble?" The other one sneered and said, "You should look at where you are standing before looking for trouble. You are at the wrong place." With that, his hand stretched towards Li Chia. Jian Wushuang, matchless arrow. Chapter 628. My time is very precious. The truth was that this sort of thing was no big deal to the auction house. If it happened, then they would only have to teach the perpetrator a good lesson, then kick them out. The golem square was quite powerful, so they weren't afraid of anyone. Boom! Li Chia didn't move at all while the two guards were blown away. With a series of bangs, the two guards shot through several large walls of the auction house before finally reaching the street. This commotion caused an uproar in the auction room as everyone turned around. Some were even startled, and one person shouted, "What is going on?" The finale of the first half was suddenly stopped. The auctioneer was especially shocked to see such a situation. At this location, Li Jia also saw Li Chia, so he sneered, "So it is that ignorant and suicidal human." Dozens of experts from the auction house rushed over to surround Li Chia's group of three. Bai Wang and Shi Hao were frightened pale and had painful expressions. This was going to be bad. At this moment, a person who appeared to be the manager walked out with a cold expression full of murderous intent. The auction was now paused, and many people were looking at Li Chia. Li Jia then used this opportunity to fan the flames. "Sovereign Hu, teach this blind boy a lesson. Break his limbs and hang him outside the city wall so that he won't ever dare to think that the Golem Square is a place for him to show off." It was no wonder that Li Jia hated Li Chia. He was originally one of the chosen candidates to participate in the alchemy conference for the giant bamboo country. Who would have thought that last night, news came that he was temporarily rejected? The Li clan asked around and heard some rumors. The problem was because of Li Chia, so Li Jia immediately went to cause trouble for him early in the morning. Li Jia was happy to see Li Chia not knowing any better and causing trouble in the Golem Square. This was called ignoring the accepting heavens and barging into the unwelcoming hell. Manager Hu of the Golem Square stepped in front of Li Chia. He was called Sovereign Hu because he was a heavenly sovereign. An auction house with a manager at this level was quite incredible, and its might was apparent. Manager Hu spoke coldly, "Friend, if you want to do business, then we very much welcome you. However, if you want to cause trouble, I'm afraid you came to the wrong place." Li Chia relaxedly said, "You are right, I came for business, but those items are not worthy of my consideration, so I wanted to go upstairs for a look. However, it seems that you guys don't want to do business, so if you'll excuse me, I'm not a person who holds back." Li Chia's proud attitude caused the auction participants to chatter with each other in a low voice. They wondered where this human came from to act so boisterously in the Golem Square. Li Jia sneered and said, "Ha ha ha, a no-name junior like you still wants to participate in the second half? Give up on this thought, that place isn't meant for poor brats like you. Fool. Daring to cause trouble in the Golem Square? You are tired of living." He didn't forget to incite trouble so that the square would teach Li Chia a good lesson. Manager Hu's eyes sharpened with killing intent as he said, "Friend, are you purposely causing trouble?" Li Chia was too lazy to argue with the manager, so he threw out a treasure box and nonchalantly said, "Don't waste my time, tell your superior to come out. The second half is about to start." Manager Hu caught the box and opened it for a look, then he immediately closed it. Aghast, he held it carefully with both hands and immediately ordered someone standing next to him, "Quick, go invite the ancestor." Such a sudden development astounded everyone. It all happened too quickly because just a second ago, Manager Hu still wanted to teach Li Chia a lesson. In a short amount of time, an old man with pure white hair approached. His blood energy was hidden, but him merely standing there gave off the feeling of a mountain's immensity. Manager Hu quickly gave the old man the box with a serious expression and also whispered in the old man's ear. After hearing what the manager said, the old man opened the box and was completely shocked. He also quickly closed it. He bowed his head towards Li Chia and said, "Our golem square's people have eyes but can't see empty tie. This old man is apologizing for any offense that young noble might have received. Your arrival at the golem square is our honor and allows the square to become much more radiant." This sudden change left both the buyers and the others in the room stunned, especially those who knew this old man beforehand. They all had to take deep breaths. This old man had a great background and had been renowned since several years ago. With his protection, no one had ever dared to come and mess with the golem square. But now, his respectful attitude towards Li Chia was simply unbelievable. People were curious and wondered what was inside the box. Bai Wang and Shi Hao were surprised as well. Just what could be inside the box to cause the square to change its attitude by this much? Li Chia said slowly, "Okay, no more nonsense. I came to pick up a couple of things and heard that your auctions have decent items in the second half. Now begin, don't waste everyone's time." "Of course." The old man quickly replied, then asked Manager Hu, "How is the first half of the auction?" Manager Hu answered, "Right now, we are auctioning the featured item, the cauldron. It had just begun." The auctioneer added, "The current highest bidder is the young noble from the Lai clan with 16,000 heavenly sovereign refined jades." Li Chia glanced at Li Jia, then told the auctioneer, "I want this cauldron." There was already a feud between the two, so after hearing Li Chia, Li Jia's expression sank as he coldly said, "Right now, I am the highest bidder. Since it is an auction, you should follow its rules. Don't tell me you want to bypass the rules and buy it at a cheap price." Li Chia was too lazy to look at Li Jia as he spoke. 16,000 heavenly sovereign refined jades? He told the auctioneer, "I bid 100 virtuous paragon refined jades." 100 virtuous paragon refined jades. Li Chia's bid caused quite a stir as everyone stared intensely at him. Bai Wang and Shi Hao lost their minds as well. These were virtuous paragon refined jades. They had never seen such a grade before. Although refined jades could be exchanged, that was only in principle. It was virtually impossible to see such a transaction in reality unless one was exchanging jades of a higher grade for ones of a lower grade, or else it would be at a very unfavorable ratio. For example, using a virtuous paragon refined jade to trade for lesser ones such as jades of the heavenly king or heavenly sovereign grade. There would surely be many people who would happily make this deal. However, if one wanted to use these lower grade jades to exchange for a virtuous paragon refined jade, it would be very difficult even if they offered a higher price than the market standard. For cultivators, higher grade refined jades were extremely hard to come by, especially those of the virtuous paragon level. Almost all of them were monopolized by monsters such as imperial lineages. Great powers who had virtuous paragon jades were either extremely strong or had their ancestors accumulate them over a very long period of time. Everyone felt that Li Chia was too outrageous. 100 virtuous paragon refined jades to buy a heavenly cauldron, what could be crazier than this? Li Chia looked at Li Jia and asked, "Do you still want to bid?" At this time, Li Jia's expression was extremely ugly. Although the Lai clan was very rich, he couldn't take out virtuous paragon refined jades. It wouldn't be easy for his clan either. Li Chia lazily said, "Okay, if no one else wants to bid higher, then let it be done." Li Chia's arrogance left everyone helpless. Many alchemists present also wanted this cauldron, but bidding 100 virtuous paragon refined jades or more was too crazy. No, no, no. The old man quickly gave the refined jades back to Li Chia and said, "If young noble wants this heavenly cauldron, then we'll just gift it to you. It is only a little present, it's not worth anything." "Very well." Li Chia looked at the old man and said, "Since you have such goodwill, I will sincerely do business with you." The old man's first order of business was to gift the cauldron with a vermilion divine flame fire source to Li Chia. Everyone was astonished. Just what was it that made the old man so generous? Shi Hao and Bai Wang were scared silly. A cauldron with the value of 100 virtuous paragon refined jades was given away with just one phrase. This was too unbelievable. They couldn't understand the life of the rich. The old man personally led Wuxia into the place where the second half of the auction was taking place. It was even more extravagant and luxurious. Each honored guest had their own room where they could clearly see the auction stage. Here, one could choose to sit on the balcony in the open and feel the atmosphere of the auction. And if they didn't wish to show their face, they could just stay in the room and be out of sight. The old man led Wuxia into his private room. When Wuxia sat down, the heavenly cauldron was already packaged. The old man personally handed it over to Wuxia and said, "Just a small gift. I'll happily accept it then." Wuxia accepted the cauldron and didn't bother looking at it as he handed it over to Bai Wang, calmly saying, "Bai Wang, you have worked hard as my guide, so this cauldron is for you." The old man was not surprised at all to see Wuxia's action. If he could take out that thing, then it made sense that the cauldron was nothing to him. However, it was different for Bai Wang. He shivered in shock and stammered, For me? It was the most precious item he had ever received in his life. The truth was that this sort of thing was no big deal to the auction house. If it happened, then they would only have to teach the perpetrator a good lesson, then kick them out. The golem square was quite powerful, so they weren't afraid of anyone. Boom! Wuxia didn't move at all while the two guards were blown away. With a series of bangs, the two guards shot through several large walls of the auction house before finally reaching the street. This commotion caused an uproar in the auction room as everyone turned around. Some were even startled and one person shouted, "What is going on?" The finale of the first half was suddenly stopped. The auctioneer was especially shocked to see such a situation. At this location, Li Jia also saw Wuxia, so he sneered, "So it is that ignorant and suicidal human." Dozens of experts from the auction house rushed over to surround Wuxia's group of three. Bai Wang and Shi Hao were frightened pale and had painful expressions. This was going to be bad. At this moment, a person who appeared to be the manager walked out with a cold expression full of murderous intent. The auction had stopped and many people were looking at Wuxia. Li Jia then used this opportunity to fan the fire. "Venerable Hu, teach this blind boy a lesson. Break his limbs and hang him outside the city walls as an example so that he won't ever dare to think that the Golem Square is a place for him to show off." Chapter 629, Auction. Wuxia quite liked Bai Wang. In addition to being an alchemist, his experience and insight were both very rich. Wuxia had decided that Bai Wang would be the guide for Shi Hao, so he said, "When Shi Hao joins the palace for training later on, he will need you to watch over him. Rest assured, young noble, I will take good care of Shi Hao." Bai Wang solemnly stated his commitment. At this time, the old man from the square asked Wuxia again in an earnest manner, "Young noble, may I check it again?" With Wuxia's permission, the old man unlocked the seal on the box again and observed the item inside with a serious expression. He looked back and forth and even sniffed it as part of a very meticulous process. Bai Wang and Shi Hao were also curious and wanted to see as well. However, it was blocked by the old man's hand, so they couldn't see it. After finishing his check, the old man respectfully asked, "Will young noble sell this to the square, or do you want to auction it?" "Auction." Wuxia said, "I don't want refined jades, only other items. As long as others have things that can interest me, then I'll trade. But if not, then if the square has something I like, you guys may have it." "I understand," the old man replied. He didn't find it strange at all since Wuxia easily threw out 100 virtuous paragon refined jades. With such a style, it meant that Wuxia was not part of the nouveau riche or someone who got lucky with treasures along the way. He must have a great background. The old man had seen countless people and knew that Wuxia was as formidable as a dragon hiding in the depths of a swamp. If Wuxia didn't lack refined jades, then only unique treasures would be able to interest him. The old man guaranteed Wuxia, "Don't worry, young noble, the Golem Square will not disappoint you." A few ancestors with earth-shattering backgrounds are coming to the auction, and I'm sure they will be interested in your item. Shi Hao and Bai Wang were both gasping after hearing this. The old man was referring to ancestors from great powers, and perhaps even those from imperial lineages. This type of character was extremely renowned, people they could never come into contact with. That would be good, Li Qie calmly said. At this time, manager Hu asked, Ancestor, a few guests still haven't arrived yet, should we start the second half now? The old man looked at Li Qie, then nodded his head and said, Begin, time is precious. Those who are late will have to miss out on this once-in-lifetime opportunity. Manager Hu obediently bowed and went to carry out the order while the old man carefully put the treasure box away. He told Li Qie right afterward, Just let us know if you need anything, young noble. I have to go take care of something now. Li Qie nodded his head as the old man took his leave. There were only maids left in the room. A maid brought a tray forward with a plaque on it and told Li Qie, Young noble, this is a token of friendship from our master. It is a noblest writ from our golem square. We hope that you will visit us in the future. These writs were only given to demon kings and ancestors from the great powers with high status. Those who held these writs were the most esteemed guests of the square. Ordinary people could never reach this level. Bai Wang was very familiar with the capital, so he was shaken to see the square's writ. In the country, even the 18 monarchs didn't have one, only the demon king did. But now, the square gave Li Qie one of them. This was being too generous. Li Qie didn't bother looking at it and casually handed it over to Shi Hao. Shi Hao was stunned since he had never held an item that represented such high status before in his life. When the auctioneer stepped onto the stage, Li Qie said as he sat on the balcony, The auction is about to begin. Let us see what items the square can take out. Bai Wang and Shi Hao stood right behind him. This was their first time attending an auction of this level, so they were able to expand their horizons. There were many private rooms as well as occupied balconies in this auction hall. Some rooms were pitch black with indistinct figures. In this situation, many liked to show their face while others preferred to be hidden. However, regardless of their preference, they all had great backgrounds and fame. Bai Wang, standing on the balcony, was able to recognize many big characters with his great knowledge, so he murmured, Nine Fingers Alchemist, the Flowing Water Valley's Flood Dragon Monarch, the Heavenly Flame Stone Saint, the Giant Stone Royal Lord. However, among those on the balconies, there was only one person who Li Qie was familiar with. A girl as arrogant as a phoenix displaying its fine feathers was in front of everyone. This was the arrogant girl who had grievances against Li Qie, the descendant of the Jian clan, Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's eyes became cold when she saw Li Qie sitting on another balcony. She quickly shifted her glance away from this sight that annoyed her. Of course she would not act friendly with him. The auctioneer spoke while standing on the stage. Honored guests, the auction today formally begins now. This just happens to be our annual auction, so the items this time will surely catch your interest. Our golem square wishes for everyone to have a fruitful venture so that you will not feel as if this was a wasted trip. The first item was brought up. The auctioneer said, This first item is an appetizer. Since our stone medicine world has the highest concentration of alchemists, I'm sure many friends today are high-level alchemists. I'm confident that this first item will please the alchemy crowd. He then opened a trunk. It was full of purple soil as a violet aura spread out with great energy. This is the finest soil to cultivate medicines, violet heart mud. It is suitable to grow all types of medicines and grasses, especially the soulgrass variety. Of course, there is no further need to describe its effectiveness. Although it is only one trunk, it is more than enough to grow one root of any medicine that you like. The starting bid for this violet heart mud is 30,000 heavenly sovereign refined jades. An alchemist immediately bidded, 40,000 heavenly sovereign refined jades. For alchemists, medicine cultivation was a very deep field of research. All of them wanted to grow the best spirit medicine possible. Cultivation materials, soil, fertilizer, and the techniques were all extremely important factors. A good medicine might be hard to find, but it was even harder to find good soil. In the world of alchemists, good soil was always sought after, let alone the stone medicine world with its strong alchemy background. 50,000 heavenly sovereign refined jades. Another big shot named a higher price. One immediately followed suit, 80,000. 100,000. After many rounds of bidding, the Violet Heart Mud was finally sold for the high price of 800,000 heavenly sovereign refined jades. The second item was brought up and introduced by the auctioneer. The second auction item is a bottle of longevity blood. This is the blood of a 2,300,000-year-old longevity spirit that operates at night. I don't need to explain the benefits of this longevity blood. This is the best of the best, something that all heavenly kings desire. The starting price is 400,000 heavenly king refined jades. The moment the introduction was over, many great characters were shaken. In the present times, many heavenly kings were in control, but many of them were very old and on the verge of death. Longevity blood was the main ingredient for creating longevity medicines. This bottle was definitely the best for heavenly kings of any level. Suddenly, these big characters in the chamber could no longer sit still and started a fierce bidding war. In the end, this bottle of blood was sold for 3,700,000 heavenly king refined jades. The next few items were all rare treasures and were sold at exorbitant prices since the majority of the buyers were all big shots. One or two items were sold at unbelievable prices. During the process, Jian Wushuang was a big spender. Her bids were always much higher than others, giving off the feeling that this lady has too much money. Because of this, people were reluctant to compete with her even if they wanted the item. Moreover, most of the big shots here were from great powers, and some of them were of the ancestor level. However, Jian Wushuang was the golden daughter of the Jian clan, and the Jian clan was an imperial lineage. Ordinary people didn't dare to compete with her while the ancestors didn't want to compete with a junior like her. Outside of Jian Wushuang's lavish spending, there was another young man who was also very generous. He raised the price of one item to an outrageous level and bought it without any hesitation, suggesting that he was also not lacking in money. Meanwhile, Li Qie didn't bother looking at the items. They were too common for him, so he was too lazy to bid. Bai Weng and Shi Hao were different, especially Shi Hao since he was still young and inexperienced. Today, all the items before them were supreme treasures. They wouldn't dare to dream of these items before, but now they had the fortune of seeing them in person thanks to Li Qie bringing them to the second half of the auction. All the spirit medicines had been auctioned off, so everyone was waiting for the rumored heavenly cauldron to appear. Finally, it was taken out onto the stage. It had the appearance of a tree stump, very archaic looking. It didn't have an oppressive aura, but it had a profound Tao intent. The auctioneer introduced this cauldron. The next item is this heavenly cauldron. The first thing to note is its amazing background. It came from the alchemy kingdom. These words caused the audience to clamor as all eyes gazed intensely at this cauldron. Chapter 630. Imperial Cauldron. One grand character immediately asked in a serious tone, "A cauldron from the alchemy kingdom? Which alchemy emperor did this belong to?" "Dear honored guest, this cauldron was owned by the Hundredgrass Alchemy Emperor and followed him when the emperor was still young. Anyone who studied the alchemy kingdom knows that the Hundredgrass Alchemy Emperor was one of the greatest regarding plant cultivation since the start of time. His usage of the cauldron was not limited to pill refinement. It contains many benefits regarding growing plants. Because of his great skill at cultivating plants, he was called the Hundredgrass Alchemy Emperor. However, after becoming an emperor, he focused on immortal pill refinement instead, so he thought about switching to a different cauldron. Eventually, he found one that was more suitable for pill refinement, so he exchanged it with the cauldron that he had used for the first half of his life. The auctioneer was able to provide the history of the cauldron quite well. Surely the Golem Square had spent a lot of effort on this matter. A demon king inquired, if this heavenly cauldron belonged to the Hundredgrass Alchemy Emperor, then why did the Alchemy Kingdom let it be lost in the outside world? The Alchemy Kingdom was a behemoth in the alchemy realm as well the entire stone medicine world. One sect with 3 emperors, How formidable was this? Not to mention that it even produced 4 alchemy emperors. Although alchemy emperors were not comparable to immortal emperors since they couldn't sweep through the world in an invincible manner, they had a prestigious status and great fame. Since the start of time, both eternal existences and god kings would need an alchemy emperor eventually. Sometimes, even immortal emperors would need alchemy emperors. The kingdom's first immortal emperor was also its progenitor, immortal Emperor Yaozu. He used the Tao of alchemy to become an emperor, so he was not only an immortal emperor but also an alchemy emperor. Thus, he was both the first immortal emperor and the top alchemy emperor among the 4 in the alchemy kingdom. Li Qiye only smiled and didn't respond to her provocation. However, the generous young man didn't stay silent. Compared to Jian Wushuang with her bottomless pockets, he was a lot more cautious. 2,050,000. This type of bidding was meant to show his determination to own the cauldron, but at the same time, his intent of not offending Jian Wushuang. 3 million, Jian Wushuang didn't double the bid this time, but it was still a frightening number. The remaining bidders simply shut up and didn't dare to bid any longer since they couldn't match Jian Wushuang. 3,050,000, the generous young man raised it by 50,000 once more. However, no one could stop Jian Wushuang's momentum as she continued to raise her bid to an intimidating level, 4 million. The auction became the playground of the young man and Jian Wushuang. Her bids made it very difficult for the young man. He had no choice but to stand up and slightly bow down towards her direction. Goddess Jian, I know you are interested in this cauldron, but you are not an alchemist, so you might not need such a cauldron. However, Jian Wushuang was always arrogant and never gave anyone face no matter who they were. Whether I need it or not is none of your business. The generous young man was still courteously bowing as he said, of course, it is none of my business. But honorable goddess Jian, this cauldron is very important to me. My Huangfu clan and the alchemy kingdom are in-laws, so now that the kingdom's cauldron has been lost like this, it makes me, an alchemist, feel very terrible. I want to win this auction and then give it back to the alchemy kingdom. I hope that goddess Jian will show magnanimity. As long as you agree to let me have this cauldron, you can ask for anything from me. What? Are you saying that this young lady is coveting something that belongs to you? Also, this young lady doesn't lack anything. Jian Wushuang spoke with an imposing aura. Her arrogance was boundless regardless of her opponent. Although her attitude was distasteful in the eyes of others, it also showed that she was an arrogant and confident person. No, no. The generous young man understood her personality, so he hurriedly apologized. That is not what I meant. What I was trying to say is that, in the future, if Goddess Jian has any order, then just say a word and I'll carry it out right away. Her arrogant character loved it the most when people flattered her. She nodded her head and said, very well, Huangfu Hao. Today, this young lady will give you some face. If you bid 5 million, then I won't compete with you anymore. The young man named Huangfu Hao quickly told the auctioneer, I bid 5 million. Although such practices were not compliant with the rules, today, the price of this cauldron was exorbitant already, so even the Golem Square chose to turn a blind eye to what had just played out. Sure enough, Jian Wushuang kept her word and no longer bidded after Huangfu Hao raised the price to 5 million. One grand character immediately asked with a serious tone, a cauldron from the alchemy kingdom? Which alchemy emperor did this belong to? Dear honored guest, this cauldron was owned by the 100-Grass alchemy emperor and followed him when the emperor was still young. Anyone who studied the alchemy kingdom knows that the 100-Grass alchemy emperor was one of the best regarding plant cultivation since the start of time. His usage of the cauldron was not limited to pill refinement, it contains many benefits regarding growing plants. Because of his great skill at plant cultivation, he was called the 100-Grass alchemy emperor. However, after becoming an emperor, he focused on immortal pill refinement instead, so he thought about switching to a different cauldron. Eventually, he found one that was more suitable for pill refinement, so he exchanged it with the cauldron that he had used for the first half of his life. The auctioneer was able to provide the history of the cauldron quite well. Surely the Golem Square had spent a lot of effort on this matter. A demon king inquired, if this heavenly cauldron belonged to the Hundred-Grass Alchemy Emperor, then why did the Alchemy Kingdom let it be lost in the outside world? Chapter 631, Money is one thing I don't lack, the auctioneer declared, 5 million. Going once. Does anyone want to bid higher? At this time, no one else wanted to bid. Although this cauldron was very amazing, this was a price as high as the heavens, a price that very few people could afford. It was not worth it to utilize all of their wealth just for one cauldron. Huang Fu Hao was relieved to see no one else bidding. With this cauldron, he could earn some favor with the Alchemist Kingdom. However, before he could finish heaving his sigh of relief, a voice came along, 10 million. The bidder was Li Chia, sitting leisurely on his balcony. His calm demeanor rendered others into disbelief. It was hard to imagine that this huge number came out of his mouth. After naming such a price, Shi Hao and Bai Wang both shivered and felt their knees giving way. Huang Fu Hao wanted to vomit blood from anger. It was a struggle to convince Jian Wushuang to show mercy, but now another troublemaker came out of nowhere. What was even more frustrating was that this troublemaker doubled the price. Bai Wang was reminding Li Chia that it was best not to create animosity with Huang Fu Hao. Li Chia sat on his balcony and nonchalantly asked, "What does all of that have to do with me?" Bai Wang didn't know what else to say. He wasn't clear whether Li Chia didn't get the point or if he was just extremely confident. Very few in this world dared to not put the Huangfu clan into their sight like this. Bai Wang took a deep breath and whispered again, "Young noble, Huang Fu Hao himself is quite formidable as well. He is considered the fifth alchemy prodigy and has great talents. If he didn't spend so much effort on cultivation, then perhaps he would be part of the four. I heard that he had reached the Heavenly King realm for some time, but the more dreadful part is that his golden stone gaze has the same power as his forefathers." Bai Wang was only a minor character. If he could take a step back to realize the immensity of the heaven and earth, he would do so, unlike Li Chia's more aggressive approach. Just as he said, Huang Fu Hao was indeed strong. He was a golem with an indescribable noble background and a flesh and blood body at birth. However, his eyes remained that of stone. This was a pair of invincible golden stone eyes that could be found from his forefathers, quite a rare occurrence. Normally, atavism would result in the body reverting to stone and becoming weaker. It was very rare that someone undergoing atavism would inherit their forefathers' strongest bloodline. And Li Chia was still as calm as ever. At this point, Bai Wang knew better and kept his mouth shut. Li Chia was not a kid that was seeing the world for the first time. His nonchalant attitude regarding Huang Fu Hao made Bai Wang think that Li Chia was even stronger than what he had imagined and that he had underestimated him. At this time, Huang Fu Hao really wanted to kill Li Chia. His glare towards Li Chia contained a murderous glint. He took a deep breath and bit his teeth, deciding to risk it all, 16 million. That won't do. Li Chia said with a smile, "You have to understand that I am no longer bidding with the lowest grade of refined jades. I am bidding 16 million jades of the Rising Era Paragon grade. If you are simply bidding jades of the conventional level, then you have to bid more than 30 million. When most people talked about Virtuous Paragon refined jades, they would refer to the lowest grade used by early era paragons. Although both were Virtuous Paragon refined jades, one grade's gap was the difference between heaven and earth. One Virtuous Paragon refined jade contained an unbelievable amount of worldly energy, so the difference of just a single grade had an unreachable gap. Everyone present became dumbstruck after hearing this. One of the demon kings stood up and lost his voice. Refined jades meant for Rising Era paragons. What the hell? Everyone felt that Li Chia was messing around too much. Normally, people would use the lowest grade for any given level of refined jade unless further specified. Huang Fu Hao became red due to uncontrollable anger. Even if he had the support of the elders, 15 million regular jades alone was pretty much all of his wealth. However, if they were of the Rising Era Paragon level, then even if the Golem Square allowed for him to trade and the buyers agreed to take his early era Paragon jades, he would have to spend at least 30 million. This was an amount that he simply couldn't afford. At this point, the auctioneer on the stage couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. This number was simply too scary. Chapter 632, Alchemy Foul. Eventually, with an ugly expression, Huang Fu Hao dropped back down onto his chair and gave up on bidding. He couldn't afford such a price anymore, so what else could he do except give up? He could only watch Li Qie win the heavenly cauldron. 15 million refined jades of the rising era paragon level. Any higher bids? On the stage, the excited auctioneer's hand was shaking while holding his wooden gavel. Who else would dare to bid when the price was already this high? Eventually, the auctioneer slammed his gavel to conclude this round as he spoke with his trembling voice. 15 million rising era paragon jades. The cauldron belongs to this young noble. In the end, the buyers could only come to one conclusion: there are too many lunatics these days. One demon king couldn't help but utter, there should be a limit to being wasteful. This level of profligate behavior is just unreasonable. Only a madman would spend 15 million rising era paragon jades. This was indeed a supremely prodigal son. The next treasure is a weapon from the foreign Dao. Infected by the last auction, the auctioneer's mood was at an all-time high. In the private room, the workers from the auction house brought the heavenly cauldron over. Li Qie casually handed over a spatial pouch to the workers to pay for the item. Afterward, he threw the cauldron towards Shi Hao and said, "Keep doing your best. If you want to own this cauldron, you must spend a great deal of effort to harmonize with it. However, as long as you keep working hard, it will eventually accept you. At that point, your achievements in the alchemy Dao will be able to reach a much higher level." The workers were astounded by Li Qie's actions. They had seen many wealthy men and big characters, but spending millions of virtuous paragon refined jades for a cauldron to casually gift to a friend as if it was mere rubbish. Such extravagance was beyond cure. They had never seen this type of person before. Shi Hao was shaking with fear. When the cauldron was thrown his way, he quickly jumped to grab it tightly as if he was afraid of dropping it. An item worth millions of refined jades made him afraid of it touching anything at all. He struggled to calm down and prostrated on the ground while exuding his uncontrollable appreciation. "Big brother. I will definitely not let you down." He was a simple man. Countless words formed in his mind, but only this phrase left his lips. Li Qie nodded and said, "Be diligent. This cauldron is indeed great and has a natural affinity towards medicine. With it in the future, you will gain many benefits when cultivating plants. The more important part is that this cauldron has refined imperial pills before, so it will increase your pill refinement level by a notch." At this point, Shi Hao could only nod his head repeatedly. He didn't know what else to say to express his gratitude while Bai Wang watched on with admiration. Countless alchemists yearned for such a cauldron to no avail. Bai Wang understood that all of this was possible because Li Qie valued Shi Hao and wanted to train him. Several auctions went by, and the next item was a living creature. A fowl was raised to the stage, resulting in quite a dazzling spectacle. It emitted waves of immortal lights along with a medicinal fragrance that caused others to salivate. An experienced alchemist sniffed the aroma and became lost in his indulgence while murmuring, "Nine dragon saliva aroma, Dao wood profound aroma, immortal river lotus aroma. How beautiful are these fragrances! So supreme." Another famous alchemist stood up in astonishment and stared at the chicken in disbelief as he lost his voice. "Impossible. Could this be a legendary alchemy fowl?" "Sir, you have great insight." The auctioneer replied, "Correct. This is an alchemy fowl. They are extremely rare in this world, and this is our first time auctioning one in the Golem Square in the capital. Other great characters could handle it, but the alchemists here could no longer bear it." "Is it really an alchemy fowl?" They all stood up and gazed intensely at the fowl. An alchemy fowl. Bai Wen couldn't help but shiver while standing next to Li Qie. He opened his eyes wide and wished to examine every inch of the beast carefully, not wanting to miss even a single feather. He gasped and said, so alchemy fowls do exist in this world. They are divine items in the eyes of alchemists. To have one is, Bai Wang was at a loss for words since he felt that this was a divine creature. Any alchemist in the world would love to have one. This prompted Shi Hao's inquiry, what kind of chicken is an alchemy fowl? He was still young and didn't know the effects of an alchemy fowl, but after noticing the many astonished alchemists, he knew that this chicken must be very amazing. Bai Wang's gaze was still fixated on the chicken as he replied, it is a long story, but in short, that chicken is everything an alchemist could want. Li Qia was also staring at this chicken along with the others. Among them, the alchemists were the most affected since the chicken could only be found in their dreams. The chicken had been sealed, so it sat motionlessly with its head looking down, acting indifferent before everyone. Although it had been captured, it still showcased its arrogance. The auctioneer quickly spoke, alchemy fowl, I believe that the fellow alchemists here understand this creature more than I do. It can eat insect kings, capture poisonous creatures, protect spirit medicines and grasses, and its excrement is the most fertile soil in this world. More importantly, its nature is to protect medicines and plants, so it can find materials that others won't be able to. With one watching your alchemy farm, there would be no need to worry about poisonous insects or anything else. There would also be no need for fertilizing water. The auctioneer's continuous explanation made the alchemists salivate. Even without his explanation, these alchemists would know the amazing effects of the alchemist fowl. However, the others present began to want it as well. An alchemist with great achievements in the past watched the fowl for a bit, then asked, why does this alchemy fowl seem so dejected? The auctioneer answered, honored guest, you should know how hard it is to capture one of them. After all, these creatures would avoid imprisonment at all cost. In order to capture this one, we had to invite 3 virtuous paragons. This was quite difficult and costly. In order to catch it alive and watch it for year after year, the 3 paragons chased after it for millions of miles before perfectly sealing it. Think about it, to eventually be caught after so much struggling, do you think it would still be excited? Everyone felt that this answer made sense. It was harder to capture a divine beast like the alchemy fowl alive than it was to reach the heavens. Without 3 paragons, it would have been virtually impossible to catch the fowl. The auctioneer patted his chest confidently and said, of course, our Golem Square guarantees with our reputation that this fowl is unharmed, so fellow guests can buy it without any worries. It wasn't just alchemists, which lineage didn't grow medicinal grasses. Therefore, all of these sects would have even more grasses if they had an alchemy fowl. May I take a look at this alchemy fowl? In fact, it wasn't only Bai Wang's group who were interested in the fowl. Li Qia was staring at the chicken as well. Sure. The auctioneer quickly ordered the handler to place the chicken in Li Qia's hands. A god of riches like Li Qia, of course, had special privileges. Not too many people were able to throw around money like trash in such a domineering manner like him. Li Qia gazed at the chicken for a long time before voicing his praise. It is indeed a good chicken. Then, he handed it back to the handler. The arrogant Jian Wushuang, who was sitting on the balcony of another private room, asked, are we about ready to start? What is the starting bid of this alchemy fowl? She seemed to be very interested in the chicken. The chicken was brought back to the stage, whereupon the auctioneer answered, the starting bid for the alchemy fowl is 500,000 virtuous paragon refined jades. What, 500,000 virtuous paragon refined jades? An honored guest bemoaned, are you trying to rob us? Honored guest, this item has great value. The auctioneer calmly spoke, fellow honored guests should all know that there are no virtuous paragons among the younger generation, and there are only a few paragons among the middle-aged generation. This is common knowledge. Current-day virtuous paragons all established themselves 30,000 years ago or even earlier. All of them are ancestors of the great powers. This little one doesn't need to explain the situation of these ancestors. They are sealed underground and secluded from the world. Think about it, in order to invite 3 virtuous paragons to come out and give chase for millions of miles just to catch this alchemy fowl, fellow guests should be able to imagine the monstrous price we had to pay. Refined jades are precious, but blood era stones are even more valuable, right? The guests looked at each other and felt that the auctioneer was being quite reasonable. Inviting 3 virtuous paragons to come out was indeed costly. However, the starting bid of 500,000 virtuous paragon refined jades was simply too high. Even the most esteemed guests were immediately swept out of the door by this frightening starting bid. Eventually, with an ugly expression, Huang Fu Hao dropped back down onto his chair and gave up on bidding. He couldn't afford such a price anymore, so what else could he do except give up? He could only watch Li Qia win the heavenly cauldron. 15 million refined jades of the rising era paragon level. Any higher bids? On the stage, the excited auctioneer's hand was shaking while holding his wooden gavel. Who else would dare to bid when the price was already this high? Eventually, the auctioneer slammed his gavel to conclude this round as he spoke with his trembling voice. 15 million rising era paragon jades. The cauldron belongs to this young noble. In the end, the buyers could only come to one conclusion: there are too many crazy people these days. Chapter 633. Priceless fowl. One alchemist bit his lips and shouted his bid, 510,000. However, this alchemist's bid was short-lived since Jian Wushuang from the Jian clan doubled the bid, 1 million. This type of bidding method made everyone speechless and upset. No one wanted to be a fool by raising the price so much, but what could they do? All the buyers here knew the background of this arrogant girl, so they could only accept it. Who was to blame for her having so much money? 10 million, however, right after Jian Wushuang's bid, another explosive bid was made. The honored guests' hearts skipped a beat after hearing this bid. Is he crazy? Everyone looked towards the direction of the bid and found that the person who raised the price to an astronomical amount was Li Qia. They were all stunned and had no words to say about this rich baron. Jian Wushuang's doubling of the price was already hard to accept, but Li Qia raising it by 10 times caused them to lose their minds. They gazed at each other in amazement. 10 million, this was a price not too many people in this room could afford. The auctioneer shivered on the platform and thought that he had misheard, so he had to repeat, 10 million? He had been doing this for a while, and this was his first time seeing someone raising the price by 10 times. This was simply too outrageous. Correct, 10 million. Li Qia nonchalantly replied. Bai Wang and Shi Hao felt helpless as well, but they had already become numb to such a feeling. In the beginning, Li Qia's high bidding style scared them silly, but now, they had gotten used to it. At this point, Jian Wushuang glared at Li Qia. It was clear that he wanted to oppose her. After a while, she turned away and arrogantly proclaimed, 20 million. This was met with Li Qia's relaxed tone. My bad, my refined jades are of the rising era paragon grade. Jian Wushuang laughed proudly and retorted, my refined jades are also of the rising era paragon grade. She looked at him again and issued a challenge, no matter how much money you can put out, I will follow it to the very end. She looked as if she had too much money to spend and wanted to kill someone by throwing money at them. Who was to blame for her being the golden daughter of the Jian clan? Rumor has it that the clan only had one daughter, so how could she not be arrogant? The buyers, at this time, were completely speechless. Many alchemists lamented their lack of luck, but they knew better and gave up on this competition since they couldn't compare to these two rich fellas. Li Qia only gave her a stern glance, then shifted his gaze and smiled before slowly speaking, you really want to follow along to the end? I'll bid 100 immortal emperor refined jades. At this time, countless people stood up all at once and exclaimed, what? How could anyone be crazier than this? Bai Wang and Shi Hao, who were numbed by this, dropped to the ground. Bai Wang was quivering as he stuttered, young master, these are immortal emperor refined jades you're talking about. One had to know that immortal emperor refined jades were 1,000, no, 10,000 times more precious than virtuous paragon refined jades. It was very difficult to obtain them, so since the start of time, their owners were either immortal emperors or imperial lineages. Great powers couldn't get their hands on them, unless their ancestors were once loyal to immortal emperors and were rewarded with these jades. I know. Li Qie said with a smile. Li Qie didn't only go to the dangerous burial grounds. No one else knew that below the Yin Yang Pond in the Golden Palace, he hid many supreme treasures and even refined jades. After being around for tens of millions of years, his wealth had reached a monstrous amount. Although grooming the group of immortal emperors like Min Ren spent an unbelievable amount of wealth, it also allowed him to regather a monstrous amount as well. In the past, before his departure, Li Qie conveniently left behind a bunch of refined jades in the Golden Palace, but immortal Emperor Qianli didn't use them, so when he came back, he casually took them away. The buyers felt that this was too outrageous. Is this necessary? Using immortal emperor refined jades to trade for an alchemy fowl? Although the alchemy fowl was indeed very valuable, it wasn't to this degree. Immortal emperor refined jades were extremely rare. A few great powers, after obtaining them, would just hide them away and wouldn't use them without caution. But now, Li Qie was using 100 immortal emperor refined jades to trade for this chicken, making others think that he was insane. Such a prodigal son. Many from the previous generation didn't know what to say. They had seen many young masters throwing money away like trash, and they also did the same when they were young. However, compared to Li Qie, all of these young masters were quite frugal in comparison. He could scare people to death by spending immortal emperor refined jades like this. Many people had never even seen this kind of jade their whole life and didn't know what they looked like. Everyone at this scene had their breaths taken away by Li Qie's frightening bid. The auctioneer was completely stunned. The Golem Square was quite famous in the giant bamboo country and the alchemy realm, ranking among the top 5. And among the auctions he had hosted, the auctioneer could count the times when immortal emperor refined jades were used with his hands. However, this was his first time seeing someone immediately bidding 100 of them in an instant. Amidst the silence, Li Qie reminded the auctioneer, if no one else is bidding, then give the 3 final calls. The auctioneer regained his composure and quickly called out, 100 immortal emperor refined jades, going once. Jian Wushuang bit her teeth once and deepened her tone to say, I bid 105 jades, I can pawn a treasure to provide this amount. The person in charge of the Golem Square quickly said, if Miss Jian didn't bring any immortal emperor refined jades, then you can just write it down as credit, there is no need to pawn anything. He could feel sweat beads dripping down his forehead. Since Jian Wushuang was the golden daughter of the Jian clan, the Golem Square allowed her to put it on her credit. An imperial lineage like the Jian clan wouldn't renege on a payment. However, she was obviously not confident this time and didn't go about doubling the bid like before. She only added 5 jades this time. The truth was that 5 jades were already scary enough, ordinary people simply couldn't afford this sum. 200 pieces. Li Qie, however, threw out this number nonchalantly without even batting an eye. This time, the doubling of his previous bid finally caused Bai Wang and Shi Hao to directly kneel on the ground. They wanted to scream out, Boss, these are immortal emperor refined jades, they're not ordinary jades. His bid nearly made Jian Wushuang vomit blood from anger as she sharply glared at him. If they weren't in an auction house right now, she might have already taken care of him. Li Qie met her gaze and lazily said, how high can you go? Just be direct, 1,000 or 10,000? His arrogant demeanor enraged her. She had always been arrogant without a care for anyone, but today, Li Qie had suppressed her pride, so how could she not be furious and burn with an intent to kill? She sat straight down and didn't say anything, nor did she bid again. Although she was unbridled with her pride, she was not stupid. She couldn't handle Li Qie's provocation, but she had no choice other than to step down. Using several hundred or 1,000 immortal emperor refined jades to buy one alchemy fowl was too insane. She couldn't spend this many jades for such a creature. As the golden daughter of the Jian clan, she had always been pampered by her family. They, indeed, had a lot of immortal emperor jades, but it wasn't to the point where she could lavishly waste them. Despite her arrogance, she still had a sense of propriety. 200 immortal emperor refined jades, going once. The excited and quivering auctioneer shouted. Many people were silent. Besides ancestors from imperial lineages, very few could afford to pay this amount. Eventually, the auctioneer slammed his gavel as Li Qie spent 200 immortal emperor refined jades for one alchemy fowl. The silent buyers had two separate trains of thoughts. Some of them believed that Li Qie was crazy while others said that he was the most prodigal son in this world. Bai Weng stuttered as he asked Li Qie, "Young master, was this worth it?" Li Qie only smiled, and others didn't see the nuances in the matter. The others believed that he was being wasteful, but he himself felt that it was completely worth it. Several other treasures were brought up afterward, but no one bid as crazily as Li Qie. Jian Wushuang scored 2 treasures among them. Li Qie no longer bid. Although these treasures were not bad, they were not worth him taking action. It is my honor to introduce the next treasure, a rock left behind by immortal Emperor Wan Shi. After hearing this, one buyer voiced his concern. "I thought the Golem Square was going to place this rock as the last item of the auction?" The auctioneer answered, "Honored guest, excuse us, but there was a sudden change. The next item will be the featured item, so this rock could only be considered second to last." This stirred up the buyers. Prior to this, many honored guests had a list of the items up for auction, but now, there was a sudden change. Such an occurrence was quite rare. This would only happen if this last item had an even more intimidating background. Chapter 634, Immortal Emperor Wan Shi's Rock. After seeing that no one else was talking, the auctioneer cleared his throat and said, "This rock was left behind by Immortal Emperor Wan Shi. Many of you are golems, so I don't need to introduce Immortal Emperor Wan Shi too much. Something left behind by Immortal Emperor Wan Shi." Some buyers were startled after hearing this. Immortal Emperor Wan Shi was the first emperor of the golem race. He dated back to the Desolate Era and could be considered one of the oldest emperors. His background was up for debate, but many of the future generations believed that he hailed from the golem race. Those who held this view believed that Immortal Emperor Wan Shi once stated that he used to be a rock, so the future generations believed that the emperor sensed the heaven and earth and eventually gained life. However, many questioned this view because his background was still muddy. He was a mystery among the emperors. They only knew that he used to be a rock, but his exact origin and sect were unclear. However, one irrefutable claim was that the golem race had considered him to be their first immortal emperor. When he was still of this world, he did not deny this claim. As one of the oldest emperors and the first of the golem race, Immortal Emperor Wan Shi did not leave behind a lineage. During his era, he suddenly disappeared one day, and no one knew why. The auctioneer went on, "Everyone knows that the emperor didn't leave behind a lineage, but he himself left behind a rock. Legend states that his inheritance might lie in this rock, and whether there was only one rock or not is up for debate. However, our square guarantees that this rock was indeed left behind by the emperor." At this time, the rock was placed on a tray. It was very ordinary looking. If it wasn't for the fact that this was an auction of the Golem Square, everyone would think that it was a random pebble picked up from the streets. One of the buyers asked, "How can one be certain that this rock was something left behind by Immortal Emperor Wan Shi?" The person in charge of the square didn't say much and instead pressed down on the rock. It was as if his finger penetrated through the rock. Whoosh! In an instant, the rock emitted a brilliant light as waves of imperial aura exploded. The ordinary rock was as vast as a sea. The man then withdrew his hand, and the light disappeared as the rock regained its ordinary appearance. All the buyers took deep breaths. The moment the power of the imperial aura exploded, they all knew that this rock was certainly something left behind by an emperor. One person couldn't contain his excitement and asked, "What is the starting bid for this rock?" All the capable buyers were trying to prepare themselves mentally. Such a treasure would definitely have a frightening price. This was also why some ancestors came to the Golem Square. It was just for this treasure. This time, it will be an exchange. The auctioneer answered, "The owner of this item does not need refined jades, He only wants ointments or divine restoration medicines. The owner is here at this moment, so if honored guests have any great restoration medicines, just take them out. As long as the owner needs it, the rock will belong to you. Everyone gasped silently in response. To trade something left behind by an emperor to cure a wound, just how terrible could this wound be? A few wounds went beyond physical ailments. Some of them left behind eternal and incurable damages, and only sacred medicines of a heaven-defying level would be able to cure them. However, using medicines to trade for a rock of this level caused all the alchemists to be very excited because this was within their domain. One alchemist stood up and called out his item. I have here 100 injuries powder, it's my own unique mix. A voice came out from a private room. The level of 100 injuries powder is too low. No one could see who was inside the dark room, but it was surely the owner of the rock. He interrupted the alchemist since he needed a better ointment for his injury. A stone king stood up and said, my sect has a spirit serpent cure grass with a 1,000,000-year-old spirit. It can cure injuries of a virtuous paragon. The owner interjected again, I have already eaten a 3,000,000-year-old spirit serpent cure grass, and it was completely ineffective. Next. Huangfu Hao from the Huangfu clan spoke, my clan has a small bottle of soul-rending immortal powder. There's not a lot, but there is enough for one application. An alchemist was shaken after hearing this name. The soul-rending immortal powder is a supreme medicine of the alchemy kingdom. This powder was very famous in the stone medicine world, and ordinary people couldn't obtain it. If the Huangfu clan didn't have an in-law relationship with the alchemy kingdom, it wouldn't ever have the chance to obtain some. This supreme medicine of the alchemy kingdom. The owner pondered for a moment and said, it would be effective, but one bottle won't do. If you have a pot full of it, then I would trade with you. After hearing this, everyone present had to gasp. Clearly, the owner had used soul-rending immortal powder before. Anyone who could use such a medicine must have a frightening background. Just how terrible was his wound? Huangfu Hao sat down dejectedly. He would never be able to gather an entire pot's worth. The clan struggled just to obtain one small bottle. Outside of a great character from the Alchemy Kingdom's imperial family, who would be able to have so much? I have a box of sacred jade cure water, I have a soul-returning clay flower. Momentarily, many alchemists reported their items, but all were denied by the owner. Surely he was mortally injured. The ointments mentioned by these alchemists had stunning effects, but the owner did not need any of them since they couldn't cure his injury. While the others were offering their items, Li Qiye sealed the space around him and put 5 petals of the immortal injury peony into a box. Meanwhile, the buyer's medicines were all denied by the owner. Eventually, no one could take out something better than what had already been mentioned. The owner was slightly disappointed and gently sighed. If anyone has a way to introduce me to a high elder of the alchemy kingdom so that I can trade for soul-rending immortal powder, then I will reward them. The owner's wound was taking a turn for the worse and needed sacred medicines to cure it. However, the buyer's sacred medicines were not things the owner needed, so he had to make this deal. The participants glanced at each other. It was easier said than done to gain an audience with the royal family of the alchemy kingdom. They all turned towards Huangfu Hao. If there was someone here who could gain an audience, then it would be him and him alone. Huangfu Hao could only show a bitter smile. How could it be easy to be acquainted with a high elder from the imperial family of the alchemy kingdom? Even an ordinary virtuous paragon wouldn't be able to gain an audience. At this time, Li Qiye gave the box that contained the petals from the immortal injury peony to a worker of the square. I have a little something here. Show the guest and see if he needs it. Many suddenly looked towards Li Qiye's direction. They were very curious about what was in the box. Twice in a row, Li Qiye acted extremely generously, so it was hard for him not to attract attention at this moment. The worker brought the box to the other room right away. Afterward, the owner's exclamation came from the room, "This thing actually exists in this world?" His shout caused everyone to look at each other, then back at Li Qiye as they tried to guess his background. With such a frightening style of bidding on top of having a supreme restoration medicine, just who could this young man be? Could he be from an imperial lineage or the progeny of an alchemy emperor? However, both of these types of people would be famous in the stone medicine world, yet Wuxia was a nobody where no one knew his identity. From the private room came the voice of the owner. If this young noble is willing, I agree to trade with you. The owner was very anxious since he needed Wuxia's items. Although it was only 5 petals from the immortal injury peony, it was already a supreme immortal medicine capable of curing all wounds. Since it was called an immortal medicine and was capable of even curing Wuxia's fatal injuries, other wounds would definitely not be an issue. Deal. Wuxia said with a smile. At this point, everyone was curious to know what Wuxia traded to the owner. What could be even more valuable than soul-rending immortal powder? They worked their brains to the limit but couldn't think of a better ointment than the powder. While the other buyers were both shocked and lost in speculation, the auctioneer spoke. Very well, the next item is also the last, the ultimate finale. Honored guests, let us come together to end this auction in a magnificent manner. Everyone became even more attentive. The rock left behind by immortal Emperor Wuxia was supposed to be the finale, but now it had to give up its spot. They were curious to see the item that caused something left behind by an emperor to lose its spot. On the other hand, Wuxia, who was sitting on the balcony, was very relaxed and calm. He, of course, knew what the next item would be since he had asked the Golem Square to auction it for him. The item being auctioned was being carried onto the stage under countless gazes. The tray had an item that looked like a sweet potato. One couldn't see what was special about this ordinary-looking thing. After seeing that no one else was talking, the auctioneer cleared his throat and said, "This rock was left behind by immortal Emperor Wuxia. Many of you are golems, so I don't need to introduce immortal Emperor Wuxia too much. Something left behind by immortal Emperor Wuxia." Some buyers were startled after hearing this. Immortal Emperor Wuxia was the first emperor of the golem race. He dated back to the Desolate Era and could be considered one of the oldest emperors. His background was up for debate, but many of the future generations believed that he hailed from the golem race. Those who held this view believed that immortal Emperor Wuxia once stated that he used to be a rock, so the future generations believed that the emperor sensed the heaven and earth and eventually gained life. However, many questioned this view because his background was still muddy and unknown. He was a mystery among the emperors. They only knew that he used to be a rock, but his exact origin and sect were unclear. However, one irrefutable claim was that the golem race had considered him to be their first immortal emperor. When he was still of this world, he did not deny this claim. As one of the oldest emperors and the first of the golem race, immortal Emperor Wuxia did not leave behind a lineage. During his era, he suddenly disappeared one day, and no one knew why. Chapter 635, Longevity Fruit. Big shots like Demon Kings and Stone Kings looked at each other in confusion. However, the Golem Square had a gold-studded reputation and wouldn't auction ordinary items. One Demon King curiously asked the auctioneer, "What is this thing?" "This little one is not exaggerating, this item is truly rare." The auctioneer explained, "I'm afraid not too many people here today know about it. This is our Golem Square's first time seeing this thing, and the second time our boss has seen it." One Stone King lost his patience and urged, "Okay, don't keep us guessing, just tell us what it is." The auctioneer smiled and said, "This is an incredible king medicine, and it could even be called an immortal medicine. Fellow great alchemists, please take a careful look. You will be able to recognize it immediately." Eventually, one alchemist as old as a fossil stood up. His clouded eyes opened up wide as he emotionally stuttered, "No. Can this be the legendary longevity fruit?" "What? Longevity fruit?" The speculation of this old alchemist left the venue in shock. All the other alchemists stood up and focused their eyes for a better look. One alchemist whispered, "Longevity fruit, although it is a fruit, the fruit appears at the area of its roots. With the shape of a potato, it has a shade of purple in the dark." He then lost his voice and shouted, "This really is the legendary longevity fruit." After hearing the confirmation, the ancestors hiding in their private rooms all cried out, "Longevity fruit." Inside these dark rooms came burning bright glares. Elder Li's vision is quite keen, truly worthy of being a renowned alchemist in our alchemy realm. The auctioneer praised the old alchemist who was the first to recognize the fruit. Fellow guests, this is correct, this is indeed a longevity fruit. One old alchemist emotionally muttered, longevity fruit. I have been an alchemist for 5,000 years, but this is my first time seeing one. The auctioneer said, fellow guests, a longevity fruit has one root and two fruits, this is one of the two fruits. Our golem square is auctioning this in place of its owner. All the buyers were breathless, especially the ancestors from the great powers. Just prior to this was the difficult Tao era, so new virtuous paragon didn't appear. Thus, all the current virtuous paragon's ancestors were those who had slept for tens of thousands of years or even longer. They relied on blood era stones to seal themselves deep underground for their slumber. These characters had limited lifespans. A few of them were even on the verge of dying and didn't want to come into being until the very last moment. They desired medicines that could prolong their life more than anyone else. Influential great powers, especially imperial lineages, tried their best to buy these longevity items for their ancestors. Although these longevity medicines had exorbitant prices, they were the most common form of life prolongment and had always been greatly sought after. Imperial ancestors ate these medicines like meals, but it was not an everlasting panacea. Eventually, the ancestors would keep using them until the effects diminished to the point where they would have to find rarer spirit grasses and immortal medicines to prolong their lives. The auctioneer spoke unceasingly, fellow guests, I know that there will always be someone in need of this longevity fruit. In fact, even if fellow guests do not need it, you can still buy it as a gift for your elders. It would be an amazing filial offering. The auctioneer talked and talked, but the buyers were mesmerized by the longevity fruit, so they didn't mind his constant ramblings. This fruit was far too rare, so just looking at it a bit longer was a fortune in and of itself. In fact, the golem square was working to increase the impact of this matter. The auctioning of an item like this longevity fruit was prohibitively rare since owners of them would normally never put them up for sale. If the square had the ability to auction such an item, then its prestige would rise substantially and it would have even more customers in the future. This longevity fruit would become a source of fame to them, so they even waived the usual entrance fee. Honored guests. The auctioneer finally arrived at the main point. Our boss has personally appraised it. This fruit can increase one's lifespan by 600 years. 600 years. The ancestors could no longer sit still, and all the buyers felt their hearts beating faster. Everyone present had one or two elders or an ancestor back in their clan. Nothing could be better if they could give this fruit to their ancestor. It was incredible to prolong a virtuous paragon's life by 600 years. They could continue to be buried underground for a much longer time. To a lineage, if an ancestor ate this fruit, they would be able to contribute much more to the sect and could come into being several times later in the future. That's right, this is not an immortal medicine but, in fact, is even better than one. The auctioneer concluded, regardless of how many longevity medicines your ancestors has taken or what level they have reached, as long as they are not an immortal emperor or the highest level of God King, this fruit would absolutely be able to increase their lifespan by 600 years. Of course, ancestors who had taken this fruit before would have diminishing effects, but I trust that the ancestors in the stone medicine world that have tasted this fruit before can be counted on one's hand. Cultivators of different realms use different longevity medicines. As for the extent of life prolongment, it would depend on each person's circumstances. However, the longevity fruit neither cared for levels nor was affected by the previous usage of other longevity medicines. It would always increase one's lifespan by 600 years. This was a precious length of time for a near-death big shot. In fact, just as the auctioneer had stated, those who had tasted this supreme and rare fruit in the stone medicine world were exceedingly few in number. While the buyers were drawn in by the fruit, Biyao glanced at Wuxia. At this time, he understood what Wuxia had brought to the golem square. He took a deep breath at this point and wondered for a bit. If Wuxia could take out even a longevity fruit, then what does the giant bamboo country have to attract him? Right now, It was not Li Chia asking the country to allow him to stay, it was the country begging for him to stay. Shi Hao, on the other hand, didn't think too much about it. He only curiously stared at the supreme longevity fruit. As for Li Chia, only a smile could be found on his face. The longevity fruit was something plucked from the lost garden of the immortals by him and Lan Yunju. The two of them managed to grab many king medicines. Since the start of time, only around 3 people had made it to the lost garden. King medicines were as common as vegetables in this garden, so one could imagine how many Li Chia had plucked. Others wouldn't dare to dream about immortal medicines like the ancestor ginseng, but Li Chia had quite a few of them. The longevity fruit was something Li Chia casually took out since he wanted to see if the golem square had something worthy of his attention. The longevity fruit had 2 stems, so Li Chia took the fruit with the younger spirit and kept the other fruit capable of prolonging one's life by 800 years. While the others didn't mind continuing to look at the fruit, one ancestor from a great power eventually voiced his question as he could no longer stand waiting. How will you sell this longevity fruit? What is the starting bid? The auctioneer replied, this fruit is being auctioned for an esteemed guest. This guest does not need refined jades, so he will only trade item for items. All the buyers here were well versed in this style of exchange. Someone who could take out a longevity fruit wouldn't give a damn about ordinary refined jades. The type of person who could produce supreme treasures would only trade with items. The auctioneer said, the esteemed guest is here as well. Everyone will only need to take out an item. After half a minute, if the owner does not ask for it, then we'll move on to a different person. The moment these words came out, all the buyers quickly planned ahead. Some did an inventory check on their treasures to see if there was anything that could tempt this mysterious owner. A bit later, the auctioneer slammed his gavel and proclaimed in a serious manner, very well, let the auction begin. Anyone can bid now. An ancestor in a dark room started with his bid. I am willing to trade a divine monarch's life treasure for this longevity fruit. This offer startled many others. Divine monarchs were true experts among virtuous paragons since they were eternal existences. A person who could take out such a treasure must be an incredible character. However, a treasure of the divine monarch level couldn't get into Li Chia's sight, so he didn't bother looking at it. Since the owner didn't answer, the virtuous paragon could only sigh. Before another ancestor could name his price, an older alchemist seized the opportunity and said, I will use my clan's alchemy scripture to trade for this fruit. My Nanhu clan is renowned for its alchemy even in the alchemy realm. However, these words went into one ear and escaped from the other. No alchemy scripture could compare to the canon in Li Chia's possession. The alchemist laughed wryly after not getting a reply. He understood that the owner didn't like his clan inheritance. In a different room, another ancestor spoke at this time. I have a Saint Physique law for the diamond Saint Physique. I am willing to trade this law for the longevity fruit. But of course, this item also couldn't pique Li Chia's interest since no law in the present times could compare to his physique law. Chapter 636, Mysterious Wooden Horse. I have a life-saving order writ from the Jianlong clan. As long as you have this writ, no matter where you are or what danger you are facing, the Jianlong clan will do their best to guarantee your safety. Another hidden ancestor spoke. These words shocked everyone. The Jianlong clan was a monstrous existence, the only existence comparable to the alchemy kingdom in the stone medicine world. With its protection, one wouldn't have to worry about offending anyone. However, this writ also couldn't tempt Li Chia. The arrogant Jian Wushuang stood up and spoke in a serious tone, I will trade a supreme secret technique for the longevity fruit. Li Chia didn't budge. In fact, he didn't even open his eyes. As there was no response from the owner, Jian Wushuang gritted her teeth and lowered her tone once more, I have 3 drops of immortal emperor longevity blood. If the owner is willing, then I will use the supreme technique along with the 3 blood drops to trade for this fruit. Jian Wushuang didn't need the fruit, but she had an elder who really needed it. The rest of the buyers were shocked as they exclaimed, what? Immortal Emperor longevity blood? This was something coveted by everyone due to its peerlessness. Even imperial lineages might not have some. However, this still was not enough to make Li Qie open his eyes. Both Bai Wang and Shi Hao were astounded by these incredible treasures. They had never seen so many ungraspable items before, but now they were revealed as offers. Bai Wang shuddered and reminded Li Qie that is Immortal Emperor Longevity blood. Li Qie still didn't respond, making Bai Wang understand that Li Qie didn't care for Immortal Emperor Longevity blood either. Bai Wang couldn't help but feel afraid, not caring for such a level of treasure, too domineering. Jian Wushuang also sat down in frustration after getting no response from the owner. This was her second time being defeated today. The first time was her pride being trampled by Li Qie. Now, the owner also didn't react to Immortal Emperor Longevity blood, so how could she not be frustrated? The other big shots all listed what they had, resulting in quite a cornucopia of items that included weapons, treasures, king medicines, and manuals among other things. However, Li Qie still didn't bat an eye. After the other buyers offered their items, one hidden ancestor finally spoke, "I have a little wooden horse." He was very unwilling, but ultimately, he still mustered his will and made the decision to say, "I can't say what this little wooden horse can do right now, but it is something left behind by the Immortal Emperor Patriarch from my clan, a treasure of the utmost importance." The ancestor was still quite hesitant and full of remorse, but he really needed the longevity fruit. "If the owner is willing, then I will trade this wooden horse for the longevity fruit." He was afraid that the owner wouldn't be able to see the horse, so he told the workers from the square to bring a tray over. This was a very normal tiny horse carved from wood of a gray color, not too eye-catching. The group stared at the horse, and no one could tell how this was valuable, but this ancestor was able to become an esteemed guest at the square, not to mention that he introduced his patriarch as an immortal emperor. Even if outsiders couldn't guess its background, it would surely not be a scam. Li Qie opened his eyes after hearing the words, "little wooden horse." After a while, on the balcony, he told the worker from the square, "Bring that wooden horse here so that I can take a look." After hearing this response, the auctioneer immediately told this great power's ancestor, "The owner agrees to see your little horse." Good. Very good. The ancestor was in urgent need of the longevity fruit. Otherwise, he wouldn't have offered his immortal emperor's precious treasure to trade for it. Very quickly, the horse was in Li Qie's hands. He took a careful look before telling the worker from the square, "I'll agree to this trade." The auctioneer heard it right away and immediately announced, "I'm relieved to tell everyone some good news. The longevity fruit now has a new owner. Its previous owner is willing to trade the fruit for this guest's little wooden horse." After this announcement came out, everyone couldn't help but look at each other. Many wanted to know the effects of this horse left behind by an immortal emperor. Unfortunately, they couldn't research this horse at all. Neither the buyer or the seller wanted to reveal much about this horse, so the curious crowd couldn't obtain an answer. The auctioneer excitedly slammed his gavel and announced, "Very well, I now announce that this auction has officially ended with great results." He was very jubilant. This was the biggest and most surreal auction he had ever hosted. It would leave a bright mark on his career as an auctioneer. With the end of the auction, those who chose to remain hidden used a special passage to leave. Outsiders couldn't see all the participants. Meanwhile, since Li Qie ignored Immortal Emperor Longevity blood for this little inconspicuous wooden horse, the shocked Bai Wang had to ask, "Is this worth it?" Li Qie smiled and said, "That would depend on the person." Bai Wang and Shi Hao couldn't discern the use of this little horse and didn't know what was special about it. Li Qie didn't tell them either. After finishing the transaction process with the square, Li Qie left along with the other two. Both of them were very happy and excited. It was needless to mention Shi Hao. He obtained a cauldron left behind by the 100-grass alchemy emperor, something he wouldn't even dare to dream of before. Bai Wang also obtained a vermilion divine flame cauldron. Although it was not comparable to Shi Hao's, this was more than enough for him. At the very least, he wouldn't have been able to buy one like this even if he strived for it for his entire life. They felt very grateful to Li Qie for giving them items this precious. As they left the Golem Square and crossed a couple of streets, they were suddenly stopped. The person blocking his path was Li Jie, the descendant of the Li clan. Bai Wang reacted very quickly. The moment Li Jie went in front of Li Qie, Bai Wang immediately stopped him. Bai Wang spoke calmly, "Young noble Li Jie, if you have something to say, then say it right here." "Dog servant, scram to the side." Li Jie coldly shouted with an oppressive momentum. In his eyes, Bai Wang was only a servant. However, Bai Wang's status was not low. Although he didn't come from a prestigious clan, with Ancient Pine as his backing, he was not afraid of Li Jie if push comes to shove. Bai Wang beckoned by waving his hand as Ancient Pine's disciples all gathered and awaited his command. He coldly spoke, "Young noble Li Jie, please return." Young noble Li is an honored guest of the giant bamboo country and is not someone that you can meet at your whim. Bai Wang's attitude enraged Li Jie. He wished he could rush over and teach Li Qie and this dog servant a lesson, but he was stopped by Ancient Pine's disciples. Li Jie shouted a threat at Li Qie, "Brat, listen well. The capital isn't for an outsider brat like you. Having money is nothing. There are countless clans that you can't afford to offend at the capital. Know your place and get the hell out now. If not, you won't have a chance to leave the capital with your tail tucked between your legs. You will die without a grave." This was the disparity between Li Jie and Jian Wushuang. Both of them hated and wanted to kill Li Qie, but Jian Wushuang wouldn't block his path like this with meaningless threats. If she wished to, then she would immediately kill him instead of posturing. A minor character like Li Jie was nothing to Li Qie, but his threat caused Li Qie to pause. Li Qie took a look at Li Jie and slowly spoke, "Li clan, right? What kind of trash clan is it? So what if you have a little fire spark? Remember, a fire source can destroy your Li clan as well as end your life." Li Qie then lazily walked away, not bothering to care for a response. Li Jie took note of this arrogant retort and angrily shouted, "Ha ha ha, you think I'm afraid of you? Brat, I dare you to not walk away." He didn't have a chance to chase after Li Qie since Ancient Pine's disciples were blocking his path. Eventually, he stamped the ground exasperatedly and swore that he would teach this little unknown outsider a lesson. The moment Li Qie returned to the mansion, the demon monarch had already been standing there, waiting, and quickly ran to greet him. The monarch revealed a wide smile. "Congratulations, young noble, for your triumphant return from the Golem Square." At this point, the monarch's attitude was even more respectful, and he became even more humble. Li Qie looked at the monarch and smiled, "Your information gathering is quite fast." The monarch wryly smiled and said, "I only heard it just now." Young noble's grand gesture shocked the four directions. It would be hard to not catch wind of it. Li Qie only smiled and didn't respond. The monarch rubbed his palms together and said, "Early this morning, I went to meet the other monarchs and couldn't come with young noble, please excuse me." His tone then became more serious. "Her Majesty wishes to meet young noble, would that be okay? Wait a bit." With that, Li Qie went inside. The monarch stood there on the spot, not knowing what to say. Being summoned by the ruler of the giant bamboo country was an honor, but it was different for Li Qie since they needed him and not vice versa. Bai Wang then whispered to the monarch. After hearing the report, the monarch's expression quickly changed. "I have a life-saving order writ from the Jianlong clan. As long as you have this writ, no matter where you are or what danger you are facing, the Jianlong clan will do their best to guarantee your safety." Another hidden ancestor spoke. These words shocked everyone. The Jianlong clan was a monstrous existence, the only existence comparable to the alchemy kingdom in the stone medicine world. With its protection, one wouldn't have to worry about offending anyone. However, this writ also couldn't tempt Li Qie. The arrogant Jian Wushuang stood up and spoke in a serious tone, "I will trade a supreme secret technique for the longevity fruit." Li Qie didn't budge. In fact, he didn't even open his eyes. As there was no response from the owner, Jian Wushuang gritted her teeth and lowered her tone once more. "I have 3 drops of immortal emperor longevity blood. If the owner is willing, then I will use the supreme technique along with the 3 blood drops to trade for this fruit. Jian Wushuang didn't need the fruit, but she had an elder who really needed it. The rest of the buyers were shocked as they exclaimed, "What? Immortal Emperor Longevity Blood?" Chapter 637, Blood Soul Worm. As Li Chia made it back to his room, the monarch followed right behind him and busily apologized. "Young noble, this was all because of my negligence and not personally escorting young noble. Rest assured, I guarantee that these people from the Lai clan will never appear in front of you again." After hearing Bai Wang's report, the monarch thought that Li Chia was taking his displeasure out on others. Li Chia said dismissively, "Such a trivial thing is not worthy of my attention. I pay no mind to insignificant characters like that, so Demon Monarch doesn't have to worry either. Moreover, in the future, the Lai clan will not dare to appear before me." The monarch was taken aback since he didn't know what Li Chia was implying. While the monarch was dazed, Li Chia continued on, "Do not worry, Demon Monarch, I will go meet your royal lord tomorrow as I am not free right now." The monarch calmed down and said goodbye to Li Chia. He didn't dare to say anything else that could bother him. After the monarch left, Li Chia took out the pentagate to seal the room again and also took out the alchemy fowl from the golem square. The chicken emitted a bright light along with a permeating medicinal fragrance. This was indeed a supreme bird. The seal on the chicken's body remained closed as Li Chia put it on the table for a careful look. Back at the golem square, Li Chia had taken a look, but now he wanted confirmation. He stared at its eyes, then made a decision and took out the myriad heavenly cauldron. Boom! It landed next to Li Chia and, with a wave of his hand, a flame fell to his palm. The flame slowly condensed into a knife resembling a mysterious piece of ice that emitted the thick aroma of medicine. Others would be dumbfounded by this scene. Controlling a flame to turn it into a blade was already difficult, but controlling a flame to turn it into ice was even harder. Li Chia pushed the chicken down and intended to dissect its stomach. "Little thing, let me see what you have swallowed." The alchemy fowl struggled in fear, but it couldn't escape. Li Chia calmed it down. "Don't worry, my ice flame blade contains the essence of an alchemy trove, so even when I cut open your stomach, the wound will recover right away and it won't hurt you. Even if you don't want me to do it, the thing inside your stomach will make its way out anyway." The alchemy fowl was no ordinary bird and was fully sentient, so it calmed down after hearing Li Chia. He slowly dissected the bird's stomach with his icy blade. He was as smooth as flowing water, not even a tiny mistake was made. Li Chia was a master with no peers at dissection. He found something that resembled a jade block the size of a finger. It was a bit like a seed. Li Chia took it out from the chicken's stomach and said, "Little thing, you were too greedy. You wanted to keep a treasure like this all to yourself." Pluff! Suddenly, a spurt of blood shot out from the seed. Its velocity was matchless and was even faster than the speed of light as it shot towards Li Chia, launching for his heart. However, Li Chia was prepared from early on and had the lamp in his other hand. The lamp released a black flame that instantly swept over the spurt of blood. This bloody strand kept on morphing. At times, it resembled countless tentacles as thin as hairs. Other times, it looked like a ferocious face, yet afterward, it also undertook the shape of a holy existence. This thing that resembled a drop of blood could take on many creepy transformations. This was indeed a terrible monster. The drop of blood was afraid of the black flame and no longer dared to approach Li Chia. It hovered in the air as it tested the flame with a thin tentacle. The moment this tentacle got close to the black flame, a sizzling sound appeared as it was burnt to a crisp. Li Chia ignored the thing trapped by the black flame and held the seed from the chicken's stomach for a closer inspection. It was a finger-sized piece of black jade in the shape of a seed. Li Chia looked at it closely, then glanced at the alchemy fowl and said, "You were very lucky to meet such a divine item. However, you were too greedy and instantly swallowed it without any consideration. Did you want to become an immortal phoenix in one fell swoop? A divine item such as this cannot be hogged by you alone. Even the blood soul worm coveted it, but it was smarter than you. It only latched onto the item and waited for an amazing bird like you to swallow it. The alchemy fowl relaxed after seeing the blood-like creature entrapped by Li Chia, but it had an unwilling expression upon seeing the black jade in Li Chia's hand. Li Chia smiled and shook his head. You are lucky to have met me. Otherwise, sooner or later, you would have been sucked dry by the blood soul worm. It would eventually break out of your stomach and seize this divine item for itself. The chicken was full of regret, but it couldn't do anything at this moment. Li Chia noticed the unwillingness in its eyes and only smiled before speaking. Don't worry, you can follow me, I will not mistreat you. You should know that a master like me will only appear once across the eons. Li Chia put away the black jade, then flicked his hand as the cauldron shot out an ointment needle with a thread of medicine on its end. One shouldn't underestimate this needle. It is the transformed medicinal trove within the myriad heavenly cauldron and could instantly close a wound. Li Chia stitched up the chicken, and the wound closed as if nothing had happened. He then unsealed the chicken, causing it to cry out at its newfound freedom. The chicken stared at the drop of blood that was trapped in the black flame and wanted to pounce over to kill it. However, it was stopped by Li Chia as he spoke. I still have uses for the blood soul worm. He took out a box that contained a black seed full of thorns. This was the seed of the evil Taifa tree. It had been refined by Li Chia for a very long time now, so its appearance had greatly changed. Li Chia looked at the drop of blood trapped by the black flame. This was not a blood drop, it was a very evil and terrorizing poisonous creature called a blood soul worm. It was just as rare as the alchemy fowl, and the two creatures were eternal enemies. When both creatures went all out, it would be hard to determine the victor. Li Chia waved his sleeve once more as a group of flames from the cauldron fell into his hand. In an instant, this group of flames immediately turned into immemorial icicles. These icicles started to pin down the blood soul worm trapped inside the flame. The worm tried to wiggle around, but it couldn't move at all due to being pinned by the icicles. Li Chia then placed the worm on top of the evil Taifa seed as all the thorns on the seed latched onto the worm. The worm struggled, but it was meaningless. With that, Li Chia recalled his icicles. How could it just sit there and await its death? The moment the worm was freed, it recklessly crawled into the seed of the evil Taifa tree, wanting to devour it. However, the evil Taifa seed didn't back down. It tightened its thorns and tried to swallow the worm as well. At this time, Li Chia inserted a universal law as thin as silk into the evil Taifa seed, giving birth to a maelstrom inside. This boundless magical rune was the culmination of Li Chia's refinement, and it turned into a maelstrom. With this refinement, the blood soul worm and the evil Taifa seed slowly became one. After a while, the transmutation of the two was finalized. The evil Taifa seed was no longer black, it was of a crimson color just like blood. Excellent, I had thought over this method for a long time now but hadn't met a suitable evil creature. Li Chia looked at the seed in his hand and murmured, I will create the strongest plant in this world. There was no further need to describe the strength of the evil Taifa tree, and the blood soul worm was also a frighteningly powerful evil creature. The amalgamation of these two existences would become a wicked and mighty being beyond one's imagination. He put the evil Taifa seed back into the box and sealed it. There would be a day when he would need this powerful existence. Afterward, he took out the black jade item again for another look. Good stuff, not too many people have seen this thing since the start of time. In the eyes of others, Li Chia was crazy for spending 200 immortal emperor refined jades to buy an alchemy fowl. Only a madman would do so. However, Li Chia was far from insane because he noticed that there was something strange about the alchemy fowl. It was not listless because of being sealed, it was because its body had a certain something inside. It swallowed a divine item, but who would have thought that its enemy had been slumbering within? The blood soul worm and the divine item both creeped inside the chicken's body. The worm was a very evil creature. Once it latched onto an existence, that existence's longevity blood would be sucked dry until the worm got its fill. It would then break out of the corpse and come out. Very few people were capable of subduing such a sinister creature. Because the chicken swallowed the worm and its strength was sapped by the worm, the three virtuous paragons were able to capture it. Li Qie had rich experience and had seen countless things. After a single glance, Li Qie immediately knew that the chicken had a blood-soul worm in its body. Chapter 638, Destruction of the Lai clan. Contrary to others' belief that he was crazy, Li Qie, using Immortal Emperor refined jades to buy this alchemy fowl, was a huge profit. Buying 3 extremely rare and precious things in one breath, what could be better? Li Qie observed them for a bit before putting everything away. Then, he tapped on the cauldron next to him and gave a command, "Go." Under the capital is a fire source that has been strengthened with a spirit. Although it is not comparable to the supreme flames you have devoured before, this is something created by me and its spirit is not bad. Devour it and deal with some little problems for me on the way. The cauldron received Li Qie's command, then crawled under the earth and disappeared. After the monarch left Li Qie's room, he told Bai Wang to take good care of Li Qie while he immediately went to visit the demon king in the palace. There was a secret conference going on with all of the strongest demon monarchs of the giant bamboo country present. Ancient Pine spoke, "Your Highness, young noble Li didn't want to come to the palace for a meeting." Madame Ziyan nodded and said, "I have heard about the Golem Square's events." Another demon monarch spoke austerely, "He's this arrogant? Does he want Her Majesty to go see him herself?" This was one of the 18 monarchs, the Eagle Demon Monarch. Madame Ziyan shook her head and said, "It's not his fault. With such amazing pill techniques, he could just utter one word and countless people in the stone medicine world would line up to earn his favor. Even imperial lineages would be happy to commission him. Such a peerless alchemist would be well received anywhere he goes. Not to mention, someone full of treasures like him doesn't need anything. It is hard to get his interest." At this point, she sighed gently and lamented, "Our giant bamboo is only a small country. I'm afraid we won't be able to keep an alchemist like him." Ancient Pine couldn't help but suggest, "How about Your Highness goes to personally meet young noble Li? I see that he has some love for our giant bamboo country, so if Your Highness shows up personally, then maybe young noble Li will be moved by the sincere gesture." Ancient Pine knew that a supreme alchemist with no need for treasures or money like Li Qie couldn't be convinced by material objects. They had to use a different method to impress him. Madame Ziyan was very open-minded and felt that Ancient Pine made a lot of sense. "If young noble Li is willing, then I don't mind making a trip. A peerless alchemist in this generation is worth a personal trip to recruit him." Another demon monarch voiced his concern, "This doesn't feel right. Your Highness is the royal lord of our country, how about we go welcome him instead?" "No." Madame Ziyan shook her head and said, "So what if I am a royal lord? Every alchemy emperor is treated as one's most esteemed guest, even immortal emperors are no exceptions. It is certain that young noble Li will become an alchemy emperor, so an ordinary royal lord like me greeting him personally is how it should be. I wonder if young noble Li will be willing to stay or not." Eagle voiced his musing, "Your Highness needs to have another plan. If we can't keep him, then Your Highness needs to pick another participant for the conference." The Eagle Demon Monarch was somewhat related to the Qin clan, so he wanted to help them. Madame Ziyan nodded and said, "I'll have made my own decision by that time." Another Demon Monarch said, "Your Majesty, young noble Huangfu from the Huangfu clan is interested." The madam quickly interrupted this monarch, "Do not mention this matter again." Her imperial prestige made others not dare to look straight ahead. A demon king was still a demon king, so Madame Ziyan's power was not to be underestimated. The monarch who brought this issue up immediately shut up and didn't dare to say anything else. Madame Ziyan declared, "Tomorrow, I will personally go greet young noble Li. It would be best if he could join the palace for some time." The moment she made her decision, a confidant hurriedly rushed in, "Your Highness, Your Highness. Something big has happened." Madame Ziyan noticed the confidant's urgency, so she grimaced and asked, "What happened that's causing you to be so anxious?" The confidant quickly said, "The Lai clan is finished." One demon monarch stood up right away and asked in surprise, "Finished? Finished how?" Although the Lai clan was not an invincible clan, it was quite formidable within the capital, not to mention that they were also the #1 alchemy clan in the capital. It was not easy for such a clan to be finished in such a short amount of time. The 18 demon monarchs and Madame Ziyan were all startled. They knew the Lai clan still had several living ancestors. Although their ancestors were not comparable to those from the great powers, they were still top-ranked experts. With their presence, the Lai clan shouldn't have fallen so easily. Another monarch rapidly inquired, "Just what had happened exactly? You need to be more clear." The confidant answered at once, "It happened not long ago. The fire source under the Lai clan suddenly exploded and blew away their ancestral ground. Their ancestors wanted to suppress the blast but were incinerated by the scorching fire source. People said that the fire source soared into the sky and rushed into the Lai clan, killing Lai Jia, the Lai clan's young noble. Our disciples said that the flame penetrated the stone heart of Lai Jia in just 1 second. Although the rest of his body is still intact, his soul is definitely done for." After hearing this report, all the monarchs looked at each other. The Lai clan was known as the #1 alchemy clan in the capital for a reason: their fire source. This fire source not only helped them by providing great cauldrons, it also made their pill refinement much easier. An alchemist in the capital had previously proclaimed with disdain, "The Lai clan's skill at alchemy is only third-rate at best. They would be nothing without that fire source." Although these words were quite extreme, there was a hint of truth to them. The Lai clan's alchemy Dao was not particularly outstanding. They would have been overthrown long ago without the fire source. The Lai clan's prestige and ability to refine great pills were mostly due to this fire source. One demon monarch murmured, "If the fire source has been destroyed, the Lai clan will fall into the abyss and will never be able to rise again. Their demise is certain." An alchemist among the 18 said, "Their alchemy Dao relied on a few old geezers for support. Their younger generation can't reach the apex. Now that those old men have been burned to ashes, the slightly excellent Lai Jia had been killed, and most importantly, their fire source has been destroyed. The Lai clan can only withdraw from the alchemy path." Madame Ziyan sat on her throne and pondered for a moment before speaking. "This is quite strange. The fire source has been passed down for a long time. The Lai clan has been guarding it generation after generation. It has always been very stable with its own sentience and is not the type to change or go wild. Why did it explode without any prior warning?" It was not without reason that Madame Ziyan was able to become the royal lord, since she had many outstanding aspects. The moment she received the news, she understood that something was wrong about it. The monarchs looked at each other and felt that the madam made sense. Ancient Pines suddenly recalled something and shuddered. He stood up and told the madam, "Your Majesty, I just recalled something. Perhaps it has something to do with this matter." Madame Ziyan quickly urged, "What is it? Tell me." The Lai clan was a big clan in the capital, so their fate left the madam puzzled. Ancient Pine told the story of how Lai Jia blocked Li Qia's path since Bai Wang had reported it to him in great detail. And now, the Lai clan's demise reminded him of this matter. Ancient Pine continued on, "I heard my subordinates say that young noble Li had said that the fire source of the Lai clan will definitely be destroyed." Madame Ziyan stood up and asked after hearing this, "Has young noble Li left your mansion at all?" Ancient Pine shook his head in response, "When I left, young noble Li was still in the mansion. I believe he didn't leave at all." After hearing this, Madame Ziyan stood there, quietly thinking. The eagle demon monarch spoke, "Perhaps this is only a coincidence. It is normal for young people to utter a few words of arrogance." "That's right." Another monarch added, "The Lai clan has many experts, not to mention their ancestors. It would be difficult for an outsider to sneak into the Lai clan without being detected, at least, for those of the younger generation. But in this case, the Lai clan didn't seem to notice any outsiders, only their fire source's sudden explosion." Madame Ziyan thought about it a bit more and shook her head, "I'm afraid this matter is not that simple. That fire source definitely didn't explode for no reason, since it also killed Li Jie. The Li clan had so many people, so why did this flame only kill Li Jie alone? She was not only a virtuous ruler but also very intelligent. This sparked more questions for the demon monarchs. The alchemist monarch said, if this wasn't an accident, then there are two possibilities. However, these two possibilities are quite unlikely. Another demon monarch quickly asked, old son, don't keep us guessing. What are the two possibilities? Tell us so we can think about it together. The alchemist monarch mused it through a little bit before speaking. I have only heard of these two possibilities and have never seen them before. These matters are only in the legends, so it is hard to tell whether they are real or not. Madame Ziyan said, Demon Monarch, go ahead and say it. Whether it is true or not is not important. At the moment, anything is possible. Chapter 639. Still a legend. The alchemist demon monarch smiled wryly and said, this might sound a bit absurd, however, there is a legend about an alchemy emperor that goes like this. The emperor was able to control both the fire source and fire spark. Another tale told of him controlling the fire of a heavenly tribulation, but yes, this is strictly fictional. It might be possible to control a fire spark due to the matchless flame control of alchemy emperors. However, controlling a fire source is a different story. It is one thing if the fire source is above ground, but if it is below, then even an emperor would have a hard time controlling it. Controlling the flame of a heavenly tribulation is even more outrageous. However, people speculated that this would be possible for an immortal emperor who was initially an alchemy emperor. For example, immortal Emperor Yao Zhu of the Alchemy Kingdom might have been able to control the heavenly tribulation's flame, but other alchemy emperors won't be able to. Of course, all of this is just gossip among alchemists and no one is certain of anything. The alchemist took a deep breath and answered in a respectful and solemn manner, the alchemy god, the existence that established the laws of alchemy. Anyone would display an extremely respectful attitude when mentioning the alchemy god, especially at the stone medicine world where alchemists thrived the most. The alchemy god had an unreachable prestige in this place, even higher than immortal emperors. Nothing but respect could be found from alchemists regarding this topic since the alchemy god had an incomparable status in their hearts. Without the alchemy god, there would be no complete Tao system for alchemy like the one today. Many alchemy emperors appeared since the beginning of time, but outside of the alchemy god, even the most heaven-defying emperors didn't dare to call themselves an alchemy god. This was out of respect for the alchemy progenitor. In the end, Madame Ziyan told Ancient Pine, Elder Pine, tomorrow, I will personally go to your mansion to greet young noble Li. She didn't bring up the matter of the Lai clan anymore. To her and the country, the fate of the Lai clan was not important. It was only another family in the capital, not one of her subjects. In the meantime, in Ancient Pine's mansion, Bai Wang received the news about the Lai clan. He shuddered when he heard that their fire source exploded and Li Jie died a terrible death. He heard what Li Jie had said to Li Jie before, and now, it actually happened, so how could he not be astonished? Although he hadn't seen Li Jie take action, he was sure that Li Jie was the culprit even if he didn't leave the mansion. However, he didn't know how this was possible. He recognized that Li Jie was not as harmless as he seemed. Li Jie was not only a genius at pill refinement and a generous prodigal son that could scare people to death, he was also the ruthless type. He would decisively make a decision without showing any mercy as he unleashed his thunderous wrath upon his enemies. The Lai clan was a living example. The Lai clan's sudden accident caused a huge stir in the capital. Overnight, some people were happy, some were sad, and others lost sleep throughout the night. However, none of this had anything to do with Li Jie since he had a great night's sleep. In the morning, when Li Jie woke up, Ancient Pine and Bai Wang had already been waiting outside. Ancient Pine stepped forward after seeing Li Jie and respectfully spoke, "Did young noble have a good night's rest?" Li Jie glanced over at Ancient Pine and smiled, "Demon Monarch can be frank with me, there is no need to beat around the bush." Ancient Pine awkwardly smiled and rubbed his palms together to say, Her Highness is here to see young noble and is in the main hall right now. Will you meet her? Under normal circumstances, outsiders would find this matter hard to believe. The giant bamboo country was still a big country in the alchemy realm, and Madame Ziyan was its royal lord. As a demon king with a heavenly king cultivation, she would be regarded as a top character no matter where she went. However, today, Royal Lord Ziyan personally came early to visit with a sincere and humble attitude. This was quite surprising. It made sense if she was visiting an ancestor of a great power, but today, she was only seeing a young man, a youth without any fame. The entire country would be shocked if this were to come out. Just what kind of character was worthy of their royal lord's grand treatment? If your royal lord is here, then I'll see her. Li Qie reacted very blandly and smiled. Bai Wang, who was standing to the side, didn't dare to comment. He knew that anyone else would have felt a sense of honor and pride, but Li Qie reacted calmly as if this was how it should be. This was indicative of his heaven-defying peerlessness. The alchemist demon monarch smiled wryly and said, "This might sound a bit absurd, however, there is a legend about an alchemy emperor that goes like this. The emperor was able to control both the fire source and fire spark. Another tale told of him controlling the fire of a heavenly tribulation, but yes, this is strictly fictional. It might be possible to control a fire spark due to the matchless flame control of alchemy emperors. However, controlling a fire source is a different story. It is one thing if the fire source is above ground, but if it is below, then even an emperor would have a hard time controlling it. Controlling the flame of a heavenly tribulation is even more outrageous. However, people speculated that this would be possible for an immortal emperor who was initially an alchemy emperor. For example, immortal Emperor Yao Zhu of the Alchemy Kingdom might have been able to control the heavenly tribulation's flame, but other alchemy emperors won't be able to. Of course, all of this is just gossip among alchemists and no one is certain of anything. What about the other possibility? Ancient Pine hastily asked. He was the first to find Li Qie, so he was more anxious than anyone else. The alchemist monarch went silent for a bit before speaking. This other possibility is even more difficult to believe. There is a legend in the world of alchemists. There exists a heavenly cauldron in this world, one that is even better than the cauldrons of alchemy emperors. It is said that this cauldron can devour all the flames in this world as well as any immortal medicine. It has an extremely powerful fire source, the purest in this world, on top of the best and most unparalleled medicinal trove. In the legends, this cauldron could fly to the sky or maneuver beneath the earth. Not only could it control flames, it also devoured countless fire veins. A fire source is only a simple meal to it. Chapter 640, Meeting again in the main hall. Madame Ziyan sat there, waiting, accompanied by 17 demon monarchs. This was quite a grand showing. It could be said that all of the most powerful rulers in the giant bamboo country were here. Such a showing could only be seen when greeting virtuous paragons. Ordinary grand characters would never see such a big gesture. Initially, Madame Ziyan wanted to go see him alone, but the other monarchs also wanted to see just what this illustrious person who could refine pills like cooking named Li Qie looked like, so they followed to add to the fun. Anyone who had never witnessed such a grand team before would tremble upon seeing a demon king and 17 demon monarchs together. However, upon his arrival, Li Qie was still as relaxed and comfortable as ever. The monarchs were stunned to see Li Qie since he was completely different from what they had imagined. They assumed that a supreme alchemist with such great pill refinement skill should at least have a floating immortal aura, each of his steps should give birth to lotuses or at least have an imposing momentum. However, Li Qie looked quite bland and lacked perceivably excellent qualities. If they didn't know of his skills beforehand, they wouldn't believe that this ordinary man before them was the famed alchemist. Madame Ziyan was also astounded to see Li Qie since she didn't expect to meet him again in these circumstances. Li Qie sat down and glanced around before stopping on Madame Ziyan, then he grinned. He laughed when he saw her dazed expression and said in a carefree manner, "Your Majesty, we meet again. It has been a while." The monarchs were surprised as well as they all looked back at Madame Ziyan. They didn't expect for their demon king to have met Li Qia once already. Ultimately, she was still a demon king, so she quickly composed herself and revealed an elegant and noble smile to say, I also didn't expect that you were young noble Li. So it turned out that Madame Ziyan was the woman Li Qia met in the ancient house on the outskirts of the capital on that night. She didn't expect that man who spewed out such arrogant words and was lost in his delusions to be the supreme alchemist, Li Qia. In fact, it was not quite a coincidence. That night, Li Qia went to the ancient house in order to recall his past. As for the madam, she went there whenever there was a big issue to contemplate in silence, to follow the example of her matriarch. Young noble's arrival is our giant bamboo's honor. The elegant demon king Ziyan said, I am very busy and couldn't greet you right away, so please excuse the lack of hospitality. Today, we prepared some meager gifts as an apology. A servant carried a chest forward. It had yet to be opened, but the immense sound it made when it dropped to the ground showed that the items inside were not ordinary. Li Qia didn't open it for a look, however. The majority of treasures was nothing in his eyes. He only revealed a carefree smile instead. To meet is to be connected by fate, Your Majesty can be straightforward with me. Madame Ziyan replied, I heard our demon monarch say that young noble is interested in being an alchemist of our country. I wonder if this is true. Li Qia smiled and said, we can talk about the alchemist position later, but I heard Your Majesty needs someone to participate in the alchemy conference for the giant bamboo country. I can lend you a hand with this. The monarchs glanced at each other, and the madam was shocked as well. No one thought that Li Qia would agree so readily. A supreme alchemist was highly sought after no matter where they were in the stone medicine world, even imperial lineages were no exception. One must pay a tremendous sum to invite such an alchemist. Even the Qing clan negotiated quite a lot with the giant bamboo country just for entering the alchemy conference. After all, alchemists were quite popular, especially the young and talented ones. So now, Li Qia's swift agreement was outside of everyone's expectations. However, Madame Ziyan understood that there was no free meal in this world, so she asked straightforwardly, may I ask what your wishes are? Or what can the giant bamboo country do to assist you with? If you need anything, just say the word. Li Qia smiled and shook his head, I am not looking down on the giant bamboo country, but this country does not have the things I desire. I trust that Your Majesty is quick with your intel. So, do you feel that I lack treasures or wealth? These words were quite arrogant and caused some of the monarchs to be unhappy, but they all admitted that he was only speaking the truth. Even Madame Ziyan had to smile bitterly. Spending 200 immortal emperor refined jades to buy an alchemy fowl. Such a wasteful act was indicative of his riches. Even if the country mustered up its entire treasury, it would still be very difficult to produce 200 immortal emperor refined jades. Li Qia alone was capable of throwing out such a sum without a care. He clearly was not short of money. Since even an entire country was not necessarily richer than him, the gap between the two sides was considerable. Li Qia smiled and asked, however, if Your Highness really wants me to provide a condition. This wouldn't be hard either. I will participate in the alchemy conference for the giant bamboo country, but I have a brother who wants to be a court alchemist. What does Your Highness think about this? Ancient Pine quietly reported to Madame Ziyan. After hearing his words, she asked Li Qia, is young noble talking about Shihao? Correct. Li Qia nodded and said, it is by fate that we've met, so although I will not take in a disciple, he has learned a bit of my pill refinement skill. Brother Shir's clan was once loyal subjects of the giant bamboo country, and he also wants to contribute to the country. I trust that he will be able to do so in the future. Madame Ziyan nodded her head in agreement, I can't ask for more regarding this matter. As long as envoy Shihao is willing, the imperial court welcomes his registration at any time. The other monarchs were quite ecstatic as well. Since Shihao had learned some pill arts from a supreme alchemist like Li Qia, he would surely become a great talent in the future for the giant bamboo country. Li Qia commanded by Wang, tell Shihao to come meet Her Majesty and the other monarchs. Li Qie trained him not just because he valued Shihao, it was also to train a talent for the giant bamboo country. Soon, Bai Wang led Shihao into the room. Prior to this, Bai Wang had clearly told him of the situation, but Shihao's legs still shuddered the moment he saw the monarchs and Madame Ziyan. All the monarchs were of the ancient saint and heavenly sovereign realms. Needless to say, Madame Ziyan was a heavenly king with even greater prestige. Shihao had never encountered such a situation before, so he was quite nervous. He actually felt that this was all a dream. He had aspirations of reviving his clan, to be a court alchemist one day and slowly rebuild his family. However, these were only dreams buried deep inside his heart since, as a little envoy, he was very far from reaching these aspirations. Prior to this, he didn't even dream about meeting Her Majesty, but it was one of his wishes during his youth. His dream came true too fast and he was not mentally prepared. He stepped inside the room while quivering, clearly having lost his calm. Seeing Shihao's anxiety, Li Qie encouraged him, "Shihao, go greet the monarchs and Her Majesty. Her Majesty has agreed for you to become a court alchemist." Li Qie's reminder caused the nervous Shihao to calm down. He kneeled down and bowed, "Shihao from the Shi clan greets Your Majesty." "Rise." Madame Ziyan accepted his bow and nodded her head. The Shi clan from the Calm River County had always been loyal subjects of the giant bamboo country with great contributions. "Today, you may enter the court and will bring prestige back to the name Shi." Shihao was still overwhelmed by the swift and sudden realization of his dream. Her Majesty had personally allowed for him to become a court alchemist. While Shihao's mind was still foggy, Bai Wang led him around to meet the other monarchs to fulfill his responsibility as Shihao's caretaker. After greeting all the monarchs, Shihao composed himself and prostrated before Li Qie and emotionally uttered, "Big brother." Countless words ran rampant in his mind, but he didn't know where to start or how to express them. He understood that everything he gained today was because of Li Qie. Li Qie also accepted his prostration and calmly said, "Do your best. It is not difficult to repay me as long as you don't bring shame to my refinement technique. My pill technique is the best across the eons, so even if you have only learned a little bit, as long as you keep trying hard with diligence, then you will surely become a legendary alchemist in the future. I would be disappointed if you couldn't achieve this." His words caused the madam and the monarchs to take deep breaths. What a bold tone, claiming himself to be the best of all time. Even the alchemy kingdom wouldn't dare to make such a bombastic proclamation regarding their pill techniques. However, such words from Li Qie's mouth carried great confidence and calmness as if it was not merely outrageous and ignorant blustering. Shihao took a calming breath and clenched his fists to say, "Big brother, rest assured, I will definitely not let you down." He had a new goal in his mind while being full of ambition. He must become a legendary alchemist. Prior to this, he only wanted to become an alchemy master to be eligible to join the imperial court. Chapter 641, Invitation. And now, his goal was to become a legendary alchemist. He was able to dream of this due to Li Qie. Shihao and Bai Wang then took their leave. Shihao was still young and inexperienced, so he needed an older alchemist like Bai Wang to keep watch over him in order to avoid detours on his future path. After the two left, Madame Ziyan asked Li Qie, "Since young noble is our representative for the alchemy conference, is there anything we can do to help prepare?" "There's nothing too important." Li Qie smiled and said, "However, I am used to being alone and doing my own things, so I hope that during the conference, there will be no accompanying alchemists. That would just be a waste of my time." Madame Ziyan nodded her head and promised, "Don't worry, young noble. As long as you attend the conference, you will be our only participant." This guarantee caused the Eagle Demon Monarch's expression to dim. Prior to this, the giant bamboo country intended to have the Qing clan's descendant as a participant, and Eagle was quite familiar with the Qing clan. However, he was not unhappy about this at all since it was quite beneficial for the giant bamboo country. It was just that he had yet to see Li Qie's true abilities, so there was a thorn in his heart. I have no other requests then. Wait until the conference. I trust that the giant bamboo country will return triumphantly. After a moment of silence, Madame Ziyan asked, I wonder if young noble is interested in accepting an alchemy position at the giant bamboo? She truly wanted to keep Li Qie since anyone would want to recruit such a supreme alchemist. Moreover, she always had a love for talent, so a wise demon king like her wouldn't give up on this once-in-lifetime opportunity. Her invitation caused him to smile and shake his head. Madam, I am not trying to be arrogant, but if I wanted to seek power, then I wouldn't choose the giant bamboo country. As long as I say the words, I trust that countless imperial lineages will want me. However, if we take a step back and say that I wanted to stay at the giant bamboo country, then you wouldn't be able to handle my condition. Others would be unhappy with Li Qie's arrogant tone, but Madame Ziyan was a modest person and smiled. What is your condition? I would like to hear it. Li Qie looked at her and couldn't help but smile back. The giant bamboo country didn't have anything for him to desire. He spoke clearly, if you really want to hear my condition. I am currently missing a driver by my side, are you interested in this position? This was met with immediate displeasure from all the demon monarchs. One of them stepped out and shouted at Li Qie, how presumptuous. Young noble, you went too far. Even Ancient Pine couldn't help but stand up and speak for his ruler. All the monarchs glared at Li Qie. To them, Li Qie's statement just now was humiliating both to their royal lord and country. Although giant bamboo was no imperial lineage, it was still a first-class power. It had a considerable status in the stone medicine world. Moreover, not to mention that their demon king was a heavenly king, she was also extremely beautiful and without a lack of suitors. In fact, many young prodigies tried to court her. If she so desired, she could have married into an imperial lineage already. However, she let go of her personal matters and focused on the giant bamboo country. So now, when Li Qie requested for her to be his driver, how could the other monarchs stand it? This was clearly insulting their demon king and country. They were furious, but Madame Ziyan waved her hand to calm them. She looked at Li Qie and suddenly remembered the words he said back in the ancient house. She noticed his calm and nonchalant appearance devoid of any sign of hubris, but she couldn't tell where he was getting his confidence from. If a person acting in this manner was not arrogant, it meant that they were strong enough. Others might feel that this type of action was overbearing, but to him, it was natural and not a big deal. If Li Qie was the powerful type, then she had failed to see through him, this young man standing in front of her. Anyone else would instantly be driven insane or would walk away after hearing such humiliating words, but Madame Ziyan was both humble and understanding as she showed no sign of anger. She looked at him and slowly spoke, young noble is truly confident. Li Qie smiled and shook his head to say, the truth is, I selected you because I appreciate giant bamboo, and I feel that your personality is not bad. This has nothing to do with confidence. To be frank, when it comes to qualifications, even a descendant of an imperial lineage might not enter my sight. The calm Madame Ziyan inquired further, then so to say, young noble believes that I should feel honored for being chosen as your driver? You are correct. Li Qie flatly replied, being a driver for me is indeed an honor. You are a demon king, a ruler of a country, so what will your future accomplishments be? At best, you will stop at virtuous paragon. Will you be able to earn divine bestowment? As for God King, this is far beyond your reach. His response stunned her. She was indeed aspiring to become a virtuous paragon, but obtaining a divine title was too difficult for her, and the title of God King was basically impossible. It was not due to a lack of confidence, but rather, a deep understanding of her capabilities. Since the start of time, which God King had not been heaven-defying? Those who gave themselves the title are excluded from this, but real God Kings were all apex existences and not far off from immortal emperors. Li Qie smiled and said, if you become my driver, then your figure will be there as we hover over myriad races. When my carriage departs, myriad races will prostrate and immortal emperors will come to greet us. If you stay next to my side and accept some of my pointers, you will gain boundless benefits for the future. What a big tone. The eagle demon monarch unhappily snorted by the side. Li Qie still smiled without batting an eye and continued, "It is fine if you don't believe me. I am only speaking the truth." And this was indeed the truth. For tens of millions of years, Li Qie's drivers all enjoyed illustrious fame. Even if they were not god kings, they were still able to sweep through the 9 worlds. The weak were not eligible to become his driver. Keep in mind that back when Li Qie's carriage was on the move, there used to be immortal emperors who came to greet him, thus his driver had to be extremely strong to be worthy of this role. Madame Ziyan waved her sleeve to prevent the eagle demon monarch from speaking any further. She only sighed and didn't say anything else. Li Qie cheerfully said, "Of course, I won't force the unwilling. You can go back and think it over." Madame Ziyan didn't say anything else. This request was indeed too unreasonable for her. Seeing the tense atmosphere, the ancient pine demon monarch rubbed his palms and changed the subject. "Ha ha ha ha. There is nothing to worry about since young noble Li has agreed to represent us at the conference this time. Young noble is a supreme alchemist with unprecedented skill at pill refinement." The eagle demon monarch spoke at this time. "Recently, I've been trying to find an alchemist but was unable to find a suitable one. I wonder if you are interested in making me one cauldron? As long as you name the price, I will be able to satisfy your demand." Eagle's words caused all the demon monarchs to stare at Li Qie, and Madame Ziyan was no exception. Although Ancient Pine had recalled Li Qie's pill refinement process and they did not doubt him, there would be a sense of unrest looming in their minds until they saw it with their own eyes. "Is this a test?" Li Qie smilingly asked. Ancient Pine stepped in to smooth things over and said, "It is a misunderstanding, young noble. The eagle demon monarch had also gathered a lot of ingredients but hasn't been able to find the right alchemist, so today, when he met such a matchless one such as yourself, he couldn't help but ask." Li Qie interrupted Ancient Pine. He didn't look at the eagle demon monarch but straight at Madame Ziyan to say, "I don't care for this test or whatever. Since Madame Ziyan showed sincerity and I quite like her as well, if I don't show a bit of skill, then she won't be able to rest easy. Very well, I will demonstrate my ability, but there is no challenge with fate pills. Let us raise the difficulty or else it will be very boring." The other monarchs couldn't help but glance at each other. This fellow was too outrageous. Fate pills are no challenge to him. Many alchemists struggled to refine them since they were a benchmark for alchemists. But now, Li Qie was saying that fate pill refinement was not enough to reach the apex. The alchemist among them spoke, "If young noble is interested, I have some ingredients here. They are part of my family's ointment powder recipe. Although it is not a supreme recipe or anything, it is still quite famous." The other monarchs took a deep breath since refining such a thing would be impossible for Li Qie. Recipes for physique pastes, longevity medicines, and fate pills were all public for alchemists in the world. However, it was different for ointments. Every ointment, such as this type of powder, all had their unique characteristics and unique process of creation. Chapter 642, Matchless Tao of Alchemy. Although there were public recipes for ointments circulating in the 9 worlds, their effects were quite limited. Only the secret and exclusive recipes had powerful effects, some could even revive the dead. But now, Li Qie did it with just a swing of his hand. This was completely astonishing to them. Both the speed and how he did it without knowing the recipe left them aghast. Inside the alchemy wrapping, the ointment slowly hardened. Li Qie then gently covered it with his palm before handing the wrapped-up ointment to the alchemist. "Take it." The alchemist monarch took a deep breath in his attempt to calm down after seeing this. Li Qie's little action was the last important procedure after wrapping up the special formula. Without this procedure, the effect of the ointment would be greatly affected. Thus, how could the alchemist not be shocked? And Li Qie knew of this action. If he didn't believe in his own clan, he would have suspected that Li Qie had stolen the formula even though he knew that this was impossible. While everyone else slowly calmed down, the alchemist took his time opening the wrapped-up ointment. Everyone looked over to examine the ointment resting on top of his palm. The alchemist quickly became pale after seeing the ointment and had to take several steps back. How could this be? This is of the best quality. All the impurities are gone. This ointment, once applied to the wound, would quickly permeate into the body and heal the injury instantly. The alchemist was frightened to the point where he eventually dropped down to the ground. Another monarch was also aghast after seeing the ointment. A different monarch praised right away. What a great ointment! It is several times better than the one brother's son gave to me. It's not just several times better. The alchemist sitting on the floor acted as if he had seen a ghost. After a while, he managed to regain his wits and smiled wryly to say, "No one can create this ointment at this quality outside of our progenitor. There is a legend in my clan. If we refine our clan's ointment to the ultimate limit, then it can almost compare to the soul-rending immortal powder of the alchemy kingdom and would be much better than many of the contemporary ointments." At this point, the alchemist paused for a second and exclaimed in both excitement and disbelief, "Prior to this, I had always thought that it was impossible, but I can now see that it is indeed true. So amazing." The others responded with gasps. The soul-rending immortal powder was a famous ointment exclusive to the alchemy kingdom. Countless big characters didn't mind throwing away their wealth just to ask for a little bit of soul-rending immortal powder. Not only was Wuxia's ointment of the highest quality, the process was also too frightening. At this point, everyone was speechless from shock. This was not Ancient Pine's first time watching Wuxia performing alchemy, but he was still shaken despite being mentally prepared. Chapter 643, Tao of the Ointment. At this time, Madame Ziyan and all the other demon monarchs truly understood what Ancient Pine had said before. Compared to Wuxia, the four alchemy prodigies are nothing, as common as the clouds in the sky. The truth was that it wasn't just the four prodigies. The majority of the contemporary alchemists, including legendary alchemists from the previous generation, were not comparable to Wuxia. All of them felt that him becoming the alchemy emperor was certain since no one could touch him. As long as he remained alive in this world, his alchemy throne would be assured. Eventually, the alchemist monarch looked at Wuxia in disbelief and stammered, "How can this be? Our clan's ointment formula. We definitely didn't expose it to outsiders, so how did you know?" He couldn't believe it. He absolutely wouldn't believe this if he had heard it, but alas, he had seen it with his own eyes. Not even in his wildest dreams would he expect his secret formula to be refined by an outsider using a method that even their clan couldn't replicate. Even their progenitor who created this formula couldn't perform his method. "There is no need for me to know it," Wuxia answered with a smile. The alchemist monarch shockingly said, "I'm possible. How could you refine and temper it if you didn't know the formula?" The rest of the crowd stared at Wuxia. They weren't alchemists, but they knew about the common laws of the alchemy Tao since they were cultivators of the stone medicine world. One absolutely wouldn't be able to refine ointments without the formula. This was the most basic of all rules. Everyone knew about it. "Is that so? But that only applies to others and not me," Wuxia nonchalantly said. "Whether it is purifying longevity medicines, refining fate pills or tempering ointments, the crux of all these processes is to extract their essences and utilize their effects. As long as you know all the medicinal properties, you would be able to uncover the effects of the individual ingredients once mixed together. For example, with your ointment, there is crimson scorpion's venom and een snake grass, so the venom has to match the grass. The combination of the essences from these two things will be able to stop bleeding and reconnect broken bones. In order to temper these two together, you need a powerful flame. Among the rest of these ingredients, you also have inner cold stone. This type of stone is best when burned to harmonize the two essences previously stated." Wuxia took his time to explain his process. The most profound and complex alchemy Tao became easy to understand as if it was an ordinary matter when it came from Wuxia's mouth. He was able to describe, in detail, each of the reasonings behind the medicinal effects from the ingredients to an unbelievable extent. The 18 monarchs and Madame Ziyan became astonished after listening to his explanation as they stood there, frozen. Even those who weren't alchemists could understand and realize how frightening Li Qie was. He looked at the frozen bunch and lightly said, "For any kind of pills and creations, in principle, we are not the ones who create them, and neither are the recipes. We only manage to recognize the formulas because the alchemy foundation has always existed. It is only that the world had yet to discover its magical effects." The group continued to be speechless. It didn't matter whether they were the arrogant type or not, at this moment, they were truly convinced. They were shaken by Li Qie's skill in the Tao of alchemy and felt that no one in the world could compete with him in this regard. In the end, the alchemist monarch said while still slumped, "My life. I've wasted my life studying. I didn't even know the basics." This alchemist monarch could be said to be the most skillful among the loyal subjects of the giant bamboo country, and others called him the #1 demon monarch alchemist. But today, he felt that his knowledge and skill regarding the alchemy Tao that he accumulated throughout his entire life was not worth mentioning. The young man before him, Li Qie, was a vast ocean while he was only a drop of water. A drop of water was indescribably insignificant compared to the vast sea. Today, Li Qie had shattered his confidence since he felt that he didn't even manage to grasp the basics of the alchemy Tao. Several other demon monarchs slumped as well and understood how frightening Li Qie's skill was. A while later, Madame Ziyan shuddered and calmed down, then she asked, "Young noble Li, may I ask how long you have been studying the Tao of alchemy for?" "How long you say?" Li Qie shook his head and said, "I do not know, but I can say that pill refinement is only a hobby for me to relax in my spare time." By. Even a demon king like Madame Ziyan nearly choked after hearing this. She was not the only one since something similar occurred to the 18 monarchs. Only a hobby? One monarch even wanted to prostrate out of disbelief. This was not just a literary expression. Li Qie's answer sounded awfully pretentious, but since he had such abilities, no one thought that he was just bragging. Unfortunately, it had the effect of causing the alchemist monarch to want to slam his head into a wall to commit suicide. This was only a hobby? A hobby, yet he could already become an alchemy emperor? Then those other alchemists who spent their whole life on this path should just die already. Could he at least show some mercy to those who couldn't become an alchemy emperor despite striving for it throughout their entire life? At this moment, all of them finally had their doubts erased and no longer felt that Li Qie was being too arrogant. They decided to leave and, compared to earlier, the monarchs were much more respectful. Alchemists had a great status in the stone medicine world, and Li Qie's ability was comparable to an alchemy emperor, so how could they not be respectful? Before leaving, Madame Ziyan invited Li Qie, "How about young noble Li come stay at the palace for a couple of days?" She felt that he was a supreme alchemist and hoped that she could keep him here. Li Qie immediately rejected, "No need, I am quite comfortable here." Madame Ziyan didn't dwell on the issue after Li Qie declined. Before leaving, she also told Ancient Pine to take great care of Li Qie and ensure that nothing happened. The next day, Madame Ziyan started another conference in the palace with all 18 demon monarchs. She commenced the conference. "Today's topic is young noble Li, fellow monarchs may state your opinions." The 18 looked at each other and weren't sure of what to say. One of them began, "Your Highness, we must keep a great alchemist like young noble Li at all costs. If we could have an alchemy emperor, then who in the stone medicine world wouldn't respect us in the future?" Madame Ziyan only forced a smile and gently sighed, "What can we do to keep him here? A future alchemy emperor. This noble role is beyond words. What do we have to make him stay?" The 18 monarchs were silent. Indeed, an alchemy emperor, a priceless treasure, would be adored no matter the generation. Even imperial lineages would beg for one to stay. It is already quite good that young noble Li agreed to participate in the conference for us. Madame Ziyan lamented. It was not from a lack of confidence, but an alchemy emperor was simply too highly sought after. Sure, how is a good place to start since young noble Li seems to value him a lot. The eagle demon monarch deepened his tone. Another monarch spoke. What the eagle demon monarch said makes sense. Even if we can't keep him here, we can invite him to the giant bamboo country even if it's only in name. Then, we'll still greatly benefit. Even if it is only titular, what do we use to tempt him? Ancient Pine said, in my opinion, very few things are capable of doing so. It seems that nothing can enter his eyes. Ancient Pine's words were not unreasonable. Back in the Golem Square, Li Qie threw out Immortal Emperor refined jades. A person who could do so would not lack divine weapons or immortal items. And even if these types of items could tempt him, the giant bamboo country did not possess such things. A demon monarch suddenly remembered something and said, "Oh. We do have something. This item might be something all alchemists crave." Madame Ziyan's eyes became serious and slowly asked, "Demon monarch is talking about the legendary immortal nectar?" "Yes." This demon monarch replied, "I heard that even alchemy emperors from the alchemy kingdom wanted our giant bamboo's immortal nectar. Maybe this nectar will be able to tempt young noble Li." At this time, Madame Ziyan and all the other demon monarchs truly understood what Ancient Pine had said before. Compared to Li Qie, the 4 alchemy prodigies are nothing and are as common as the clouds in the sky. The truth was that it wasn't just the 4 prodigies. The majority of the contemporary alchemists, including legendary alchemists from the previous generation, were not comparable to Li Qie. All of them felt that him becoming the alchemy emperor was certain since no one could touch him. As long as he remained alive in this world, his alchemy throne would be assured. Eventually, the alchemist monarch looked at Li Qie in disbelief and stammered, "How can this be? Our clan's ointment formula. We definitely didn't expose it to outsiders, so how did you know?" He couldn't believe it. He absolutely wouldn't believe this if he had heard it, but alas, he had seen it with his own eyes. Not even in his wildest dreams would he expect his secret formula to be refined by an outsider using a method that even their clan couldn't replicate. Even their progenitor who created this formula couldn't perform his method. "There is no need for me to know it," Li Qie answered with a smile. The alchemist monarch shockingly said, "I'm possible. How could you refine and temper it if you didn't know the formula?" The rest of the crowd stared at Li Qie. They weren't alchemists, but they knew about the common laws of the alchemy Tao since they were cultivators of the stone medicine world. One absolutely wouldn't be able to refine ointments without the formula. This was the most basic of all rules. Everyone knew about it. Is that so? But that only applies to others and not me. Chapter 644, Legendary Immortal Nectar, Our Immortal Nectar. Madame Ziyan smiled wryly before looking at the 18 monarchs and asked, "Has any demon monarch seen our immortal nectar before?" This was met with silence since they only knew about it as part of a legend, a tale that told about the supreme treasure of the giant bamboo country, the immortal nectar. However, this was strictly folklore since none had seen it before. Generations of royal lords did not believe in this legend or the nectar's existence. This doubt was not surprising at all since seeing was believing. The monarchs were silent, not knowing what to say, and Madame Ziyan was no exception. This mythical nectar was rumored to be extremely amazing. In fact, Madame Ziyan didn't know whether to believe in its existence or not since there were formal records in the palace that verified its existence. However, its location and the method to obtain it remained unknown. As the royal lord, she had read many records but couldn't find a clue of its whereabouts. This immortal nectar, another demon monarch bitterly laughed. Who knows if this elixir truly exists or not? Since none of us have seen it before, it would be very difficult to convince young noble Li by using such an impalpable item. The eagle demon monarch spoke austerely, not necessarily. Although people said that many had searched all over our country to no avail, there is still one location that remains untouched. All the monarchs glanced at each other upon hearing this. Ancient Pine deepened his tone to say, "Brother Eagle is referring to the bamboo garden?" "Correct. The bamboo garden. If our country does indeed have this immortal nectar, then it is probably inside the bamboo garden," Eagle answered. A different monarch shook his head and said, "Only the heavens will know." Who has ever been to the bamboo garden before? Take a step back and pretend that it is in there. It would still only be like flowers in the mirror and the moon on the water's surface. Although his accomplishments and fame regarding the alchemy Dao were not as illustrious as the other four, he came from an alchemy clan, so his personal abilities were not bad at all. Very few geniuses could compare to him outside of the other four. However, he also had one condition if he were to participate in the conference. He desired a marriage between the giant bamboo country and the Huangfu clan, one between him and Madame Ziyan. This was not a strange request at all, for she had never lacked suitors and admirers. She was a charming and beautiful demon king, and her looks, temperament, intelligence, and cultivation left no room for criticism. Moreover, she was the ideal virtuous wife for many men. However, Madame Ziyan immediately refused Huangfu Hao's request with a firm resolution. Her countenance turned cold after hearing the confidant. Normally, she carried a gentle aura, but she was now emitting a cold energy as she was quite enraged. Huangfu Hao's gesture was not as simple as it seemed. With an ancestor with him, it was clear that he was not just here to talk and was already leaning towards the path of coercion. It is rare for a Huangfu ancestor to come to our country while keeping such a low profile. The madam coldly spoke. The 18 monarchs were furious as well. It was a different matter if the Huangfu clan master was to come for the marriage proposal with Huangfu Hao, but an ancestor was a totally different story. How could an ancestor from a great power come into being so easily? Such an existence should be sealed underground unless a great matter beckoned their presence. Now, his presence meant that this marriage proposal must be successful, and this showed the determination of Huangfu Hao and the Huangfu clan. One demon monarch couldn't help but coldly say, "The Huangfu clan's actions are intolerable. Do they think our giant bamboo country has no one that could stop them?" Humph. Huangfu Hao came to their abode with force, so how could the 18 monarchs not be furious? At this time, the always gentle madam emotionlessly declared, "Tell them to leave. I will not grant an audience at this moment." As a demon king, she was no pushover. "Your Majesty, I'm afraid that won't be the wisest course of action." The eagle demon monarch pondered for a moment. Although he was dissatisfied with the Huangfu clan's actions, he still had to voice his advice. Although our giant bamboo country will not become in-laws with the Huangfu clan, it hasn't come to the point where we need to break all formalities. Your Majesty should still meet Huangfu Hao and tactfully reject him. After all, even visitors such as them are still guests. Chapter 649, Ominous Star Flower. Madame Ziyan grimaced and deepened her tone. Young noble Li's skill of alchemy is flawless. All of the monarchs had witnessed his supreme pill refinement ability. Qin Yu quickly said, "I trust your Majesty and all the demon monarchs." However, as an alchemist speaking on behalf of alchemy, discussing and exchanging alchemy arts is how it should be. Moreover, Li Qie is here to represent our country, so everyone should see his alchemy Dao with their own eyes. What do you think, your Majesty? The other alchemists all clamored, "Yes, your Majesty." If Li Qie's alchemy Dao is peerless, then let him broaden our horizons. It was only natural for the dissatisfied crowd to support Qin Yu. This was their chance to let out their dissatisfaction without truly offending Madame Ziyan's imperial prestige. Madame Ziyan's eyes became serious after seeing Qin Yu's refusal to yield. It was not difficult for her to chase him away, but she still wanted to see how Li Qie wanted to deal with this situation. Li Qie stopped looking at the spirit plants and glanced at Qin Yu. He smiled and said, "Ah? You want to challenge my alchemy Dao?" A flame lit up in Qin Yu's heart after seeing Li Qie's attitude. He tried his best to contain his anger and coldly said, "That's right. I want to challenge your alchemy Dao to see if you are qualified to participate in the conference or not." He was very confident since he didn't believe a nobody like Li Qie was better than him. After all, the number one alchemist of the giant bamboo country should be confident in his own abilities. Madame Ziyan was not happy with Qin Yu's aggressiveness, so she furrowed her brows and said, "Qin Yu, how do you want to challenge young noble Li?" "Pill refinement." Qin Yu replied, full of confidence, "We'll bet on our pill refinement skills, and the victor can do whatever he wants." "I will accept any bet you make, so if you are confident enough and want to bet your life, I will take that on too. The losers will have to fuel their cauldron's fire source." These words shocked everyone. Alchemists might settle grievances with alchemy, but betting their lives and fueling their own fire source was too grave. Generally, unless if it was an irreconcilable feud, no one would make such a bet since it was too serious. Not only would the bet take the opponent's life, it would also humiliate them. A cauldron was a lifelong friend to an alchemist, so killing oneself using their own fire source was an extreme means of humiliation and much more brutal than a simple death. Madame Ziyan's expression sank as well after hearing this. She could understand Qin Yu's desire to challenge Li Qie. After all, he suddenly lost his qualification to represent them, so his dissatisfaction was justified. A simple challenge was tolerable, but now, it was not just a challenge since Qin Yu's aim was to humiliate Li Qie. "Qin Yu, do not act rashly." Madame Ziyan raised her tone, "Do not mention this again lest you wish for a severe punishment." Even without any trace of anger in her voice, she still carried a mighty prestige worthy of a demon king. However, the moment her anger was ignited, her noble and powerful aura would be unstoppable and suppress all directions, rendering people breathless. Qin Yu's expression greatly changed as the imperial aura caused him to take several steps back. Although he was the #1 young alchemist of the country, he still couldn't withstand the madame's aura that caused him to turn pale. She didn't purposely want to suppress Qin Yu, but her anger was enough to deter him. Li Qie only smiled and didn't bother caring about him as he walked forward. A person like Qin Yu was not worthy of consideration, so it was enough that Madame Ziyan chased him away. Li Qie didn't want to make a move against such a trivial character unless Qin Yu ignorantly continued to jump and shout in front of him. Then, Li Qie wouldn't mind personally taking care of him. The other young alchemists didn't dare to say anything else since Madame Ziyan's imperial aura was indubitable. They were not as strong as Qin Yu, so how could they challenge her aura? Huang Fuhao became disappointed since he wanted to see Li Qie's abilities. Who would have thought that Qin Yu would be swiftly dealt with by Madame Ziyan? Back in the Golem Square, he saw, with his own eyes, Li Qie's generous spending and extremely arrogant attitude. He wanted to see just what type of person this human junior named Li Qie was. As the first young noble of the Huangfu clan, Huang Fuhao had never been afraid of anyone. He still wanted to learn more about Li Qie. If Li Qie had no backing, then he was only a fish on a cutting board in Huang Fuhao's eyes. Li Qie went to another field and was surprised to see a particular spirit medicine here, ominous star flower. This field only had one large flower around the size of a table surface. It had the appearance of stars with its flashing petals akin to starlight. The huge flower had so many layers of petals that one couldn't see its pistil. In the center was a darkness that resembled a black hole. The flower was very bright and beautiful, but do not be fooled by the appearance of this flower. Its name was the ominous star flower. Outside of its star-like appearance, the most important word in its name was ominous. It was certainly vicious and would capture all existences close to it, not only animals, even other spirit plants would be devoured. Because of this, the plot where this flower grew was D. However, the even more pressing reality is that no one in the country can enter it at all. Moreover, are you sure that the nectar is inside the garden? Perhaps even you guys don't know and are only tricking me. The monarch became very embarrassed after Li Qie revealed everything. He indeed wanted to tempt him and thought that Li Qie wouldn't know about it, so Li Qie laying everything bare made it very awkward for him. Ancient Pine didn't know what to say as he stuttered, he didn't expect to be caught by Li Qie. Li Qie continued on, Demon Monarch only wants to tempt me so that I will stay at the giant bamboo country. However, you have picked the wrong person, others might be convinced, but unfortunately, you met me. The monarch's heart skipped a beat as he quickly prostrated and apologized. Young noble, this is my own doing, Thinking that I was smart, I tried to scheme. I hope that young noble, Li Qie, saw the monarch's fear and trepidation, so he gently waved his sleeve to say, "Stand up, this matter is over. You bore no malicious intent and only wanted me to stay as a guest of Giant Bamboo." The monarch heaved a sigh of relief after being forgiven by Li Qie. He bowed his head and admitted his mistake. "This was all my doing. Her Majesty didn't agree either." Li Qie only smiled and didn't say anything else. He stared into the distance and said, "If there is a party at the Alchemy Garden tomorrow, then I'll come and take a look. Your participation will add countless brilliant colors to the party." After the initial shock of Li Qie agreeing to go to the party, Ancient Pine happily exclaimed, "I will go tell Her Majesty." Li Qie didn't stop Ancient Pine. He looked towards the sky to gaze at the huge bamboo standing proudly among the 9 heavens. The rays of sunlight piercing through the gaps of the leaves were quite soothing to the soul. This tree had always protected this area, bringing peace and tranquility. This was the truth for millions of years. This bamboo tree had always protected the capital. The next day, the feast began at the Alchemy Garden. Many promising young alchemists from the sects in Giant Bamboo were present, and some came from the other countries as well. This was actually a farewell party hosted by Madame Ziyan. Prior to this, she announced that there would be rewards for young alchemists who participate in the alchemy conference. Many young alchemists didn't mind traveling the long distance to pass this test. However, with Li Qie's promise to attend the conference, there was no longer a need for other young alchemists, so Madame Ziyan hosted this party. She was a wise ruler and invited not only those who passed the initial test but also unknown young alchemists. The young alchemists who passed the test were slightly unhappy with the farewell party because they initially had a chance of being selected as the conference participant. Chapter 646, Giant Bamboo Country's Alchemy Garden. However, a person named Li Qie came out of nowhere and removed the need for the final competition to determine the participant. Despite their unhappiness, the Giant Bamboo Country still compensated them for the long journey. Moreover, Madame Ziyan herself hosted this feast, so the alchemists were quite happy to attend. The reason was very simple: regardless of passing or failing the test, this was still a good opportunity for them because the Alchemy Garden of the Giant Bamboo Country was quite famous. Although Giant Bamboo was not an alchemy country, its garden was huge with large-scale plants of high-level spirit medicines and grasses. Although it couldn't be compared to the garden of a giant monster such as the Alchemy Kingdom, it carried its own distinguished reputation. It was much better than the gardens from the other great powers. Of course, there were reasons for its prosperity. For these alchemists, especially the younger ones, this was a rare chance for them to take a look at the Alchemy Garden, a chance to increase their knowledge by seeing many exceedingly rare herbs and plants. Poets and scholars loved to gaze at the moon to gain inspiration for new literary works. However, in the stone medicine world, the most wondrous thing for alchemists was to gaze at plants. Because of this, even before the feast had started, many young alchemists came early to the palace and were escorted into the garden by Giant Bamboo disciples. Meanwhile, Madame Ziyan was personally presiding over the feast inside the garden. She didn't stay out to greet the arriving guests, but a demon king like her attending such a feast was already a grand and appreciable gesture to the young alchemists. She was well known for her hospitality to talents, and today was a clear example of her humble pursuit for talents. Clearly, she was not just fishing for compliments and fame. The alchemists were amazed once they entered the alchemy garden and looked around. Even though many of the youths were from alchemy clans, they still had to admit that Giant Bamboo's alchemy garden was worthy of its prestige. It was vast and occupied a huge location. Looking ahead, one could see the undulating waves of changes in sceneries, including different batches of fields, mountains, ponds, and even alchemy pools as red as fire. No matter what type of medicines these fields were cultivating, all of them were encompassed in a thick worldly energy. It could be said that this place was full of it, so it was not only an ideal place for plant cultivation, but also a great location for normal cultivation as well. Such a great place was something to be desired. After seeing the thick worldly energy, the participating youths finally understood why this alchemy garden was so famous. All kinds of spirit medicines and grasses of the highest level could be found inside. Such a garden was much better than the gardens from the other great powers. Why was it that the giant bamboo country had such a good garden? Many alchemists and lineages had secretly debated this matter. Even the country's disciples gossiped about this. Some believed that this garden was blessed due to the deity tree's protection, that it was groomed by a divine essence so it was able to grow this many alchemy ingredients. Others stated that its excellence came from being built at the end of the elegant azure mountains where it was empowered by the worldly energy there. Many people, including experts from the country itself, thought that both of these speculations were logical. It was situated behind the palace, very close to the bamboo garden. One had to cross this alchemy garden before they could reach the bamboo garden and then the elegant azure mountains. Everyone in the stone medicine world knew about the giant bamboo tree of this country. Of course this alchemy garden would be blessed and a divine guardian was so close to strengthen it. The second theory was even more accepted. There was a saying in the stone medicine world, 3 ancestral veins, 8 grand veins. The 3 ancestral veins were the alchemy vein, stone vein, and beast vein. These ancestral veins were also called the corners of this world since these veins divided it into 3 great realms. These veins were named the alchemy realm, stone realm, and beast realm, and the inhabitants relied on them to exist. Inside these 3 realms were 8 grand veins. Although these 8 grand veins were not comparable to the 3 ancestral veins, they occupied this land like 8 monstrous dragons. The elegant azure mountains were one of the 8 grand veins. The mountain range spanned across several tens of millions of miles of territory. There were many clans and great powers built along this great mountain range. The giant bamboo country was situated at the tail of the elegant azure mountains, and the imperial palace was at the center of the back. Of course, it was needless to say where the alchemy garden was, it was at the tip of the vein. The 3 ancestral veins concentrated all the worldly energy in the stone medicine world while the 8 grand veins were able to do the same for their respective realms. Since the elegant azure mountains were so large, its territory spanned for tens of millions of miles. It could be said that the vein condensed the widest area of worldly energy, causing the energy to be quite thick here. Due to its great location, it was not strange for the alchemy garden to be so fertile. The astounded young alchemists also learned a lot with the help of the giant bamboo disciples introducing them to everything here. They also noticed the bamboo garden very close to the alchemy garden. That must be the bamboo garden where the giant bamboo divine guardian resides. They couldn't enter the bamboo garden, but they were still able to see it. There were flickering tree shadows with rich vegetation, indicative of its great vitality. The giant bamboo tree was very famous in the stone medicine world, and the country was even named after it. Some people referred to it as an invincible deity. The party became very lively due to the high number of young participants. Many alchemists conversed with each other or were just gazing at the plants. At this time, there was a small uproar as one young alchemist spoke in a low voice. The main descendant of the Qin clan is here. A young man followed a giant bamboo disciple inside. He was dressed in an alchemist style as his body emitted a green light as well as an aroma of herbs. Anyone could smell these fragrances coming from his body. Several young alchemists who were familiar with him came to give their greetings. Brother Qin, you finally made it. This young alchemist was the Qin clan's descendant, Qin. The Qin clan was an alchemy clan. Although it had never produced an alchemy emperor, it had several legendary alchemists. Of course, its attainments in alchemy were not comparable to a monster like the Alchemy Kingdom or other alchemy emperors' lineages, but at the giant bamboo country, it was the #1 alchemy clan. Qin Yu did not shame his noble upbringing since he was quite talented in the Tao of alchemy. Despite his young age, he was already an alchemy grandmaster. A previous generation alchemist assessed that, in less than 2 years, he would become a profound alchemist. It was quite brilliant to be a grandmaster at such a young age, so this was why Qin Yu was called the #1 young alchemist in the giant bamboo country. His attendance at the party was overshadowed by an exasperated expression, but due to having to maintain cordiality with Madame Ziyan, he didn't dare to miss it. One young alchemist whispered after noticing the apparent dissatisfaction, "It seems that Qin Yu is very unhappy." Another responded, "How could he be happy? He has now lost his position. He was going to attend the conference and represent Giant Bamboo, but now he has nothing to do." Some other alchemists who passed the preliminary tests felt relieved after seeing Qin Yu lose his position as well. Even the number one in the country was eliminated, so there was nothing else that they could do. One person asked, "Just who is the alchemist that will represent Giant Bamboo?" If Qin Yu was eliminated as well, then could the country have found a superior alchemist to him? A well-informed young alchemist said, "It is a person named Li Qia. His background is unknown, but I heard that he is very generous and throws money around like trash." Many of them had never heard of Li Qia, so they curiously asked, "Just who is this Li Qia? Could he be a lot better than Qin Yu?" Outsiders knew neither Li Qia's origin nor why the Giant Bamboo country thought so highly of him. After selecting Li Qia, they kicked Qin Yu out of the list without even giving him the chance to be a backup. However, a person named Li Qia came out of nowhere and removed the need for the final competition to determine the participant. Despite their unhappiness, the Giant Bamboo country still compensated them for the long journey. Moreover, Madame Ziyan herself hosted this feast, so the alchemists were quite happy to attend. The reason was very simple: regardless of passing or failing the test, this was still a good opportunity for them because the alchemy garden of the Giant Bamboo country was quite famous. Although Giant Bamboo was not an alchemy country, its garden was huge with large-scale plants of high-level spirit medicines and grasses. Although it couldn't be compared to the garden of a giant monster such as the Alchemy Kingdom, it carried its own distinguished reputation. It was much better than the gardens from the other great powers. Of course, there were reasons for its prosperity. For these alchemists, especially the younger ones, this was a rare chance for them to take a look at the alchemy garden, a chance to increase their knowledge by seeing many exceedingly rare herbs and plants. Chapter 647, Huangfu Hao. Although he received a grand reception from the Giant Bamboo country after entering the alchemy garden, he was still feeling very upset. He should have attended the conference for this country. This was already a done deal. He was full of ambition and wanted to show his alchemy skills at the conference to become renowned in the world. However, this set-in-stone matter suddenly changed as a saboteur jumped out of nowhere to steal his seat. He even lost his chance to be part of the reserve. If his spot was stolen by a renowned alchemist like the Four Prodigies, then Qin Yu would have no grievances. However, Li Qia, who stole his spot, was an alchemist no one had heard of before. How could Qin Yu, who people referred to as the number one alchemist in Giant Bamboo, be happy when a nobody stole his spot? He didn't dare to reveal his anger in front of Demon King Ziyan, but his expression said it all. Young noble Huangfu has arrived. A message came from outside of the door and rang across the alchemy garden. After hearing this message, many alchemists shuddered and turned around to look at the entrance. Some of them whispered, "Even the first young noble of the Huangfu clan is here." Many of their hearts thumped once. Even the more arrogant alchemists had to hang their heads low at the moment and let go of their pride. "We are extremely lucky to attend a party with Huangfu Hao," a group of alchemists cheerfully said. Huangfu Hao was very famous in the alchemy realm and even the entire stone medicine world. He was not only a genius at cultivation but a prodigy in the Tao of alchemy as well. As the first young noble of the Huangfu clan, he did not let his upbringing down since he was already a heavenly king at his young age. Although the difficult Tao era had already ended, it was still quite amazing for him to reach this realm and was indicative of his commendable talents. However, the accomplishment that was talked about the most was not his cultivation, but his skill at the Tao of alchemy. In this world, some people once said that if Huangfu Hao didn't spend so much effort on cultivation, then he would have had the chance to be part of the four alchemy prodigies. Even though his alchemy skills were vastly inferior to the four prodigies, people in the stone medicine world still called him the fifth prodigy. Many thought that he was only second to the four prodigies and others couldn't compare with him among the younger generation regarding alchemy. He was a golem, so as he stepped into the alchemy garden, his stout stature seemed impressive. This would be the case no matter the location. The divine rings pulsing around his body were even more shocking. At this time, he didn't try to hide his presence and seemed to want to suppress everyone. The divine rings made his already tall figure seem as omnipotent as a deity. Many young alchemists palpitated since they could feel the heavenly king aura coming from his approach. They all took a deep breath and didn't dare to compete with him. As the host, Madame Yen came to greet him. "Your presence brightens this party. It seems that your majesty has been particularly busy. It has been a struggle to see you." Huang Fuhao was secretly annoyed. Recently, Madame Yen had denied all of his requests to meet. Although the giant bamboo country didn't show a lack of formality with demon monarchs entertaining him, that was not what he wanted. Madame Yen calmly replied, "A few trifling matters in the country had been a bit onerous, please excuse me." Huang Fuhao took a deep breath to calm his dissatisfaction and slowly spoke, "I have heard of your country's famous alchemy garden before. I wonder if I could have the honor of your majesty taking a walk around the garden with me?" Madame Yen looked at him and nodded her head. "If you are interested, then I do not mind." She led Huang Fuhao to look at the different plants in the garden. The truth was that Huang Fuhao was like a drunkard whose heart was not tempted by wine at the moment. He simply wanted to have a chance to be together, so he asked Madame Yen to lead the way. One yearning alchemist couldn't help but say, "Fairy Ming is the #1 beauty, so if I could just see her face once, I don't mind losing a decade of my life." He wasn't the only alchemist who was a big fan of Fairy Ming. All the other alchemists inevitably longed to see the #1 beauty. Ming Yeshua, the descendant of the alchemy kingdom, was very famous throughout the stone medicine world. Although very few people had seen her and she kept a very low profile, her fame didn't diminish one bit. An innocent alchemist from a smaller sect asked, "Didn't the Huangfu clan have a marriage alliance with the alchemy kingdom for several generations? How come Huangfu Hao isn't marrying Fairy Ming?" This naive comment annoyed the other alchemists. In the stone medicine world, cultivators and alchemists, especially the younger ones, all considered Ming Yeshua to be a goddess amidst the clouds. Thus, they all snorted at this comment and then glanced at Huang Fuhao standing in the distance with a contemptuous smile. They didn't dare to answer this question in front of Huang Fuhao. They waited for him to go far away, of course, before showing their disdain. One of them sneered in a low voice, "How could that be possible? The Huangfu clan isn't worthy of the alchemy kingdom." It is indeed impossible. Although the Huangfu clan had a marriage alliance with the kingdom for several generations, this was limited to the regional level. As for the main branch or the imperial family of the alchemy kingdom, it didn't need a marriage alliance to consolidate their position. One alchemist who was knowledgeable about the kingdom answered, "The Huangfu clan has no chance of a marriage with the kingdom's direct branch. Not to mention a male from the Huangfu clan wanting to marry a direct female disciple from the kingdom, it is already exceedingly difficult for their main daughter to marry a direct male disciple. This makes sense." The other young alchemists nodded their heads after hearing this explanation. There were very few existences comparable to the monster that is the alchemy kingdom in this world, so its descendant had no need for a marriage alliance. Then young noble Huangfu wants to marry Her Majesty Yen. Another alchemist was annoyed to see Huangfu Hao standing next to Madame Yen, but he had to admit that only someone like Huangfu Hao was worthy of a demon king like her. A young fan of hers coldly countered, "Humph. Not necessarily. The giant bamboo country is not weaker than the Huangfu clan. Plus, she is the ruler of a country, so she absolutely won't marry into the Huangfu clan." Another alchemist interjected, "But that is not certain. I heard that Fairy Ming and Huangfu Hao are relatives, and she is actually his little cousin. If this relationship is real, then maybe the giant bamboo country will use this to earn the kingdom's favor." You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.